Chapter 1122. Seeing Wu Yi crying silently, Yu Feng's heart filled with anger, and without even thinking about it, he stood next to Wu Yi and clenched his fists as he glared at elder Ba Qingyan. Bastard! Ba Qingyan became even angrier. Wu Yi questioning his decision and openly opposing him was one thing, but she was just a woman who would leave the Haiku family sooner or later, but now her subordinate cultivator dared to glare at him. What kind of scandal was this? Little E, it seems you really have been lacking discipline these past few years. Just anyone dares to disobey an elder of the family? A man who had been standing to the side and hadn't spoken until now suddenly spoke up. He was about 30 years old and had a first-order Saint King cultivation. Judging from his attire, his status in the Haiku family wasn't low, so he shouted sternly, "Hurry up and apologize to Elder Ba. You should know that the elders always keep their word, so don't be so obstinate as to ruin your future." His face was filled with righteousness, seemingly trying to speak up for Wu Yi, but as soon as her cousin spoke, Wu Yi knew there was no room for negotiation. The words of the elders were indeed absolute and had never been changed, so her cousin's words were clearly adding fuel to the fire. Sure enough, as soon as his words fell, Ba Qingyan coldly snorted and said, "Apologize? This old master is thinking for the family, there's no need for her to apologize. Go back to the family and receive your punishment." Saying so, he turned to Yu Feng and said, "You can't run either." Yu Feng's face went pale as he stared at Wu Yi in a daze. The sudden disaster had stunned him. A trace of hidden joy flashed across the eyes of the man in his 30s, but he still put on an anxious look as he continued to plead for Wu Yi in front of Ba Qingyan, speaking of all the contributions Wu Yi had made to the family over the years. His words didn't have any effect and instead only added fuel to the fire, making it easy for those who heard him to have the misconception that Wu Yi was acting arrogantly. What did I do wrong? Wu Yi suddenly wiped the corners of her eyes and stubbornly stared at her cousin and Ba Qingyan, biting her red lips until they bled. "I didn't do anything wrong, it was you who bullied the weak." "Good." Ba Qingyan laughed angrily, "You dare talk to this old master like that? You must be tired of living." Wu Yi smiled bleakly, "I don't want to stay in such a family. From today onwards, I will separate myself from the Haiku family and have nothing to do with it. As for the family laws, I won't accept them." "You?" Ba Qingyan had never thought that a little girl would dare to say such disgraceful words. He was stunned for a moment. All the Haiku family cultivator were stunned as they stared at Wu Yi in amazement. None of them had expected that she would sever ties with the family for a little cultivator of unknown origin. This was something that had never happened before. It had always been the family that abandoned its disciples. No disciple could easily leave the family. This was an insult to the family. Wu Yi's cousin, Wu Ku, on the other hand, was overjoyed. Although Wu Yi was a woman, both her aptitude and means were better than his. Over the years, he had never underestimated Wu Yi and had even specifically researched her. He knew that Wu Yi had ambitions to take control of the family, and he also knew that if she could really win the favor of the elders, she might really be able to control the Haiku family. Although the elders of the family had never had high expectations for Wu Yi because she was a woman, there was always a possibility. What if these old fogies became confused and decided to appoint Wu Yi as the family's successor? Now that Wu Yi had completely fallen out with Elder Ba and declared that she would leave the family, it was truly a pleasant surprise. "Good, good, good." Wu Ku was ecstatic in his heart, but on the surface, his expression remained unchanged as he glanced over towards Yang Kai. He wondered if Wu Yi had fallen in love with this young man, making her so desperate to protect him. Regardless of the reason, Wu Ku had to thank Yang Kai in his heart. If it weren't for this inexplicable man, his cousin might have become a strong competitor. "Young lady." Yu Feng pursed his pale lips and called out to Wu Yi, a look of confusion and helplessness filling his face. He was also shocked by Wu Yi's words, but soon his expression became as firm as Wu Yi's, quickly declaring, "Wherever young lady goes, Yu Feng will follow." "Thank you, Yu Feng." Wu Yi glanced at him apologetically before sadly saying, "I'm sorry." She knew that she had implicated Yufeng. Now, no matter what she said, it was impossible to exempt Yufeng from the family's punishment. Leaving the family with her was probably the best choice. "What is young lady saying?" Yufeng grinned. 5 years ago, if young lady hadn't saved me, I, Yufeng, would have been bitten to death by that steel-armored beast, let alone today. 5 years ago, I made up my mind to follow young lady from now on." Good show of deep affection between master and servant. Su Zhishan suddenly clapped his hands and laughed, turning his head to look at Ba Qingyan with a teasing smile. "Brother Ba, I didn't expect that I would be able to see such a good show after coming to your family today. The hostility in this old master's heart has been greatly reduced." Since the Haiku family had become noisy, Su Zhishan had not taken any action and had instead been watching with great interest. The Haiku family and his Su family were equal in strength and shared a common border. They had always traded with each other, so there were also some small frictions between them. Naturally, Su Zhishan was happy to see such a thing happen to the Haiku family. When he returned, he would tell his old friends about it. Su Zhishan's sarcasm caused Ba Qingyan's face to become extremely ugly as he glared at Wu Yi with murderous intent. It didn't matter how people in the family fought, that was an internal conflict, but now it had become a laughingstock for outsiders, making Ba Qingyan very angry. He couldn't wait to cripple Wu Yi right now and take her back to the family to be punished. "Brother Ba, your family's matters should be discussed behind closed doors. This old master is too lazy to intervene. This time, this old master came only to kill this little bastard who injured Tianze." After watching the good show, Ba Qingyan had become impatient, so he pointed to Yang Kai and sneered, "Little bastard, all you know how to do is hide behind a woman? It seems you're just a piece of trash who lives off a woman. Hurry up and come out to face your death." Yang Kai had been watching with cold eyes the entire time. Even when Wu Yi was scolded by her family's elder and declared her intention to withdraw from the Haiku family, he didn't say anything. Because that was someone else's business. Although the cause of the incident was his own, if he had interfered at that time, it would only have made the situation worse. Now that Wu Yi had declared her intention to leave the Haiku family, Yang Kai knew that part of the reason was because of him, but the other part was because Wu Yi's heart had become cold towards her family. In any case, Yang Kai was very grateful to Wu Yi. It was really difficult for a woman to go this far. Yang Kai secretly decided that he would compensate Wu Yi well and do his best to satisfy her wishes and take her to see the world outside Shadowed Star. A woman like her shouldn't be bound to a small family. Considering all this, Yang Kai stepped forward, gently patted Wu Yi's shoulder, and pulled her behind him. Glancing over at Su Zhishan, he sneered, "Old dog, you're quite arrogant, aren't you?" Su Zhishan's eyes flashed coldly as he nodded, Good, boy, you're quite arrogant. I hope you don't just have a sharp tongue." Saying so, a cold spiritual energy fluctuation burst from Su Zhishan's eyes and, like a sharp sword, rushed into Yang Kai's head. Yang Kai had beaten Su Tianze into an idiot using his spiritual energy. Su Zhishan knew this better than anyone else. Now, he wanted to give him a taste of his own medicine. Seeing that Yang Kai was only a third-order saint, an entire great realm lower than him, Su Zhishan didn't use his full strength. He wanted to torture Yang Kai and let him know the price of speaking such arrogant words. The frigid spiritual energy rushed into Yang Kai's knowledge sea, but before it could even form a ripple, it was incinerated by the scorching hot conflagrated knowledge sea, not even leaving behind a single trace of it. Even Su Zhishan's soul was injured, his face paling significantly. "You?" Su Zhishan stared at Yang Kai incredulously. Just now, he had clearly felt a wave of spiritual energy more powerful than his own directly incinerate his soul. If it weren't for him not using his full strength and holding back, just the backlash alone would have seriously injured him even if he didn't die. Su Zhishan's complexion fluctuated as his eyes swept over Yang Kai, trying to find something. He didn't believe that Yang Kai had such a powerful spiritual energy cultivation and thought that Yang Kai was wearing some kind of powerful soul-type artifact. However, after searching for a long time, Su Zhishan still couldn't find any clues, greatly shocking him. Everyone present, except for the old man named Ba Qingyan, whose strength was comparable to Su Zhishan's, didn't have high cultivations. Most of them were just saints, with a small number of them being first or second order saint kings. None of them knew what had just happened, but seeing that Su Zhishan was about to attack, they all turned their attention to Yang Kai's miserable fate. But Yang Kai remained indifferent while Su Zhishan's face paled, as if he had suffered some kind of injury, confusing everyone present. Only Ba Qingyan's eyes flashed as he stared towards Yang Kai, as if he had discovered something, but soon shook his head slowly, denying his guess. He didn't think that Yang Kai could hurt Su Zhishan with his current strength. However, Su Zhishan's soul aura was clearly much weaker than before, so it didn't seem to be fake. Ba Qingyan couldn't understand why. "Old dog, are you going to attack? If you don't, I'm going to start." Yang Kai grinned at Su Zhishan. As early as when he broke through to the third-order saint realm, he was able to kill second-order saint kings. Now that his body was filled with golden blood, his vitality were far greater than before. It was rare for him to have a third-order saint king to practice with, so Yang Kai wanted to know where his bottom line was. Saying so, a long sword covered in demonic flames suddenly appeared in Yang Kai's hand. As soon as this long sword appeared, everyone from the Haiku family and Su family showed looks of horror. Ba Qingyan and Su Zhishan, who were the strongest among them, wore dignified expressions as they stared towards the dark demonic flames. Chapter 11:23. Everyone present, regardless of their strength, felt the strangeness of these demonic flames. None of them had ever seen such a strange power before. Just the power radiating from these demonic flames was enough to make them feel uncomfortable, as if they were being tortured, not to mention what kind of fate awaited them if they were to be directly bombarded by this kind of power. For a time, many people showed looks of dread and horror. Ba Qingyan of the Haiku family narrowed his eyes and gestured to his family's cultivator before quietly leading a group of people away. He finally realized that Yang Kai was acting strangely. A trivial third-order saint cultivator, if he didn't have something to rely on, how could he act so arrogantly in front of Su Zhishan? However, no matter what Yang Kai's backing was, Ba Qingyan wasn't going to get involved in this mess. The battle between the Su family and Yang Kai had nothing to do with him, so he was happy to stand aside and watch the show. What he cared more about was how to deal with the traitor Wu Yi. Daring to leave the family without permission, no matter who it was, would not have a good end. Yang Yun had seen Yang Kai fight before, so although he didn't know if Yang Kai could escape unscathed from Su Zhishan, he still obediently led Wu Yi and Yufeng to the side so they wouldn't be caught up in the battle. Seeing them retreat, the Su family's cultivator also retreated. In the blink of an eye, only Yang Kai and Su Zhishan remained, staring at each other from a distance. "Old dog, my principle has always been that if people don't offend me, I won't offend them. Since you've come, don't even think about leaving." Yang Kai wasn't an easy person to talk to, not to mention this old dog calling him a little beast made him even angrier, secretly deciding to teach him a lesson today. Whether it was the Haiku family or the Su family, he didn't put them in his eyes. These two families didn't even have an origin returning realm master, so Yang Kai was confident they couldn't do anything to him. Besides, even if an origin returning realm master attacked him, he could easily retreat. As such, he had no scruples. Arrogant brat. Su Zhishan's old face paled. After his soul was inadvertently damaged just now, he had been searching for Yang Kai to see if he was wearing some kind of powerful soul-type artifact, but after searching for a long time, he couldn't find anything. Not daring to act rashly, Su Zhishan waved his hand and sent an almost invisible black line towards Yang Kai. Just now, Yang Kai had used this thing to hide in his Saint Chi, allowing him to easily kill the cultivator named Cho Yuan. Besides Ba Qingyan, who was familiar with Yang Kai's abilities, no one else had noticed it, and all of them thought Yang Kai's Saint Chi was powerful, but Yang Kai's divine sense was strong and he had long been on guard against this strange artifact. As soon as he attacked, Yang Kai met his attack with his sword. The demonic flame contained the power to incinerate all things in the world and was the foundation of Yang Kai's strength. Yang Kai believed that even if this thin line was an origin-grade artifact, it wouldn't be able to resist his demonic flame. There seemed to be a crisp sound of metal colliding as a spark burst from the demonic flame sword in Yang Kai's hand. When the thin line collided with the demonic flame sword, an extremely cold energy suddenly erupted from the thin line and swept towards Yang Kai from all directions. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as his powerful divine sense locked onto the thin black line. He found that the situation was somewhat different from what he had expected. His demonic flame had little effect on this invisible thin line. Although it was burning violently, it couldn't burn it at all. The corners of Su Zhishen's mouth rose slightly as a look of confidence appeared on his face as he shouted, "Hand over your life." As soon as his voice fell, the thin black lines suddenly split up into countless smaller threads that weaved together to form an airtight net that shot towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai quickly dodged while at the same time sending out a palm to meet this attack. The huge heaven-covering hand rapidly expanded, seemingly wanting to cover the entire world, causing everyone watching to feel as if the sky had suddenly become much darker. A violent energy fluctuation spread out and the giant black line instantly collapsed. Su Zhishen's body shook as he stared at Yang Kai in disbelief, never having expected that his hidden killing move would actually be broken by him. It was precisely because of his fear of Yang Kai being able to injure his soul that Su Zhishen had not shown any mercy. He had only wanted to kill Yang Kai as quickly as possible to restore the Su family's face, but how could he have known that it would be completely useless? Not only was this third-order Saint Realm youth's vision extremely sharp, seeing through his hidden killing move, but his Saint Chi was also comparable to Su Zhishen's. If this weren't the case, this young man wouldn't have been able to break through his Nether Shadow Soul Silk. Yang Kai's method of breaking through his Nether Shadow Soul Silk seemed simple, but in fact, it required an extremely powerful force to back it up. If it had been a cultivator in the same realm, such as Ba Qingyan, doing this would have been reasonable, but the other party was clearly just a Saint Realm cultivator. Did he actually have the ability to fight head-on with Su Zhishen? Su Zhishen was so surprised that he almost called out. If he had suspected that Yang Kai was relying on some kind of artifact when his soul was injured just now, Su Zhishen didn't dare think so now. The other party didn't seem to be any weaker than him. There was something wrong with this young man. No wonder he dared to come out and provoke Su Zhishen. It turned out he was just pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. No wonder Chou Yuan was seriously injured when he returned, and no matter how Su Zhishen questioned him, he couldn't say anything. No wonder Chou Yuan had turned around and fled just now. It seemed that his injuries were also caused by this young man, but he didn't dare say anything for fear of being punished. Being able to seriously injure a second-order Saint King and instill fear in his heart, this young man's ability was simply shocking. Realizing this, Su Zhishen no longer underestimated Yang Kai and his expression became extremely dignified. Taking back the black threads that had been blocked by the heaven-covering hand, Su Zhishen stuffed a pill into his mouth and swallowed it. Seeing this action, the onlookers couldn't help gawking. Whether it was the Haiku family or the Su family, everyone's jaws dropped. They all thought that with Su Zhishen taking action personally, Yang Kai would be defeated in a single exchange. What was laughable was that he had shamelessly boasted and repeatedly insulted Yang Kai. Some of the Su family cultivators had even been waiting to see how Yang Kai would be ravaged and how he would beg for mercy. How could they have known that after Su Zhishen's blow, Yang Kai's expression remained calm, not even losing a single strand of his hair, while their own elder wore a dignified expression and even swallowed a pill? As long as one wasn't blind, they would know that things were different from what they had imagined. Elder Ba, what does this mean? Wu Yi's cousin named Wuku asked Ba Qingyan softly. To be honest, he really didn't understand. Upon hearing this question, everyone turned their eyes to Ba Qingyan, expecting him to explain. What do you mean? Ba Qingyan coldly snorted, the Su family has kicked an iron plate this time. Ah! Even if Wu Ke didn't understand, he understood the meaning of Ba Qingyan's words and turned a stunned look towards Yang Kai, saying in a strange tone, Elder Ba, he seems to be only a third-order saint, even if he can resist for a while, Senior Su will quickly capture him. After all, the gap between their realms is too great. Wu Yi had already left the family and joined forces with this young man, so as long as this young man died, Wu Yi's fate wouldn't be good. Wu Ke didn't want to add insult to injury, but he also didn't want to see Wu Yi rise again. Who knows? Ba Qingyan's eyes deepened, his attention not focused on Su Zhishan but instead on Yang Kai. From the moment he arrived here, he hadn't paid much attention to this person, but now, even if he didn't want to, he couldn't. Where did Wu Yi find this little brat? He's a bit of a monster. The cultivator from the two families couldn't believe their eyes while Wu Yi and Yu Feng were even more surprised. They knew Yang Kai's origins better than anyone else. It was Yu Feng who had brought Yang Kai back to the starship while he was sleeping inside the blood-red crystal. Although everyone got along well, they only regarded Yang Kai as a little cultivator who had wandered here. Wu Yi had given Dragon Cave Mountain to Yang Kai because he was more familiar with the outside world and she felt there was a need to consult him in the future. Neither of them had known Yang Kai's heritage was so amazing. Yang Yan felt proud of himself and said, "Don't worry, Yang Kai won't suffer a loss. Last time, he killed a few Saint Kings and even forced that guy named Chou Yuan to flee. Although that old fart looks stronger than Chou Yuan, he shouldn't be much stronger." Ah! Wu Yi couldn't help covering her mouth. You're saying, he killed Saint Kings? You're not joking, right? Yang Yan curled his lips, he killed them right in front of me, it was so scary I fell into a coma for 3 days before waking up. Yang Yan immediately added some oil to the fire as she recounted the situation at that time. Watching her dance around, there was no trace of panic on her face, only excitement. When Wu Yi and Yu Feng heard this, both of them couldn't help feeling shocked. "Junior, I admit, this old master underestimated you, but so what? If I, Su Zhishan, want to kill you, don't think you'll live to see tomorrow's sun." Su Zhishan swallowed a pill and his injured soul finally felt less painful. Although he couldn't repair it, as long as he could temporarily suppress his injuries, he would be able to go all out. That thin thread isn't an artifact? After Yang Kai forced back his killing move, he didn't pursue and instead just swept his eyes over him. It wasn't until this moment that his brow rose. He vaguely felt that this black thread wasn't an artifact at all, otherwise, his demonic flame wouldn't have been ineffective against it. The feeling this black thread gave him was more like a soul attack, a substantial soul attack. Suddenly cheering up, Yang Kai declared, "Good stuff, I want that thread. Since you have the guts to ask, I don't know if you'll have the life to take it." Su Zhishan coldly snorted, a powerful aura erupting from his body as the ground beneath his feet suddenly sank a few meters. Su Zhishan's robes fluttered without any wind as his face filled with malevolent intent. A cold aura swept out from his body, causing everyone present to feel as if they could hear a gust of wind blowing past their ears. Countless nether shadow soul threads shot out from his body. The pitch-black nether shadow soul threads made him look as ugly as a long-haired monster. These nether shadow soul threads seemed to come alive as they rushed towards Yang Kai. Halfway through, they suddenly gathered together and formed a thumb-thick spear that spun at an extremely fast speed towards Yang Kai's heart. Chapter 11:24. The spinning force of the spear stirred up the air and a tornado suddenly appeared behind Yang Kai, its momentum astonishing. The nether shadow soul silk spear was extremely fast and in the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of Yang Kai. To everyone's surprise, in the face of such a terrifying blow, Yang Kai didn't even try to dodge and instead stretched out his hand to grab the spear. Demonic flame burst out from his palm and Yang Kai's expression became dignified, obviously using his full strength. *CI, an ear-piercing and unbearable sound rang out. The moment Kai Yang grasped the spear, a huge rotational force spun him around. The speed was so fast that it seemed like Kai Yang was being flung around by someone, and his figure was constantly being pushed back. Golden blood splashed out from this wound. But soon, Yang Kai's retreating speed slowed down, and his body, which had been thrown out of sight, gradually stabilized and finally stabilized. On his palm, in addition to the demonic flame, there was also a burnt smell, obviously having suffered some minor injuries. However, Yang Kai didn't care. Su Zhishen's black threads were really difficult to guard against and were extremely strange, even his demonic flame couldn't burn them. No matter what they were, Yang Kai would first destroy them or snatch them away. Otherwise, if Su Zhishen kept using these things to attack him, Yang Kai really wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Yang Kai had just regained his footing when Su Zhishen flew over like a giant peng. Amidst Yang Kai and Wu Yi's exclamations, a violent force poured out from Su Zhishen's palms and formed a series of strange attacks that bombarded Yang Kai. Yang Kai gripped the black spear in one hand and pushed his spiritual energy into the threads, burning away the spiritual energy brand Su Zhishen had left behind and erasing his control over it, while at the same time sending out a heaven-covering hand. Hong Hong Hong, Su Zhishen flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, vomiting a mouthful of blood in midair, his face pale once again. Yang Kai was also forced back more than a dozen steps, the arm he used to block this attack feeling a brief sense of powerlessness as the blood in his chest roiled and he coughed up a mouthful of golden blood. However, his state was obviously much better than Su Zhishen's, his face filled with an excited smile as he glanced at the countless threads on his hand before tossing them into his space ring. You can actually erase my soul brand in an instant? Su Zhishen's face changed greatly, whether it was because of anger or disbelief. His body trembled as he pointed his finger at Yang Kai, spitting out another mouthful of blood. Ha ha ha. Yang Kai laughed, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said proudly, I said I want that thing, so I want it. Arrogant. Domineering. Domineering. The crowd was in an uproar. Everyone suddenly remembered that Yang Kai had indeed said such a thing just now, but how could they have known that in less than 10 breaths of time, he had really done it? A Saint Realm cultivator was actually able to snatch an artifact from a Saint King Realm master and erase his soul brand in an instant. Just how powerful was this Saint King Realm master's spiritual energy? How could he possibly have such an ability? Fuck. Yufeng couldn't help cursing, both of his eyes trembling violently. Not only was Yang Yun and Wu Yi dazzled by this scene, but even the several young women from the Haiku family who were of the same generation as Wu Yi were staring at Yang Kai as if they wanted to eat him alive. All of them suddenly discovered that the so-called young talents they had seen before couldn't compare to this man of unknown origin at all. Those people were simply trash. Even Ba Qingyan's pupils shrank as a thick sense of horror flashed across the depths of his eyes. He knew better than anyone what level Su Zhishen was at. In a one-on-one fight, he might not be Su Zhishen's opponent, but such a person had only exchanged 2 moves before this young man had snatched away his artifact and even suffered serious injuries. If Ba Qingyan were to fight against this young man, what would the outcome be? Ba Qingyan suddenly felt a headache and a tightness in his chest. Yang Kai smiled happily, not because he had snatched Su Zhishen's artifact, but because he found that his current combat power could really compete with a third-order Saint King. Although it was undeniable that Su Zhishen's combat power shouldn't be too high for this level of cultivator, after all, his realm was still quite high. Moreover, Yang Kai hadn't used his full strength. The mysteries of the Tao of space, the power of his golden blood, the demon eye of annihilation. Yang Kai hadn't used any of these trump cards, all he had relied on was the strength stored in his body. Old Man Chang Chok. The Su family's Saint King Realm cultivator saw Su Zhishen suffer a loss and called out in alarm. Su Zhishan waved his hand, stopping them from stepping forward, a look of madness filling his face as he roared hysterically, "Good, good, good, the younger generation will surpass us in time. This old master didn't expect there to be someone like you. If I don't kill you today, this old master isn't human." Saying so, Su Zhishan suddenly summoned an ancient picture scroll that exuded a thick and solid aura. As soon as this picture scroll appeared, everyone felt a little suffocated, as if something was pressing down on their heads. The 100 Mountains picture. Ba Qingyan obviously recognized this picture scroll and his face changed drastically as he shouted, "Retreat!" The people from the Haiku family unconditionally believed his words and naturally followed closely behind him, immediately retreating. The Su family naturally knew their limits and also turned around to flee. Seeing them run away, Wu Yi and Yu Feng suddenly became uneasy, Wu Yi hurriedly calling out, "We should also retreat." "No need." Yang Yenyun waved her hand, saying so as she summoned a number of strange things into her small hands and arranged them around the three of them. Soon, she finished arranging everything and patted her hands happily. "This position is good, just nice to watch the show." Wu Yi stared at her speechlessly, not knowing whether she was just being ignorant or not. However, it was already too late to retreat now. After Su Zhishan summoned the 100 Mountains picture, the phantom image of a small mountain immediately rushed out from it. This mountain was several dozen meters high and exuded a heaven-destroying, earth-shattering momentum as it smashed towards Yang Kai. An unimaginable sense of crisis rose from the bottom of his heart and Yang Kai's face paled, not even hesitating as he hurriedly arranged several grand heavenly shields above his head. "Watch this old man tear you to shreds." Su Zhishan roared, and as his voice rang out, the image of the small mountain pressed down heavily. Kacha, the several grand heavenly shields he had just condensed were completely useless as they were directly crushed by the phantom of the small mountain. However, the phantom's speed didn't decrease and it continued to press down on Yang Kai. Yang Kai struggled to even move as he secretly cursed in his heart. Su Zhishan's 100 Mountains picture artifact was clearly an origin-grade artifact, and although the phantom seemed illusory, it was actually as heavy as a small mountain. If it really pressed down on him, Yang Kai estimated that even if his physique was tyrannical, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Left with no choice, Yang Kai could only use his space force. His figure flickered and disappeared from the spot. The small mountain directly crushed Kai Yang's afterimage, causing the earth to violently tremble. The ground cracked like a spider's, and even the distant mountain peak shook a few times. Countless birds were startled and scattered in all directions. Su Zhishan was stunned for a moment before he couldn't help laughing. "Junior, now you know how powerful this old master is. Daring to fight me, you're still too inexperienced." "Ah." Wu Yi's face went pale, she also thought that Yang Kai had been killed. "Old dog, do you only know how to bark?" Yang Kai's voice suddenly came from the side and the heaven-punishing spear, which contained the power of space, broke through the blockade of space and instantly appeared in front of Su Zhishan. Su Zhishan, who had been feeling proud of himself, broke out in a cold sweat and without even thinking about it, desperately pushed his Saint Qi. From his 100 Mountains picture, another phantom mountain flew out, but this one was much larger than the previous one, at least 1,000 meters high. The heaven-punishing spear was blocked by this phantom mountain and returned without any effect. Su Zhishan was both shocked and angry as he pointed his finger and sent out a second mountain towards Yang Kai again. Yang Kai finally understood why this artifact was called the 100 Mountains picture, because there were clearly 100 mountain peaks in this picture scroll. Every time Su Zhishan summoned one, there would be one less in the picture scroll, and each one was larger than the last. The largest one, Yang Kai was frightened just by looking at it. If he were to be hit by it, he would instantly be reduced to ashes. Although Yang Kai also knew that with Su Zhishan's ability, it was impossible for him to summon 100 mountain peaks, the power of this artifact was not small. The second mountain peak smashed towards Yang Kai at an extremely fast speed while the first smaller mountain peak also flew up and attacked Yang Kai from both sides. Each phantom mountain peak gave off an oppressive aura, making Yang Kai's movements and Saint Qi difficult to circulate. Su Zhishan had really gone crazy, summoning a third and fourth mountain peaks all at once. With the four peaks intercepting him, Yang Kai simply had no way to avoid them. A violent impact rang out and the surrounding space seemed to collapse as a powerful shockwave swept out. In an instant, Dragon Cave Mountain was uprooted and countless trees were torn to shreds by this shockwave. Looking at this doomsday-like scene, many of the Su family and Haiku family cultivators' faces went pale. They knew that if they had not retreated just now, even if they had stood there and watched, they would have been affected. Because even now, the waves of energy still caused everyone's skin to ache, as if they were being cut by knives. Those with lower strength had to circulate their Saint Qi to resist, several of them having been blown away, and it was impossible to tell whether they were still alive or not. Once the 100 Mountains picture appeared, even this old master had to temporarily avoid it. That young man is dead for sure. Ba Qingyan exhaled softly, a strange expression on his face, whether it was relief or regret. In this chaotic battlefield, only one place remained unscathed, and that was where Yang Yan, Wu Yi, and Yu Feng were standing. When the powerful wave of energy hit them, Wu Yi and Yu Feng both felt as if they were doomed. How could they have anticipated that a light curtain would suddenly appear in front of them? Ripples spread out from this light curtain and intercepted all the incoming waves, so none of them were in any danger at all. Chapter 1125. You're an array grandmaster? Wu Yi gawked for a moment as she stared at Yang Inflammation in shock. Although she knew that Yang Inflammation was arranging a spirit array just now, she hadn't expected the spirit array he had casually arranged to be so powerful. Wu Yi had never even heard of such an accomplishment before. Yu Feng stared at Yang Inflammation with a look of worship. On the other side, Su Zhishan, who had summoned the four peaks, seemed to have become somewhat senile in an instant, but looking at the nearly collapsed space around him, he couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. After living for so many years, he had never met someone like Yang Kai. He couldn't even understand how Yang Kai had managed to avoid the first attack. There was no trace of him moving at all. It was as if he had completely ignored the existence of space and teleported directly from one place to another. However, no matter how strong Yang Kai was, he should have died without an intact corpse by now. Su Zhishan was physically and mentally exhausted, but he was still smiling heartily. He had done his best and had not brought disgrace to the Su family's name. Suddenly, a strange sense of crisis welled up in his heart. Su Zhishan was a veteran of many battles, so without even thinking about it, he hurriedly sent the four mountain phantoms towards the source of the crisis while turning his head to look in the direction of it. At a glance, Su Zhishan almost screamed. The young man whom he thought would die without a burial ground was actually unscathed at this moment. The long sword in his hand, which was covered in rolling devil flames, slashed out a huge sword light that was like a bolt of lightning, carrying with it an aura that could destroy everything as it slashed towards him. Su Zhishan shivered and almost swallowed his own tongue. Asterisk hong hong hong, asterisk the huge black sword wave hit the phantom peaks and was blocked, but the overflowing coldness, the contradiction between yang and evil, caused Su Zhishan's hands and feet to go cold. He was certain that if he were to be burned by these black flames, he would not be able to dissolve them and would eventually be burned to a crisp. What kind of freak is this? Not only was Su Zhishan shocked and angry, but the Su family and Haiku family cultivator also exclaimed. Even Ba Qingyan's eyes were filled with confusion. Even with his eyesight, he hadn't been able to see how Yang Kai had managed to avoid the four peaks just now. Even if it was him, if he hadn't made preparations to escape in advance, it would have been impossible for him to remain unscathed under that kind of pressure. However, this young man had done it. Ba Qingyan was shocked to discover that he had underestimated the strength of this young man again and again. He was not a human, but a monster. Su Zhishan roared as the first four mountain peaks surrounded him, forming an impregnable defensive barrier. He was really scared. The fear that came from the bottom of his heart made him not dare to expose himself in front of Yang Kai. He was afraid that he would be killed if he was careless. Yang Kai's divine sense attack, which contained the power of space, burst out together with his Saint Chi as he directed his attack towards Su Zhishan. However, to Yang Kai's surprise, not only did the 4 mountain peaks protect Su Zhishan tightly, they even sealed off the surrounding space, making it impossible for Yang Kai's attack to penetrate it and cause any damage. A 5th and 6th mountain peaks floated out from the 100 Mountains picture, each of them more majestic than the previous 4. Su Zhishan bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood onto the 100 Mountains picture, causing his weakened aura to soar wildly. His originally dim and frightened eyes filled with ferocity as he manipulated these 2 mountain peaks to smash down on Yang Kai. All of Dragon Cave Mountain trembled violently as one crater after another appeared in the ground, spreading out in all directions. Yang Kai roared furiously, "Old dog, don't destroy my territory." If he continued to be entangled with Su Zhishan like this, the entire Dragon Cave Mountain would be destroyed. Once the earth collapsed, the space spirit crystal lode hidden below would be exposed. Yang Kai's murderous intent surged like a tide. Balls of burning demonic flames were shot out by him, lingering around Su Zhishan. Surprisingly, these demonic flames did not disappear, but instead gradually gathered together as the demonic flames increased, forming a black cloud of burning flames in just a few moments. This cloud of flames wrapped around Su Zhishan and the 4 mountain peaks that were guarding him, constantly burning them. Yang Kai also continuously sent out his demon race flames to become the demon race flames, increasing the power of this cloud of flames. "No, no!" Su Zhishan screamed in horror as the 4 mountain peaks that were guarding him became dimmer and dimmer under the burning of this cloud of flames, seemingly on the verge of disappearing. Once these 4 mountain peaks disappeared, it would be time for Su Zhishan to die. "What are you standing around for? Hurry up and kill this little bastard!" Su Zhishan hurriedly shouted at the Su family Saint King Realm cultivators who were watching the battle in the distance. He had been fighting Yang Kai with his own strength all this time because he wanted to show off his strength and maintain the dignity of the elders, but how could he have imagined that he would not be this young man's opponent? Now that he was about to die, he no longer had any scruples and could only ask the family's cultivator for help. In the distance, when the Saint King Realm cultivators who had followed Su Zhishan heard this shout, only 2 of them rushed over without hesitation while the rest of them hesitated, not daring to step forward. Some of them even retreated a few steps without leaving a trace. Su Zhishan had even taken out a treasure like the 100 Mountains picture but still wasn't Yang Kai's opponent, so how could they dare to come forward and die? The 2 Saint King Realm cultivators who rushed over didn't understand the situation before 2 demonic flames flew towards them. The 2 stupidly tried to block them, but in the blink of an eye, the demonic flames had wrapped around their bodies and were unable to extinguish them no matter how hard they tried. Before they could even get close, they rolled on the ground and stopped moving completely. Seeing this scene, the remaining Su family Saint King Realm cultivators could no longer hold back the panic in their hearts and turned around to flee, one of them even shouting, "Elder, hold on, I'm going back to the family to call for reinforcements." Upon hearing this, Su Zhishan coughed up a mouthful of blood and his already dispirited expression completely dimmed. Turning to Ba Qingyan, he shouted with all his strength, "Brother Ba, if you help me escape today, this Su will definitely hand over the 100 Mountains picture." Ba Qingyan's eyes narrowed as he immediately showed an expression of interest. He had long heard of the Su family's 100 Mountains picture, and now that he had witnessed the tyrannical power of this origin-grade artifact, he believed that if he could really obtain the 100 Mountains picture, he would definitely become the #1 master of the Haiku family. He would even be qualified to fight against an ordinary origin returning realm master. However, this young man was clearly not in existence to be provoked. From the start of the battle until now, Ba Qingyan had not been able to see through his bottom line, causing him to hesitate and hesitate. "Brother Ba!" Su Zhishan hurriedly shouted again. He was already an arrow at the end of its flight and couldn't hold on any longer. Ba Qingyan's hesitant look suddenly became firm, and just as he was about to take a step forward, Yang Kai glared at him coldly and declared, "If you dare come forward, don't blame me for slaughtering you regardless of whether you are Wu Yi's clansman." Ba Qingyan's body immediately stiffened in place as a chill ran down his spine. At that moment, accompanied by Su Zhishan's scream, the phantom images of the four mountains finally disappeared and a black cloud of fire engulfed him, reducing him to ashes. Apart from the spatial ring, only the 100 mountains painting floated down from the sky. Countless greedy eyes instantly stared at the 100 mountains picture. Yang Kai stood in place with a strange expression on his face, not reaching out to grab it, but the aura around his body showed no signs of weakening and instead became more and more intense. Yang Yen lifted her large black robe with both hands and rushed over, picking up the 100 mountains picture and Su Zhishan's space ring that had fallen to the ground before hurriedly running back to stand inside the spirit array she had arranged. Ha! Ba Qingyan sighed. He never had the courage to grab the coveted 100 mountains picture and couldn't help feeling disappointed. Dragon Cave Mountain was deathly silent. The Haiku family cultivators all glanced at each other, none of them daring to speak. None of them had ever imagined that this battle would end up in such a way. The Su family had come with such an aggressive momentum and had even brought out the 100 mountains picture, but the result was that 3 of them had actually been killed by a single Saint Realm cultivator. Even an elder like Su Zhishan had fallen. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, none of them would have believed it. Wu Yi and Yu Feng were also immersed in great shock, unable to speak for a long time. It wasn't that they hadn't heard of those so-called genius cultivators. There seemed to be a few of them among the younger generation in the Shadow Moon Palace, and those few people were all able to battle above their level. They were the cream of the crop among the younger generation, revered and worshipped by their peers, their reputation spreading far and wide. However, compared to Yang Kai, these so-called geniuses were nothing more than dog shit. This time, Yang Kai had fought an entire great realm above his own, and in the end, he had won without any injuries. Could it be that I've brought back a genius among geniuses? Wu Yi and Yu Feng couldn't help thinking this, the sadness of being separated from their family being washed away by shock at this moment. Oh! Yang Inflammation was playing with the 100 mountains picture when she suddenly turned to look at Yang Kai, a light of surprise flashing across her beautiful eyes. For the second time, she ran over to Yang Kai while carrying her black robe, constantly taking out things from her space ring and quickly arranging a spirit array around Yang Kai. When she ran back, Wu Yi asked curiously, "What happened to Yang Kai? He seems to be about to break through." Wu Yi was shocked. This. Yu Feng also wore a speechless expression, a mix of envy and shame. After this battle, Yang Kai was actually about to break through. His current cultivation was at the Third Order Saint Realm, and if he broke through, he would reach the Saint King Realm, the same realm as him and Wu Yi. The little sense of superiority Yu Feng had disappeared at this moment, but thinking about Yang Kai's terrifying combat power, he felt relieved. It wasn't strange for such a person to break through at this moment. Since Yang Inflammation could discover this, Ba Qingyan naturally could as well. He stared deeply at Yang Kai from a great distance, the look on his face fluctuating between fear, worry, surprise, and shock. A middle-aged man with a white face suddenly approached quietly and whispered, "Elder Ba, this little brat seems to be about to break through, should we?" Chapter 1126. The terror of Yang Kai really made the people of the Haiku family feel apprehensive. The Su family elder had been killed just like that, and the strongest person in the Haiku family was only on par with Su Zhishan. If he wanted to deal with the Haiku family, who could resist him? The only way to deal with this danger was to nip it in the bud. Ba Qingyan smiled bitterly and slowly shook his head. "Elder." The middle-aged man who made the proposal looked at him in confusion, not knowing what Ba Qingyan was afraid of. Although Yang Kai's performance just now was shocking, he was currently at a critical juncture in his breakthrough, so it was the best time to act. If they missed this opportunity, the entire Haiku family would have no way to deal with him. Didn't you see the spirit array that woman in black arranged around him just now? Ba Qingyan coldly snorted. What's there to fear from a spirit array? The middle-aged man didn't care. Ba Qingyan sneered. When Su Zhishan summoned the 100 Mountains picture just now, the aftermath of the impact spread to that woman, yet she, Wu Yi, and Yu Feng all remained motionless. How profound do you think the spirit array she arranged is? Ah! The middle-aged man exclaimed. He had been so focused on watching the battle between Yang Kai and Su Zhishan that he hadn't paid attention to Yang Yanfu's situation. At this moment, hearing Ba Qingyan's words, he immediately turned to look at Yang Yanfu and the others and couldn't help narrowing his eyes. The three of them were indeed standing very close to the battlefield, but their clothes were as clean as new, without the slightest speck of dust. Is she also a master of spirit arrays? The middle-aged man was shocked and muttered, isn't she a saint-grade artifact refiner? Is she the artifact refiner the family tried to recruit last time but failed? Ba Qingyan suddenly remembered this matter and called out, Zhou Fu, were you the one who tried to recruit her last time? The man named Zhou Fu walked over with sweat dripping down his forehead and quickly responded, yes, elder, last time it was I who tried to recruit that woman, but she refused without hesitation, so you didn't try again and let the family miss out on such a great opportunity? Ba Qingyan stared at him fiercely. Zhou Fu shuddered and said with a bitter face, elder, please forgive me. At that time, I didn't know she had this ability. I only thought she was a saint-grade artifact refiner. If I had known earlier, useless. Ba Qingyan sighed. The Haiku family didn't care about a saint-grade artifact refiner. After all, the family could cultivate such a level of artifact refiner, but someone who could arrange a spirit array to block the impact of the 100 Mountains picture was not something the family could ignore. The 100 Mountains picture was an origin-grade artifact, so even if the shockwave didn't directly hit the spirit array she had arranged, judging from her current state, the spirit array she had arranged was extremely profound. Was Wu Yi a person from the past? One of them was a third-order saint who had killed Su Zhishan and was now on the verge of breaking through, while the other was not only a saint-grade artifact refiner but also a proficient spirit array. Ba Qingyan suddenly regretted his attitude towards Wu Yi. He even wanted to take back his previous words and allow Wu Yi to return to the family. As long as Wu Yi returned to the family, perhaps he could recruit this man and woman through Wu Yi. If Ba Qingyan knew that Yang Inflammation was an origin-grade artifact refiner, even if he had to apologize to Wu Yi, he wouldn't hesitate. Yang Kai was immersed in this mysterious feeling. The reason he dared to break through here was because he didn't put these Haiku family members in his eyes. If they knew what was good for them, they would just stand in the distance, but if they dared to disturb him, Yang Kai wouldn't mind teaching them a lesson, letting them know who they should and shouldn't provoke. Yang Inflammation was arranging a spirit array around him and the Haiku family members were all ready to attack, but Yang Kai was still immersed in this mysterious feeling. His meridians seemed to swell and gradually become sore and unbearable. His body was like a rotating vortex, producing a huge suction force that slowly drew in the surrounding world energy. Suddenly, Yang Kai felt a sharp pain in his meridians and his physique squirmed, causing Yang Kai to let out a muffled groan and almost cry out. However, the pain quickly disappeared and was replaced by an endless feeling of comfort. The meridians in his body became thicker and firmer than before. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged into his body and there was almost no need for him to absorb it. The wind and clouds suddenly changed, and above Dragon Cave Mountain, an unimaginable amount of world energy condensed into a spirit cloud. The power of the heavens and earth rapidly condensed around Yang Kai's body and rained down on him like a bolt of lightning, riddling the area around him with thousands of holes. We need to run away. Yang Inflammation's face went pale as he hurriedly ran away, not daring to remain in place, Wu Yi and Yu Feng following closely behind. Ba Qingyan's jaw dropped as he was shocked by the terrifying scene in front of him. secretly rejoicing that he had not ordered his clansmen to rush up and add insult to injury. If he had really done so, there would have been no need for this young man to take action. The world energy produced by his breakthrough alone would have been enough to annihilate the entire Haiku family. The other clansmen were also trembling. It could be said that the commotion caused by such a breakthrough was even greater than the shock brought to them by the cross-realm battle earlier. None of them had ever known that a breakthrough could cause such a huge change in the world. How could this young man withstand it? For a time, many people even began to secretly curse Yang Kai in their hearts, hoping that he would fall during this breakthrough. Compared to such a person, they felt so inferior that they wanted to crawl into a hole. The rumbling sounds were enough to shatter one's soul as all of Dragon Cave Mountain shook violently. Every wave of world energy that fell was like a sledgehammer smashing into one's heart, making it difficult to breathe and causing one's face to go pale. Just looking at this scene was unbearable, but the face of the young man who was breaking through was filled with excitement as he opened his body and mind to accept this baptism of world energy. As the power of heaven and earth descended, the aura on his body became stronger and stronger, more and more violent. He was like an ancient god, standing proudly between the heavens and earth, making it impossible for anyone to look directly at him. As time passed, as the world energy continued to fall, the originally cloudy sky gradually cleared up, but the heavy feeling that pressed down on everyone's hearts did not weaken in the slightest. Suddenly, the world became clear and the momentum around Yang Kai's body shrank as his closed eyes opened again, flashing an excited luster. Saint King Realm. He had finally reached the Saint King Realm, breaking through the highest limit of Tong Xian Realm and catching up to the height that great demon god had once reached. It wasn't until this moment that Yang Kai felt that he had completely integrated with the star territory. The power in his body surged and became much more tyrannical than before. Gently clenching his fists, Yang Kai felt as if an explosive power was flowing from his hands. If he were to fight with Su Zhishan now, Yang Kai believed that old man wouldn't be able to hurt him and he could easily break through the Four Peaks defense. In the distance, the people from the Haiku family stared blankly at Dragon Cave Mountain, which seemed to have been ravaged by a violent storm. Because of this promotion, the entire Dragon Cave Mountain had become even more desolate than before. All the world energy that had been gathered by the Spirit Gathering Array had disappeared, and even the mist of world energy that had gathered around the mountain peak was nowhere to be seen. Even the world energy within a 30-kilometer radius had disappeared. Ba Qingyan groaned in his heart, no longer daring to underestimate Yang Kai. Yang Inflammation, Wu Yi, and Yufeng rushed over. Yang Inflammation was overjoyed, and although Wu Yi and Yufeng also congratulated him, Yang Kai could detect a faint trace of worry between their brows. After all, the two of them had just announced their separation from the Haiku family not long ago. No matter how bad the family was or how unfair it was to them, it was still their own family, the place where they grew up. They were all people of flesh and blood, people who cared deeply about their feelings, so it was impossible for them to act as if nothing had happened in such a short time. Little friend, congratulations, this old master's horizons have been broadened today. Little friend is truly a dragon among men, your future achievements will surely be limitless. Ba Qingyan led a group of people over, his voice reaching Yang Kai's ears before he even arrived. Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at him faintly. He didn't have a good impression of this old man. Previously, he had tried to coerce Wu Yi. As an elder of the Haiku family, he had the right to do so, but later on, this old man had tried to attack him several times, even wanting to join forces with Su Zhishan. Even when Yang Kai was breaking through, this old man had the same idea. Yang Kai had seen all of this, and although he suppressed the urge in his heart and ultimately chose to stand by and watch, that was only because he feared Yang Kai's strength and didn't have absolute confidence in killing Yang Kai. If he was truly confident, he would have done so long ago. Seeing Yang Kai refuse to pay attention to him, Ba Qingyan's face became slightly ugly as he awkwardly said, "Little friend is also a friend of Wu Yi's. If you have some free time in the future, please come visit my Haiku family." The Haiku family will definitely welcome you with open arms. Wu Yi has already left the Haiku family, why would I visit your family? Yang Kai glanced over at him. Ba Qingyan was immediately choked speechless, glancing over at Wu Yi awkwardly before saying with a forced smile, Wu Yi is still young and sometimes speaks rashly. This old master believes she didn't mean to say such things, nor did she really want to leave the family, so this old master wouldn't take her seriously, right Wu Yi? Wu Yi wore a sad expression as she remained silent. On the other hand, Yu Feng snorted, didn't Elder Ba just say he wanted Wu Yi to accept the family law? He even said he would do it himself. Ba Qingyan immediately glared at Yu Feng coldly. He wanted to become friends with Yang Kai, so he had to accommodate Wu Yi, but that didn't mean he had to accommodate Yu Feng. Yang Kai didn't like him and Wu Yi ignored him, causing him to become angry out of shame. Now that Yu Feng had added fuel to the fire, if not for having scruples about Yang Kai, he would have definitely taught him a lesson. To Ba Qingyan's surprise, Yu Feng, who had always been subservient to him like a mouse seeing a cat, was now extremely stubborn and didn't even try to avoid meeting his eyes. This made Ba Qingyan feel like he had lost face. After thinking about it for a moment, Ba Qingyan said, "Little friend has just broken through a great realm and will need some time to consolidate his cultivation, so this old master won't disturb you for the time being. If there is anything little friend needs from my Haiku family, there is no need to be polite, just ask. Since Wu Yi and Yu Feng are your friends, they can stay and look after you. This place is my Haiku family's territory, so Wu Yi, Yu Feng, don't neglect this little friend, understood?" Chapter 11:27. After Ba Qingyan finished speaking, Wu Yi still didn't say a word while Yu Feng coldly snorted, seemingly realizing for the first time just how shameless his elder could be, his face turning red. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Ba Qingyan was worthy of being called an old fox, his words clearly implying that Yang Kai was the guest and his Haiku family was the host, all but directly saying that this was his family's territory and that since he lived here, he had to give them some face. Ba Qingyan also knew that he probably didn't have much prestige in front of these two, so after speaking, he didn't care about their attitude, simply cupping his fists to Yang Kai in a friendly manner before turning around and leaving. The man named Wuku wore a complicated look as he glanced between Wu Yi and Yang Kai, the jealousy in his eyes almost bursting out. He hadn't expected that Wu Yi, who had just left the family, would make two such powerful friends. The several young women who followed Ba Qingyan also looked at Wu Yi with envy, turning their heads 3 times as they walked away, constantly casting flirtatious glances towards Yang Kai, as if as long as Yang Kai said a word, they would immediately throw themselves at him. After a long time, only Yang Kai, Yang Inflammation, Wu Yi, and Yu Feng remained. Not even birds or beasts could be seen on Dragon Cave Mountain. Wu Yi's eyes were slightly red as she forced a smile. "Yang Kai, I've let you see a joke. How could they be like this?" Yu Feng also muttered. In the past, the two of them had taken pride in being members of the Haiku family, but after everything that had happened this time, the attitude of the family's people towards these matters had directly overturned the sense of belonging and honor they had built up over a long period of time. Wu Yi would have preferred to see Ba Qingyan directly take her back to face the family law after she announced her separation from the family, even if it meant being beaten to death, rather than seeing an elder act so slick and opportunistic. This kind of weak family was completely different from what she had imagined. Yang Kai knew what she was thinking and said lightly, "In this world, strength is respected, without strength, one can only bend to the will of others. Survival is not easy." Wu Yi seemed to understand something and looked up at him with a slightly confused look in her beautiful eyes. Yu Feng, on the other hand, didn't think as much as she did and instead said with some concern, "Yang Kai, you killed Su Zhishan today, the Su family will definitely not let this go. They didn't know you were so powerful before, so they only sent a few people here today, but after they return to report, the Su's family's people, I'm sure they'll come back. Shouldn't you quickly leave? I'm afraid things will change." Before Yang Kai's, Yang inflammations, Yang Kai's, Yang Kai, I'll arrange some spirit set. Yang was, there was Yang, S and Yang was right S, E, and T tes S want to leave a, S he's to say he T, S, T's, and Yang, he, and of course, Yang and Yang, and the Yang. Yang Kai cultivated the Tao of space and needed a lot of space spirit crystals. If he missed this village, he wouldn't be able to find another one. Yang Kai didn't know what level Yang inflammation spirit arrays had reached before, but after seeing her performance today, he naturally felt relieved. What's more, Yang Kai was now a Saint King, and although he didn't know if he could compete with an origin-returning realm cultivator, as long as the Su family didn't have such a master, he wouldn't be afraid. What kind of materials do you want? Yang Kai asked. Ores, cultivation materials, as long as they aren't alchemy herbs, they're fine. I have some here, Wu Yi checked her space ring. I also have some, but not much, and the grade isn't high, Yu Feng also stated. It doesn't matter, just have Yang Kai pay for them, Yang Kai grinned. Others didn't know how rich Yang Kai was, but she did. The artifacts she had refined this time had all been exchanged for saint crystals by Yang Kai. What's more, he still had so many space spirit crystals, each of which could easily fetch tens of thousands of saint crystals. I just broke through and need to stabilize my cultivation. Yu Feng, I'll have to trouble you to make a trip to Heavenly Fate City. Yang Kai said while taking out 50,000 high-rank saint crystals from the black book space, placing them in a universe bag and handing it to Yu Feng. Although Yu Feng had never seen such a low-level storage artifact before, when he received it and swept it with his divine sense, he couldn't help paling. So many saint crystals? These saint crystals were almost equal to the annual income of the entire Haiku family, but Yang Kai had casually taken out so many saint crystals, shocking Yu Feng greatly. He couldn't understand how Yang Kai had managed to amass such a fortune in such a short time. After all, when Yang Kai first picked him up, the only space ring he had on him had already been taken away by Yang Kai. On the other hand, Yang Kai giving him so many saint crystals at once gave Yu Feng a sense of trust, so he quickly said, Brother Yang, rest assured, I will definitely buy as many materials as I can at the most discounted price. Turning to Wu Yi, Yu Feng said, I'll have to trouble you to take care of the young lady for the time being. Yang Kai nodded and Yu Feng flew off towards Heavenly Fate City. Yang Kai felt very assured about Yu Feng. For Wu Yi's sake, Yu Feng was willing to stand against an elder of his family. Although such a man was a bit foolish, he wasn't scheming. Wu Yi, you should rest first, your complexion is quite poor, Yang Kai looked at Wu Yi and said. Wu Yi nodded gently and, accompanied by Yang Inflammation, walked into the cave without saying a word. After returning to the cave, Yang Kai cleaned up his space ring and black book space, tossing everything he didn't need to Yang Inflammation. He had already confirmed Yang Inflammation's abilities, so if he wanted to arrange a spirit array to protect this cave, naturally the more materials he had, the better. The 10th order monster beast Thunder One gave birth to the lightning attribute Bird Wood after its death was left behind by Yang Kai. As for its use, he would need to discuss with Yang Inflammation. After dealing with this, Yang Kai placed a few dozen high-rank saint crystals beside him and sat down in the 7-colored spirit gathering flags to stabilize his current Saint King realm cultivation. If it was just a small breakthrough, this kind of stabilization wasn't particularly important, but after breaking through a great realm, it was necessary as it would be of great benefit to his future cultivation. While the storm on Dragon Cave Mountain had come to an end, the Haiku family was in an uproar. A male friend of Wu Yi's had killed the 3rd Order Saint King Su Zhishun with his 3rd Order Saint Realm cultivation and snatched 2 of his artifacts, while a female friend was not only a Saint-grade artifact refiner but also a Grandmaster proficient in spirit arrays. This news spread among the Haiku family's upper echelons, causing everyone to be shocked. Qing Yan, you said that young man named Yang Kai killed that old fox Su Zhishun? Did you see it with your own eyes? Inside the family's discussion hall, an old man with a long beard sitting at the head of the table asked slowly, his tone filled with disbelief. This was the current patriarch of the Hai Ku family, En. It wasn't that En didn't want to believe Ba Qingyan, but what happened this time was simply too hard to believe. It was possible that Yang Kai had killed a first-order Saint King, but who was Su Zhishan? He was an elder of the Su family and one of the most powerful masters in the Su family. Even if En personally took action, he might not necessarily be able to win. If Su Zhishan took out the 100 Mountains picture, En would have no choice but to flee. If it had been anyone else who said this, En would have just laughed and never taken it seriously, but Ba Qingyan was the one who had said it. Not only was En suspicious, but the dozen or so elders and foreign elders in the hall were also staring at Ba Qingyan with strange looks. "Old Ba, have you become muddle-headed from cultivation? Calling all of us here in broad daylight just to say this kind of thing, how boring," an elder named Waluan sitting to the left laughed. "That's right, Elder Ba, if you want to tell a joke, I suggest you change it, this isn't funny at all." Another beautiful woman with a plump figure was also somewhat dissatisfied. She was one of the foreign elders of the Hai Ku family named Huang Wan. "Qing Yan, tell us carefully, I believe you aren't someone who doesn't know what's important and what's not." En looked at Ba Qingyan. Ba Qingyan's expression remained unchanged. He knew that what he was saying was ridiculous, and if someone else had told him this, he wouldn't have believed them so easily, so he didn't care about the ridicule of Waluan and Huang Wan, simply waving his hand and saying, "Come in." More than a dozen people filed in. Many of these people were from the younger generation of the Hai Ku family, the same group that had followed Ba Qingyan to Dragon Cave Mountain. After entering, everyone saluted. The elders and foreign elders present didn't know what Ba Qingyan wanted to do, but none of them spoke, simply waiting quietly for him to continue. "Wu Ku, tell the patriarch and the elders and foreign elders what you saw today, don't conceal anything, and don't exaggerate anything, otherwise you'll be punished according to the family law." Ba Qingyan said faintly. Wu Ku hurriedly cupped his fists and nodded, recounting how Su Zhishan had led the Su family's people to Dragon Cave Mountain, clashed with Yang Kai, and then fought. This little brat's eloquence was quite good, so although he didn't understand anything at the time, his description was quite detailed, almost reproducing the original scene. When they heard that Wu Yi and Yu Feng had left the family in order to protect Yang Kai and oppose Ba Qingyan, the faces of the elders and foreign elders suddenly became extremely ugly, each of them demanding that the patriarch send someone to bring this little girl back and punish her according to the family law as a warning to others. But soon, they no longer bothered with this issue. Yang Kai had snatched Su Zhishan's nether shadow soul thread and instantly erased his soul brand, forcing him to use the 100 Mountains picture and summon 6 Phantom Mountains. Even under the protection of 4 of these Phantom Mountains, Su Zhishan had still been burned to death by a cloud of black flames. After that, Yang Kai had broken through to the Saint King realm. All the elders and foreign elders were dumbfounded, none of them daring to believe their ears. They faintly believed Ba Qingyan's story because just now, they had felt some abnormalities in the world energy. Dragon Cave Mountain wasn't too far from here, so they had naturally noticed it, but they hadn't paid it much attention. It turned out that this was the result of someone breaking through to the Saint King realm. After Wu Ku finished speaking, Ba Qingyan turned to the dozen or so people present and asked, "Is there any falsehood in Wu Ku's words?" The dozen or so people all shook their heads, "No." "What happened today, did you witness it with your own eyes?" "Yes, Elder." Everyone nodded. "Good, you may withdraw." Ba Qingyan waved his hand and the dozen or so people bowed before withdrawing. Chapter 1128. Inside the Hai Ku family's discussion hall, all the elders and foreign elders fell silent. If they had suspected that Ba Qingyan was telling a joke a moment ago, they no longer dared to doubt him now. It didn't make sense for more than a dozen clansmen to join forces and tell such a big lie to them. The only explanation was that it was the truth. There's such a young junior? Ian took a deep breath, a look of shock appearing on his face before he sighed. Why wasn't he born in my haiku family? If he had been born in my family. Ian's words echoed everyone's thoughts. If such a powerful young man was a member of the haiku family, the family's prosperity would be just around the corner. They would no longer be a peripheral force of Shadow Moon Hall. Peripheral forces were just a name. To put it nicely, they did have some relationship with Shadow Moon Hall, but to put it bluntly, they were just relying on Shadow Moon Hall's name, providing them with supplies every year in exchange for Shadow Moon Hall not bothering them. They couldn't obtain any benefits from Shadow Moon Hall, and as long as Shadow Moon Hall wanted to, they could dissolve this family at any time. Patriarch, although this young Kai wasn't born in my family, that doesn't mean we can't use him, the beautiful foreign elder named Huang Wan, who had spoken before, suddenly said with a smile. Oh. Consecrator Huang, you mean? Ian looked at her with joy. Huang Wan smiled and said, Elder Ba just said that in order to protect him, that little girl Wu Yi didn't hesitate to say she would leave the family. In my opinion, their relationship isn't simple. At the very least, Wu Yi is somewhat interested in that little brat. As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes lit up. Foreign Elder Huang is right. Waluan also nodded in agreement. Wu Yi's appearance isn't bad and her aptitude is one of the best in my family. If that young Kai really has feelings for Wu Yi, it's not impossible. As long as we can bring the two of them together, it may not be impossible. However, before that, we need to inquire about the origins of this young man. Since he was able to kill Su Ji-shun with just a Saint Realm cultivation, he can't be a nobody. What do you think? Do you think he's Thunder Typhoon Sect's #1 young master, Fang Tianzhong? It was said that Fang Tianzhong had the ability to kill enemies above his own realm. Wei Guchang of Shadow Moon Hall also had this ability, and there was also Chu Chang Feng of Heaven Battling Union. Was Yang Kai just one of their aliases? Otherwise, why haven't we heard of this name before? Someone asked. It's definitely not them. Those monsters have already reached the Saint King realm and are likely third-order Saint Kings by now, a full great realm higher than Yang Kai. They have nothing to do with each other. As for his origins, this old man knows a thing or two, a bearded old man said in a deep voice. An old man with a goatee said in a deep voice. Seeing that he had attracted everyone's attention, he continued, I heard my family's boy mention that when Wu Yi returned from a mining expedition, Yu Feng picked up a person from the starry sky. Yang Kai should be that person. Picked up. The group of people was dumbfounded. How could a young man with such excellent aptitude be picked up? Ian's expression changed as he turned to look at one of the people present and smiled. Foreign Elder Chang, when Wu Yi took people out to mine last time, I remember you were the one who followed her, right? What do you know about that Yang Kai? Chang Chi frowned. He had a good relationship with Wu Yi and had often taken care of her when she was still in the family. Today, when he heard that Wu Yi had been forced to leave the family, he couldn't help feeling dissatisfied with Ba Qingyan's actions. Originally, he didn't want to express any opinions, but now that the patriarch had asked, even if he didn't want to say anything, he had no choice. After all, when Yu Feng picked up Yang Kai and Yang Kai escaped from the blood-red crystal, Chang Chi was present, so he knew more about Yang Kai's origins than anyone here. After pondering for a moment, Chang Chi briefly explained what had happened at that time. The expressions of the group changed dramatically as none of them had expected Yang Kai's origins to be so bizarre, actually escaping from a blood-red crystal. But soon, Huang Wan giggled, since we know his origins, it's much easier to handle. He may not be a nobody in the outside world, but since he came to Shadowed Star, he has no relatives or backing. Although my haiku family isn't big, it is still a powerful force. Taking the initiative to show him goodwill, there is no reason for him to refuse. What's more, Dragon Cave Mountain, where he now lives, is also one of my family's properties. What Foreign Elder Huang says is correct. Young people may be a bit hot-blooded, but they all love beauty. It looks like he really does have some ideas about Wu Yi, we just need to play matchmaker. Someone immediately stood up and agreed, many others nodding in agreement. That's inappropriate. Suddenly, a voice of objection sounded. Ian cast his eyes over and asked warmly, why does Elder Ba feel this is inappropriate? Ian hadn't expected that the first to object would be Ba Qingyan. Ba Qingyan quickly said, first, today, Yang Kai beheaded Su Zhishen, and although he displayed great strength and superb combat strength, if it wasn't related to the 100 Mountains picture, the Su family may have simply swallowed this insult and turned big problems into small ones into nothing. Instead, they would have demanded some compensation from him to save some face. However, the 100 Mountains picture has already been snatched away, so even if the Su family fears Yang Kai, it is impossible for them to give up. If my family were to show goodwill to Yang Kai right now, it would definitely cause a great deal of trouble with the Su family. What is the Su family? Does my Haiku family fear his Su family? Isn't Elder Ba's fears a bit too groundless? The elder named Waluan coldly snorted. Yes, Elder Ba, the 100 Mountains picture is not in the Su family's possession, so we really don't need to fear them. Perhaps we can take this opportunity to annex the Su family's forces. As soon as this statement came out, many people were tempted. The Su family's 100 Mountains picture was something all of them were afraid of, but now that this artifact was gone, what was there to fear? If they could deal with the Su family, it would be easier for them to make friends with Yang Kai. En frowned but didn't rush to express his opinion, instead turning to Ba Qingyan and saying, Elder Ba, please continue. Ba Qingyan glanced over at the high-spirited elders and foreign elders who couldn't wait to destroy the Su family and sneered, you may not be afraid of the Su family, but what about Shadow Moon Hall? Everyone gawked for a moment, but soon seemed to remember something and immediately showed looks of dread. We and the Su family are both peripheral families of Shadow Moon Hall, so Shadow Moon Hall won't intervene in this kind of dispute, but Wu Yi is someone that Xie Hongwen has taken a fancy to. If we arbitrarily matchmake Wu Yi with Yang Kai, do you think Xie Hongwen will just ignore it? A trivial Xie Hongwen is nothing to be afraid of, but he has a father who is a deacon of Shadow Moon Hall. The status of a deacon in Shadow Moon Hall is not high, but it is not something my Haiku family can afford to provoke. What Elder Ba says is correct, En nodded. Although Yang Kai is good, in the end, he has no foundation. He is just one person, so if we offend Xie Hongwen in order to make friends with him, it really isn't worth it. It seems this matter needs to be carefully considered. If we want to recruit Yang Kai, we can't afford to offend Xie Hongwen. Elder Ba, you're quite thoughtful, why don't you take another trip to Dragon Cave Mountain and see what that man wants? We can cater to his tastes. If he really has a heart for beauty, my Haiku family has many unmarried girls, a few of them no worse than Wu Yi. As long as he is willing to serve my family, a trivial few girls should be more than enough for us to afford. Yes, Patriarch. Ba Qingyan stood up and bowed gently, thinking about it for a moment before asking, Patriarch, how should we deal with that saint-grade artifact refiner named Yang Inflammation? Her attainments in spirit arrays shouldn't be bad. Elder Ba, we do need an array grandmaster, but Yang Inflammation is still very young, so even if she has some attainments in spirit arrays, I'm afraid they won't be too profound. This time, the most important thing is Yang Kai. Yes. Since the Patriarch had said so, Ba Qingyan couldn't refute, but he faintly felt that the spirit arrays arranged by Yang Inflammation were not simple. Perhaps her value was even greater than Yang Kai's. After leaving the main hall, Ba Qingyan didn't immediately rush to Dragon Cave Mountain. He knew that Yang Kai didn't want to see him, so if he went now, he would definitely be refused entry. Moreover, Yang Kai had just broken through to the Saint King realm and was most likely in retreat to consolidate his cultivation. Consolidate his cultivation? Ba Qingyan's eyes lit up and immediately thought of something good. He hurried to the family's storehouse and took out a jade box. Opening the jade box, there was a Longan-sized pill inside, exuding a fragrant fragrance. If there was one thing Yang Kai needed the most right now, it should be this Saint King pill, right? Ba Qingyan smiled triumphantly and walked out of the storehouse. Inside the cave of Dragon Cave Mountain, Yang Kai was in retreat while Yang Inflammation was sorting out the various materials with the assistance of Wu Yi. The materials in Kai Yang's possession were all over the place. There were all kinds of materials of various grades, and the quantity was enormous. The two women were dizzy from sorting them out, but they were also enjoying themselves. They hadn't expected Kai Yang's stockpile to be so rich. Suddenly, Wu Yi burst into laughter, her body trembling. Yang Inflammation looked at her puzzled and asked, "What are you laughing about?" Wu Yi said, "I'm laughing at Yang Kai for being too cunning." "In what way is he cunning?" Yang Inflammation asked curiously. "When I picked him up, he only had a single space ring which was stolen by Yufeng. I pitied him so I gave him a few saint crystals, but now that I think about it, he clearly had other space rings, I just didn't know where they were hidden. Otherwise, how could he have so many saint crystals and materials?" At that time, he looked at me gratefully and thanked me profusely. I thought I had done something good, but it turns out I had been deceived by him all along. "And he really is cunning," Yang Inflammation nodded, "but those saint crystals have nothing to do with him, I was the one who helped him earn them." Wu Yi was puzzled, but before she had time to ask, Yufeng, who had gone out to purchase materials, returned. "How was it?" Wu Yi asked. "Too good." Yufeng grinned. "Young miss, you don't know, but I've never enjoyed such supreme treatment. Those shops that sell materials treat me like I'm their grandfather. The feeling of spending so much money is so wonderful. There are even a few beautiful girls who are secretly throwing flirtatious glances at me." Chapter 1129. Seeing the smug look on Yufeng's face, Wu Yi rolled her eyes. "Don't make a fool of yourself. I'm asking you about the materials you purchased." "Oh, I bought them, they're all here," Yufeng said, handing the space ring in his hand to Yang Inflammation. Yang Inflammation took it and swept it with his divine sense before nodding. "Not bad, with these materials, I'll be able to set up a spirit array to protect this place within a month. When that time comes, no matter how many people come, we won't have to fear them." Wu Yi and Yufeng both looked at her in surprise, but soon, Wu Yi shook her head and turned to Yufeng. "What's that in your hand?" "Young Master Wuku sent it over and asked me to give it to Yang Kai," Yufeng explained. When he returned just now, he happened to see Wuku wandering around outside the cave, so he went up to ask him about it. How could he have known that Wuku would simply shove this jade box into his hand and say that it was something Elder Ba wanted to give to Yang Kai before disappearing without a trace? Did Elder Ba ask cousin to send it over? Wu Yi frowned slightly, seemingly thinking of something, staring at the jade box and saying, "Open it and let me see." Yufeng opened the jade box and a fragrant smell immediately wafted out from inside the cave. "A Saint King pill?" Wu Yi and Yufeng exclaimed at the same time. The former was secretly shocked, thinking that the family was really generous, actually bringing over the last Saint King pill from their storehouse. The latter couldn't help gulping as his eyes flashed with greed. On the other hand, Yang Inflammation only glanced at the Saint King pill faintly before returning to his own business. "Did Elder Ba really ask cousin to bring this over?" Wu Yi asked uncertainly. "And where else would I have gotten it? It seems that the family intends to make friends with Yang Kai." Wu Yi murmured, immediately chuckling, "And, as long as those people aren't senile, they should make friends with them. However, they only sent cousin here. It seems they have some scruples." "Forget it, you send the Saint King pill over first, Yang Kai happens to need it." If it were anything else, Wu Yi might have asked Yufeng to return it, but this Saint King pill was different. "Okay." Yufeng carefully closed the jade box and walked inside. Arriving in front of Yang Kai's stone room, he didn't even have time to speak before Yang Kai's voice sounded out, brother Yu, come in. Yu Feng grinned and stepped forward, handing over the jade box in his hand, and then recounting how he obtained it. A Saint King pill. Yang Kai looked at the longan-sized pill in the jade box with amusement. As an alchemist, he naturally knew what a Saint King pill was. To break through to the Saint King realm from the Saint realm, taking a Saint King pill could help a cultivator stabilize their cultivation and state of mind. Because this pill was only effective at this stage, it was called the Saint King pill. The Saint King pill was a Saint King grade mid-rank pill. Its grade wasn't too high, but it required a lot of materials to refine. Basically, for every great realm breakthrough and consolidation, there was a corresponding pill to assist a cultivator, but because Yang Kai had the demon eye of annihilation, he had absorbed a lot of the insights of high-level cultivators into the heavenly way and martial Dao, so he had never taken pills for breakthroughs or consolidations because he didn't need them. Yang Kai didn't need them, but others did. For a cultivator, these pills were very precious. The Haiku family giving him a Saint King pill was clearly a gesture of goodwill and an attempt to win him over, something Yang Kai was well aware of. If it were anyone else, perhaps this pill really would have been effective, but they had given it to Yang Kai as a gift to the wrong person. Yang Kai was an alchemist himself, so he could refine such a pill in less than 2 incense sticks worth of time. He had enough spirit grasses and spirit medicines in his black book space. Seeing Yu Feng staring at the Saint King pill in his hand with a look of envy, Yang Kai put the Saint King pill back into the jade box and casually tossed it over. You eat it. Yu Feng was shocked, catching the jade box and waving his hand. No, this is a gift from the family to you. On top of that, this pill is extremely precious. My Haiku family asked an alchemist to refine a few of them. Young lady took one when she broke through to the Saint King realm. As far as I know, this is the last one. Just eat it. I don't need it. Yang Kai shook his head. But I broke through to the Saint King realm 2 or 3 years ago. If I eat this now, its efficacy will be greatly reduced. Yu Feng couldn't bear to waste such a precious pill. Then I'll give it to you. Whether you want to eat it or sell it is up to you. Yang Kai smiled. Brother Yang, you really don't want it? If you do, I won't be able to explain it to the family. Haven't you already left the family with Wu Yi? What else do you need to explain? Yang Kai looked at him with a funny smile. Yu Feng gawked for a moment before patting his head. Right, seemingly remembering that he had left the family, Yu Feng's expression became a little gloomy. Yang Kai comforted him. Leaving the Haiku family is not necessarily a bad thing. Rest assured, in the future, you will receive better cultivation conditions here than in the Haiku family. Yu Feng nodded politely. Many thanks for Brother Yang's kindness. I don't mind, but young lady, He was obviously more worried about Wu Yi and didn't pay much attention to Yang Kai's words. He had seen Yang Kai's combat effectiveness, but if he said he could provide better cultivation conditions, Yu Feng didn't believe it. After Yu Feng left, Yang Kai thought about it for a moment before sending out a divine sense message. A moment later, the stone mongoose emerged from the ground. After a few days of hard work, Yang Kai had collected a lot of space spirit crystals. After Yang Kai made Yang Kai spit out all of the space spirit crystals, he ordered Yang Kai to put the matter of the space spirit crystals aside for now and open up a few more stone rooms inside the cave. Wu Yi and Yu Feng were now homeless and could only live here. Their current predicament was because of him, so Yang Kai naturally wouldn't just stand by and do nothing. The speed at which the stone mongoose opened up stone rooms was extremely fast, and its mind was very simple. When Yang Kai told it to open up a stone room, it did its best, and by the time Yang Kai told it to stop, the entire cave had undergone a great change. One after another, the stone rooms were neatly arranged on both sides of the tunnel. Every one of them was the same size, and there was no difference between them. It was as if someone had measured them with the most precise ruler. There were at least a few hundred stone rooms in the cave. Yang Kai swept the room with his divine sense and smiled wryly. ordering the stone mongoose to continue mining space spirit ore and ignoring it. While he was in retreat to consolidate his Saint King realm cultivation, Yang Kai was also refining the purple shield artifact that Yang Yen had just refined. Su Jishan's 100 Mountains picture had caused Yang Kai to suffer a bit. Su Jishan's 100 Mountains picture had caused Yang Kai to suffer a bit. Su Jishan had only summoned 6 mountain phantoms, yet they had already displayed such power. If he had summoned 100 of them, it was likely the surrounding 1,000 kilometers would have been destroyed. Yang Kai urgently needed a defensive artifact. After Yang Yen and the other two finished sorting out the materials, they were also shocked by the changes in the cave. After only a day or two, there were suddenly hundreds of stone rooms of the same size, causing Wu Yi and Yufeng to feel like they were in a dream. They thought it was Yang Kai's handiwork but didn't notice anything strange at all. Only Yang Yan's eyes narrowed slightly as he realized this was the work of the stone mongoose. With so many stone rooms, Wu Yi and Yufeng naturally chose one each to live in. Yang Yen took out some saint crystals and arranged a small spirit-gathering spirit array in each of their stone rooms, allowing them to cultivate better before busying himself with arranging the defensive spirit array. Fortunately, Wu Yi cultivated a fire attribute secret art, so although she didn't understand artifact refining, under the guidance of Yang Yen, she was able to refine some simple things. The stone mongoose was the busiest of all. It had just been sent by Yang Kai to collect space spirit crystals before being called back by Yang Yen. Tempering materials was something the stone mongoose could do quickly and efficiently, so who else could it be? Yang Yen saved a lot of time and energy. She had never enjoyed such a beautiful artifact refining process before. With the stone mongoose as her assistant, all she needed to do was shape the materials and inscribe the spirit arrays inside them. There was no need for her to do anything else. Half a month later, Yang Kai exited his retreat. As soon as he stepped out of the stone room, he immediately felt the difference outside. Originally, there was only him and Yang Yen here, followed by Wu Yi and Yufeng, so there were only 4 people in total, but now, there were at least 40 more people in the cave. Some of them were cultivating in their stone rooms while others were helping out. All of Dragon Cave Mountain was lively. What's going on here? Yang Kai walked out suspiciously and everyone he met greeted him warmly. Yang Kai was surprised to find that he knew all of these people. Even if he didn't know their names, he was quite familiar with them. Because they were all people who had followed Wu Yi back on the starship and had helped out under the leadership of Yufeng when the cave was being arranged. Yang Kai. Wu Yi's voice suddenly called out. Yang Kai smiled at her and walked over. After not seeing her for half a month, Wu Yi's complexion had improved greatly and the sadness between her eyebrows had disappeared. Her entire person seemed youthful and beautiful, filled with joy. These people. Yang Kai looked at her in confusion. They all came to follow me. Wu Yi looked at Yang Kai apologetically. They all announced they were leaving the family. Yang Kai was surprised. He hadn't expected Wu Yi's appeal to be so strong. If there were 1 or 2 young men who admired Wu Yi and followed her, even going so far as to leave the Haiku family, that would be one thing, but there were more than 40 people here, a mix of men and women. There was no other explanation other than Wu Yi's prestige and personal charm having conquered them. Leaving the family without permission was no trivial matter, especially when so many people were doing so at the same time. It was tantamount to slapping the Haiku family in the face several dozen times. Yang Kai didn't know if the Haiku family could endure this. "I'm sorry, I didn't know things would develop like this," Wu Yi said apologetically. She had announced she was leaving the family at the time because she wanted to protect Yang Kai and because she was bitterly disappointed with the family's actions. How could she have known that she would make such a bad decision and cause more than 40 people to follow her? This had caught her off guard, but even more so, she was moved. Chapter 1130. If you don't mind, I can take them away. Wu Yi saw Yang Kai not speaking and thought he was unhappy, so she quickly bit her red lips and offered. "Where can you take them?" Yang Kai smiled. "Since they've come here, they might as well stay. After all, this place was originally yours." "But I've already given it to you," Wu Yi said with a look of shame. "Since I gave it to you, it's yours now. Don't think too much about it, you being able to have so many followers is your own ability." Yang Kai smiled lightly. "In any case, there are many stone rooms in this cave, so it doesn't matter if more people come." "Thank you," Wu Yi said gratefully. Yang Kai shook his head and said sincerely, "I should be the one thanking you." If Wu Yi hadn't given him Dragon Cave Mountain to live in, he wouldn't have discovered the space spirit crystal mine here. Although it wasn't convenient for him to speak of it for the time being, Yang Kai would never forget such a heavy favor. Forget about these trivial people who had followed Wu Yi. Even if Wu Yi encountered a bigger problem, he would stand up for her. "You two don't need to thank each other," Yang Inflammation's voice called out. Yang Kai turned his head and saw her walking over from the side, looking somewhat tired. Although she looked haggard, her beautiful eyes were filled with excitement as she casually tossed something to Yang Kai and said, "This artifact is good, take a look and see if you want to refine it. If you don't want to refine it, sell it, we're poor now." Yang Kai caught this artifact and swept it with his divine sense, quickly discovering that it was Su Jishen's 100 Mountains picture and immediately throwing it into his space ring. "I'm not selling it." In the battle with Su Jishen, Yang Kai had obtained two of his artifacts. One was the Nether Shadow Soul Silk and the other was the 100 Mountains picture. Yang Kai hadn't had time to examine them carefully, but he knew that this 100 Mountains picture was indeed a treasure. Su Jishen had summoned 6 mountain phantoms to display such power, so if he refined it and summoned more mountain phantoms, their power would only increase. At that time, even returned to void stage cultivators wouldn't be able to withstand the combined might of the 100 mountain peaks. Yang Kai wasn't very interested in offensive artifacts, but he was very fond of artifacts like the 100 Mountains picture. "Then give me some saint crystals." Yang Inflammation simply stretched out his small hand. "Didn't you buy 50,000 saint crystals worth of materials last time? High-rank saint crystals at that, have you used them all up?" Yang Kai looked at Yang Inflammation in shock. This woman was good at making money, but she was also good at squandering. "Do you think it's easy to set up a great array? Those materials are only enough to arrange a small spirit gathering array, but now that so many people have come, each of their stone rooms must be rearranged with a small spirit gathering array. Every day they cultivate, they consume a lot of saint crystals." Wu Yi waved her hand and said, "There's no need to arrange such things, they never enjoyed such treatment when they were in the family. Dragon Cave Mountain's current world energy aura isn't bad. The last time Yang Kai broke through, the world energy aura within a 30-kilometer radius of the cave had been swept clean, but after more than half a month, it had recovered somewhat. At the very least, a faint mist of world energy could be seen above the mountain peaks. There's no need to be polite with him, his wealth is beyond your imagination." Yang Inflammation leaned over and whispered in Wu Yi's ear. She was the only one who knew that Yang Kai had countless space spirit crystals, so she naturally knew that Yang Kai wouldn't worry about saint crystals. Yang Kai shook his head and took out the remaining tens of thousands of high-rank saint crystals, mid-rank saint crystals, and low-rank saint crystals from his space ring, leaving only 1,000 for himself. "Wu Yi will be our Dragon Cave Mountains treasurer from now on, so she'll be in charge of our finances. I have to arrange the spirit gathering array, so I don't have much time. If you need to buy anything, I'll let you know. If you don't have enough saint crystals, just tell Yang Kai and he'll get them." Yang Inflammation stuffed a space ring filled with countless saint crystals into Wu Yi's hands. Wu Yi froze for a moment, not having expected that Yang Inflammation would ask for saint crystals from Yang Kai in order to transfer them to her. But soon, she understood that Yang Inflammation was clearly trying to find something for her to do, so she wouldn't let her imagination run wild. Thinking so, Wu Yi was moved and didn't refuse, quickly nodding, "You can rest assured, every piece of saint crystal in my hands will have a clear place to go." Wu Yi had always wanted to take charge of the Haiku family and had managed a few things for the family over the years, so now, managing a trivial group of 40 people was nothing difficult for her. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he understood Yang Inflammation's intentions, quietly giving her a thumbs up. Yang Inflammation grinned, "My defensive array is about to be completed, but Yang Kai, you really need to collect more saint crystals. If you want to secure this 1,000-kilometer perimeter, the current spirit gathering array won't be enough. The current spirit gathering array can only protect a 10-kilometer radius around our cave." Yang Kai naturally understood the meaning behind her words. The space spirit crystal load was of great importance. The stone mongoose had been collecting for so many days now and was still collecting, so no one knew just how amazing the reserves beneath it were. No matter what, Yang Kai had to protect this place. What's more, Yang Kai also intended to stay here and use it as a springboard to make a name for himself. Nodding, Yang Kai said, "Don't worry about saint crystals, I'll find a way." Yang Inflammation glanced at him with some worry, "Be careful." She thought that Yang Kai would sell space spirit crystals if he was really forced to, but how could she have known that Yang Kai had no such thoughts at all? "By the way, Yang Kai, Elder Ba from the family has been coming over every day, saying he has something to discuss with you, but since you were in retreat, he couldn't come in. He came again today and is still outside." Wu Yi looked at Yang Kai slightly uneasily. "That Ba Qingyan? What do you think?" Yang Kai looked at her, "If you want me to see him, I'll see him, but if you don't, I'll send him away now." "I don't know." Wu Yi shook her head, clenching her fists as a look of struggle appeared on her face. "Then let me ask you, do you still want to return to the Haiku family?" "I don't." This time, Wu Yi didn't hesitate and decisively shook her head, smiling self-deprecatingly. "Before, I thought that although the family was small and weak, we all had a common goal. For this goal, even if I had to give up my life, it didn't matter, but now, I really don't want to go back. My parents are no longer alive, and the family has given me a great deal of care, but I've also contributed a lot to the family over the years. Even if I haven't paid it all back, I'm close. I know, I'll go see him and make things clear so he won't bother you in the future." Wu Yi gently nodded. Ba Qingyan had been here for 4 consecutive days now. He knew that Yang Kai was in retreat to consolidate his cultivation, so he had been waiting patiently until he felt it was about time to come to Dragon Cave Mountain. However, every time he came, he would never be able to see Yang Kai's face. Ba Qingyan couldn't be too arrogant and could only wait patiently, watching his family's disciples come and go every day. It wasn't until today that a familiar figure suddenly appeared in the cave. Ba Qingyan smiled happily as he immediately recognized this person as the young man who had killed Su Zhishan that day. Cupping his fists, he said, "Congratulations, little friend Yang. Little friend Yang's aura is quite profound. It seems that your harvest this time was not small. Little friend Yang is truly talented. It only took you such a short time to consolidate your cultivation. This old man is truly impressed." Yang Kai glanced over at him faintly, knowing that he was referring to the Saint King pill. Generally speaking, it would take a long time for an average person to consolidate their cultivation, but taking a pill could shorten this process. Ba Qingyan didn't mention the Saint King pill, but he felt that Yang Kai should be well aware of it. How could he have known that Yang Kai wasn't willing to pay attention to him at all? Forget about the Saint King pill, even if he had, so what? A trivial Saint King grade mid-rank pill, could it be that he couldn't afford it? If you have something to say, just say it. Seeing that you are a former elder of Wu Yi's family, I'll give you 30 breaths of time, no more. Ba Qingyan almost choked to death upon hearing Yang Kai's words. He hadn't expected that Yang Kai wouldn't even bother to invite him in, so for a moment, Ba Qingyan couldn't help feeling like his warm face had been pressed against Yang Kai's cold ass, causing his old face to flush red. If it weren't for the fact that he was afraid he couldn't beat Yang Kai, Ba Qingyan would have exploded on the spot. Fortunately, this old man's mental fortitude wasn't bad, so he quickly suppressed the anger in his heart and smiled. The shocking battle half a month ago really opened this old master's eyes. This old master had never imagined that there would be someone as powerful as little friend Yang in this world. Little friend Yang's aptitude is comparable to that of Shadow Moon Hall's Wei Guchang, Heaven Battling Union's Chu Chang Feng, and Thunder Typhoon Sect's Fang Tianzhong. Yang Kai looked at him coldly but didn't interrupt him, simply waiting for him to finish before saying expressionlessly, "You have 20 breaths left." Ba Qingyan's face twitched a few times. This Yang Kai was simply too stubborn. Ba Qingyan had already pulled down his old face to praise him. Shouldn't he at least show some modesty? Even if he didn't show any modesty, he should at least show the arrogance and pride of a young man. Flattery wasn't easy for Ba Qingyan, yet he still had to do it at such an old age. It was said that young people became arrogant, but now it seemed that this wasn't the case. Yang Kai's arrogance was simply boundless. Seemingly understanding Yang Kai's temperament, Ba Qingyan's expression immediately became serious and he didn't waste any time, directly asking, "My Haiku family intends to marry off a few unmarried girls to little friend Yang Kai. I wonder if little friend Yang Kai is already married?" Not interested. Yang Kai still wore a cold expression. Little friend Yang Kai, it's like this, you killed Su Zhishan of the Su family and snatched his 100 Mountains picture, so the Su family won't let this matter rest. My Haiku family is willing to take responsibility for little friend Yang Kai's troubles. As long as little friend Yang Kai agrees to live with my family is willing to hire little friend Yang Kai as a foreign elder and enjoy the same treatment. Not interested. Little friend Yang Kai, please let this old man finish speaking. Ba Qingyan secretly complained in his heart, wondering what kind of job he had taken on. He had never met someone as difficult to deal with as Yang Kai. No matter what he said, Yang Kai's only response was that he wasn't interested. Little friend Yang Kai, you have offended the Su family and killed Su Zhishan, so the next time the Su family comes, it won't be just 1 or 2 people. For the 100 Mountains picture, they may come in full force. Without the protection of my Haiku family, how can a trivial mountain like you resist? Even if you aren't afraid of them, what about the girl next to you? When the city gate catches fire, the fish in the moat will suffer. Little friend Yang Kai should understand, right? Now is not the time to act rashly. If you want to protect yourself and that girl, my Haiku family is willing to do its part. Chapter 1131. Ba Qingyan felt that he was already trying his best to persuade Yang Kai. If it had been someone else, how could he have been so blunt? He was a worldly man who was well versed in human relations, so he naturally knew what to say and what not to say when negotiating with others. Only when facing Yang Kai did he put forward all of his family's conditions because he found that this young man's temper and patience were not good. Perhaps it was because of Wu Yi that Ba Qingyan had a bad impression of him. If he continued to beat around the bush, he was afraid he wouldn't even have a chance to speak. Seeing how sincere he was, Ba Qingyan thought that as long as Yang Kai had a bit of brain, he wouldn't refuse these proposals. So, after he finished speaking, he looked at Yang Kai expectantly. "You have 5 breaths left." Yang Kai still remained indifferent, not showing the slightest hesitation. Ba Qingyan's expression changed a few times before he steeled his heart and grit his teeth. "Little friend, my Haiku family and the Su family are both peripheral forces of Shadow Moon Hall. Although there are many frictions between us, we can still be considered allies. We once agreed to advance and retreat together, live and die together. If not for this, a small force like ours would have already been swallowed whole by Shadow Moon Hall. Does little friend wish to reconsider?" These words clearly contained a hint of threat, meaning that if Yang Kai didn't rely on the protection of his Haiku family, once the Su family joined forces with the Haiku family, perhaps Yang Kai would have to face the hostility of these 2 forces. Yang Kai nodded. "Come, I'll see if you can return after you come." Saying so, without waiting for Ba Qingyan to respond, Yang Kai turned around and walked into the cave. Ba Qingyan trembled with anger. Although his strength wasn't very high, he was still an elder of the Hai Ku family. Now that he had been ordered to recruit Yang Kai, how could he have imagined that this little brat would be so arrogant and domineering, not even giving him a chance? Does he really think he's a big shot? A trivial Saint King realm cultivator, even if his combat power was high, would he be able to resist all the masters of the Su family? You really don't know how to appreciate my kindness. Little friend. Ba Qingyan was also angered by Yang Kai's attitude and said in a low voice, Dragon Cave Mountain is the property of my Hai Ku family, outsiders are not welcome here. Little friend should choose another place to live. Yang Kai, who had just reached the entrance of the cave, immediately turned around and looked at Ba Qingyan coldly. Ba Qingyan showed no fear and simply sneered, I know this place was given to you by Wu Yi before, but now that Wu Yi has announced her separation from the family, she no longer has the right to give Dragon Cave Mountain away unless she returns to the family to receive punishment. But even so, this place still belongs to my Hai Ku family, an outsider has no right to point fingers here. In addition, all the family disciples who came here will be punished. Scram! Yang Kai shouted in a low voice, his spiritual energy bursting out like a tide. Ba Qingyan snorted as his face paled and he was sent flying backwards, vomiting a mouthful of blood mid-air. After landing, his face was filled with shock and fear. He was a third-order Saint King cultivator, but in terms of soul cultivation, he was actually inferior to Yang Kai, who had just broken through to the first-order Saint King realm. With just a single blow, he had been injured and his knowledge sea had been shaken. If this little brat wanted to take his life, wouldn't it have been easy? I won't kill you this time, but go back and tell your Hai Ku family that if you dare cause trouble for me again, I'll slaughter your Hai Ku family. Wu Yi and the others are with me right now, so Dragon Cave Mountain is also mine. Anyone who sets foot within 50 kilometers of this place without my permission is my enemy, so don't blame me for showing no mercy. You. Ba Qingyan pointed at Yang Kai, his fingers trembling as anger filled his heart, almost causing him to cough up blood again. Not daring to remain any longer, he summoned his star shuttle and quickly fled. Outside the cave, when the cultivator who had followed Wu Yi heard Ba Qingyan say that all the disciples who came here would be punished, all of them wore gloomy expressions. They had long heard about the family's family law and knew that it was not something ordinary people could bear. 7 out of 10 people who were subjected to the family law would become crippled, 2 would die, and 1 would be forced to lie in bed for the rest of their life, unable to take care of themselves. But in the blink of an eye, Elder Ba Qingyan, who was always high and mighty, had been injured and coughed up blood before running away, no longer daring to mention the family law again. They didn't even understand what had happened, all of them staring at Yang Kai in a daze, their eyes filled with admiration and even some excitement. They had all left the family because of the unfair treatment Wu Yi had suffered, so they had long been dissatisfied with Ba Qingyan's decision to impose the family law on Wu Yi. Now that they saw Ba Qingyan being taught a lesson, they were naturally happy. These low-level cultivator only felt fear towards Elder Ba, not respect. Whether Ba Qingyan lived or died, they didn't care, all they cared about was Wu Yi. Back in the cave, Yang Kai found Wu Yi's expression very sad and comforted her, don't worry, as long as you don't want to return to the family, they won't be able to take you away. I'm not worried about myself, it's just that Yang Kai, you went a bit too far this time. Although Elder Ba's words were somewhat awkward, what he said was the truth. The Hai Ku family did have an agreement with the Su family. Once the Su family used that agreement, even if the Hai Ku family didn't want to, they would have no choice but to join forces with them. Coupled with the way you treated Elder Ba today, I'm afraid the family really will join forces with the Su family. I have my own way, this place won't be touched by others and none of you will suffer any harm. Yang Kai wasn't afraid of 2 small families. He still had nearly 100 drops of golden blood, so if the other side really had too many people, he could sacrifice a single drop of golden blood and kill any number of saint kings who came. Yang Kai had already tested the power of his golden blood and knew that ordinary saint kings couldn't resist it. After all, a single drop of golden blood was equivalent to 3 months of cultivation. However, this kind of thing was too precious, so unless it was absolutely necessary, Yang Kai wasn't willing to use it. That's right, as long as I'm here, forget about the entire Su family. Even if a few origin-returning realm masters come, they won't be able to do anything to us, Yang Inflammation suddenly interjected. Yang Kai and Wu Yi both stared at her in amazement, not knowing where she got her confidence from. Yang Inflammation smiled mysteriously. There are still 3 days left, just wait and see. Seeing her confident look, Yang Kai suddenly looked forward to it. He also wanted to know how powerful the defensive spirit array Yang Inflammation had arranged was after spending so many precious materials. Seemingly infected by Yang Inflammation, the haze on Wu Yi's face was swept away and she began to talk and laugh. Although the number of people on Dragon Cave Mountain was small, everything was stable. Wu Yi was in charge of the finances and materials while the 40 or so people under her were all busy helping out. Yang Inflammation was leading the stone mongoose to refine materials and arrange the spirit array. When Yang Kai returned to his stone room again, he was surprised to find that there was a new stone door in front of him. This stone door was very well made, and when it was closed, Yang Kai was surprised to find that he couldn't hear anything from the outside. This stone door seemed to have a soundproofing effect, and not only that, it also seemed to prevent others from using their divine sense to probe inside, allowing him to use his own divine sense. This was actually quite good. Yang Kai was certain that this stone door was a treasure created by Yang Inflammation. With this stone door, it would be much easier for him to enter retreat in the future. At the very least, no one outside would be able to disturb him or see what he was doing inside. Yang Inflammation had said that he wanted to raise Saint Crystals himself, not only to arrange the spirit array for Dragon Cave Mountain, but also to bring so many people. Although they had nothing to do with Yang Kai, having more people was still better. Since they had all left their families to come here for Wu Yi, it was tantamount to helping him, so Yang Kai couldn't treat them unfairly. In the future, all the Saint Crystals, pills, and artifacts they needed to cultivate would cost money. If he wanted to accumulate a large number of Saint Crystals in a short time, selling Space Spirit Crystals was the most effective way, but it was also the stupidest way. Yang Kai wouldn't do such a thing. Once a large number of Space Spirit Crystals flowed out from here, it would inevitably attract the attention of others. Since he couldn't sell Space Spirit Crystals, Yang Kai could only start with pills. Yang Kai was an alchemist, so he had never had to worry about money. There were countless spirit grasses and spirit medicines inside the Black Book space. Some of these materials were taken from Rainfall Star's Hangluo Chamber of Commerce warehouse, some were collected from the floating continent, some were spoils of war he obtained from killing others, and some were collected by Gue Che and the others in that mysterious place. The number of spirit grasses and spirit medicines Yang Kai possessed was almost comparable to the reserves of a medium-sized great force, and there were even Origin Grade and Origin King Grade herbs in his possession. Taking out some herbs, Yang Kai then took out his pill furnace and concentrated on refining pills in his stone room. Now that his strength had improved, his alchemy level seemed to have broken through a bottleneck. Yang Kai tried to refine a few Saint King high-rank pills and found that they weren't too difficult to refine. Although the probability of pill veins appearing wasn't too high, it was still close to 1 in 5. And as time passed, this probability continued to increase, gradually reaching 1 in 4, then 1 in 3. Yang Kai secretly estimated that he should now be an Origin Grade low-rank alchemist, which meant he could refine Origin Grade low-rank pills. However, if he tried to forcibly refine them, he might fail, and once he failed, he would lose Origin Grade materials. Yang Kai didn't need many pills himself, he was mainly performing alchemy to sell them for money. A Saint Grade high-rank pill with pill veins was even more expensive than an ordinary Origin Grade low-rank pill, so he didn't waste any origin-grade materials and only refined Saint King-grade pills. Forgetting to eat and sleep, Yang Kai immersed himself in the world of alchemy. Through alchemy, his Saint King realm cultivation became more and more stable. Saint King-grade pills were constantly being produced from Yang Kai's hands, filling up one jade bottle after another, creating a festive scene. When other alchemists performed alchemy, they would need a long time to recover, but Yang Kai didn't need to. His spiritual energy was extremely powerful, and with the nourishment of the six-colored soul-warming lotus all year round, his spiritual energy was far stronger than an ordinary person's. The amount of spiritual energy he consumed in alchemy was basically equal to the recovery rate of the soul-warming lotus. Chapter 1132. 3 days later, while Yang Kai was in the middle of performing alchemy, he suddenly heard Yang Yen shout excitedly, "Combine!" The next moment, the ground began to shake and the stones inside the stone room began to fall. Soon, everything stabilized and loud cheers came from outside. What the hell? Yang Kai was puzzled. Tidying up his pill furnace, the herbs, and the refined pills, he walked out curiously. As soon as he left the cave, Yang Kai saw several dozen people standing outside, seemingly having encountered some kind of joyous occasion. Even Wu Yi, who had been in a very low mood, was smiling brightly while Yang Yen was even more so, wearing a smug expression as if she was the sole ruler of this world. Yu Feng stood to the side, flattering Yang Kai to the point where he couldn't stand it, but both of them were shameless and didn't have the slightest self-awareness. What's going on? Yang Kai stood next to Wu Yi and asked. Oh, Yang Yen arranged the defensive spirit array, Wu Yi replied with a smile. Is it done? Yang Kai turned his head and looked around, but didn't find anything special outside. In fact, it could even be said that there was no difference, but Yang Kai faintly felt that there was something different about this place. As for what exactly was different, he couldn't put his finger on it. Yang Kai's expression immediately became dignified as he found that he seemed to have underestimated Yang Yan's attainments in spirit arrays. The defensive spirit array she arranged was something he couldn't understand at all. Yang Yan, how powerful is your defensive spirit array? Yang Kai stretched out his hand and beckoned her over. Do you want to go in and try? Yang Yan's beautiful eyes flashed a sly light as she urged Yang Kai, go in, I'll let you see it clearly. Yang Kai looked at her for a moment before shaking his head. If I go in, wouldn't it be very embarrassing? That's hard to say. Aren't you very powerful? You can even kill third-order Saint Kings, maybe you can easily break my spirit array? Yang Yen shook her head, pretending to be mysterious. Yang Kai smiled and observed more attentively. Spirit arrays couldn't be understood with common sense. Yang Kai could indeed kill a third-order Saint King cultivator, but once he fell into a profound spirit array, there was no way to ascend to the heavens or enter the earth. Although Yang Inflammation said it ambiguously, anyone could see her confidence. Yang Kai was sure that once he entered, he would definitely make a fool of himself. With so many pairs of eyes staring at him, he would not do such an embarrassing thing. Seeing that Yang Kai seemed to be observing, Yang Yen curled her lips but didn't care. She had great confidence in the spirit array she had arranged. If one wasn't proficient in spirit arrays, once they fell into it, no matter how strong they were, they wouldn't be able to do anything. Unfortunately, time was running out and she didn't have enough materials. The spirit array she arranged now could only defend and not kill. If she had enough time and materials, she could turn the entire Dragon Cave Mountain into a restricted area. Anyone who entered the 1,000-kilometer radius around Dragon Cave Mountain without her permission would become a lamb to the slaughter. Yang Kai obviously didn't understand spirit arrays, so it would be strange if he could see through them. Yang Yen wasn't worried at all. Yang Kai really couldn't see any clues. When his spiritual energy fell into this spirit array, it was like a stone sinking into the sea, unable to cause even the slightest ripple. This surprised him greatly. The space in front of him seemed to be able to swallow his divine sense. One had to know that his spiritual energy was different from that of ordinary people. Although he had just broken through to the Saint King realm, his soul was definitely no weaker than an origin returning realm master, yet even his divine sense couldn't detect anything. It was obvious how profound this spirit array was. His expression becoming more dignified, Yang Kai steeled his heart and forced out a drop of blood from his fingertip before wiping it on his left eye. Since refining Great Demon God's Demon Eye of Annihilation, Yang Kai had only used it once, and that was when he was dealing with the Bone Race Master on Tongxian realm. Yang Kai hadn't expected that he would have to use it again to spy on Yang Inflammation. The drop of golden blood merged into his left eye, and in an instant, Yang Kai's left eye turned golden. This golden light was filled with majesty and seemed capable of swallowing one's soul. Standing beside Yang Kai, Yang Inflammation and Wu Yi instinctively shrank back, not knowing why they felt a chill run down their spines. Using his Demon Eye of Annihilation, Yang Kai finally discovered some traces of this spirit array. The Demon Eye of Annihilation was something Great Demon God was born with and could be said to be extremely profound, capable of seeing through all illusions in the world. Yang Inflammation's spirit array was indeed well hidden, but it wasn't completely undetectable. Looking around, Yang Kai could see that in a radius of nearly 1,000 meters around the cave, there was a subtle flow of energy. This kind of energy was invisible to the naked eye and couldn't be detected by one's divine sense, but it couldn't escape the perception of the Demon Eye of Annihilation. Yang Kai felt a dangerous aura from this flow of energy. Yang Kai could see some clues, but that didn't mean he could break this spirit array. Secretly shocked, Yang Kai's evaluation of Yang Inflammation immediately rose to a new height. He found that this little girl he had brought back was not only a treasure, but a rare gem. Yang Kai, are you going in or not? Hurry up, I also want to know the power of my spirit array. Yang Inflammation saw that Yang Kai wasn't moving and couldn't help urging him. Yang Kai took back his Demon Eye of Annihilation and shook his head with a smile. I'm not going to look for trouble, but the person to test the power of my spirit array has arrived. Saying so, he suddenly raised his head and stared into the distance. Who's here? Yang Inflammation asked puzzledly. The Su family. Wu Yi's pretty face sank as she also noticed a group of people quickly approaching from the distance. After seeing the appearance of their leader, she couldn't help calling out, the Su family's patriarch, Su Jikun, the 5 great elders, and the 4 foreign elders have all arrived. Not a small lineup, Yang Kai sneered. The grievances between him and the Su family were really inexplicable. He had just gone to Heavenly Fate City to buy some things, and Yang Inflammation had been molested by the waste young master of the Su family. As a result, things had escalated to such an extent. However, since there was enmity between them, Yang Kai wasn't afraid. Yang Kai, don't underestimate these people. Although Su Jishan's strength in the Su family is good, he isn't the strongest. I heard that the Su family's patriarch, Su Jikun, is about to break through to the origin returning realm, so he is definitely much stronger than Su Jishan. The other elders and foreign elders are also third-order saint kings. With so many of them coming together. Wu Yi reminded him worriedly. Although she knew that Yang Kai was powerful, in the end, even a tiger couldn't resist a pack of wolves. The Su family had sent out all of their elites this time, so they obviously wouldn't give up. I'm not underestimating them, but the Haiku family actually came as well. Interesting. Yang Kai stared coldly towards the other side of the group. Over there, a group of people was also quickly flying over. This lineup was not inferior to the Su families, all of them were Saint King grade cultivators, and there were quite a few third-order cultivators as well. Wu Yi followed Yang Kai's gaze and her face paled as she muttered, Patriarch is also here. The people from these two families had clearly agreed to come together. The Su family's Yang Kai wasn't going to let them off easily, but Yang Kai didn't know what the Haiku family's stance on this matter would be. Last time, Yang Kai had driven away Ba Qing Yan, causing the Haiku family to lose face, so perhaps the Haiku family would also stand on the same side as the Su family. If this really happened, regardless of whether they were from the Wu Yi family or not, Yang Kai wouldn't show any mercy. Yang Kai was grateful to Wu Yi, but he didn't have a good impression of the Haiku family. The people of the two clans quickly gathered together. It was unknown what they were discussing, but they actually stood there and did not leave. After a while, the two sides seemed to have reached some kind of disagreement and began arguing. The Su family's patriarch, Su Jikun, angrily waved his sleeve and led the Su family's masters towards the cave while the Haiku family's people stood far away, not moving. Seeing this scene, Wu Yi couldn't help letting out a sigh of relief. She really didn't know what she would do if the patriarch and elders had come together. In any case, she was once a member of the Haiku family, and now the elders and foreign elders were under the leadership of the patriarch. Although they didn't seem to have good intentions, in the end, they didn't approach this place. This was the result Wu Yi hoped to see the most. Even Yu Feng and the several dozen cultivators seemed to have put down a big stone in their hearts and relaxed greatly. Qing Yan, you know Yang Kai's strength best, what do you think will happen to him this time? Patriarch En of the Haiku family turned to the pale Ba Qing Yan and asked. A few days ago, Ba Qing Yan had been injured by Yang Kai and had returned to the Haiku family, causing all the elders and foreign elders to be shocked. They had tried to overestimate Yang Kai as much as possible, but it seemed they had still underestimated his strength. According to Ba Qing Yan's description, Yang Kai's soul cultivation was no weaker than an origin-returning realm master. They didn't know how Yang Kai cultivated, but this only further proved that this young man wasn't simple. Even though they wanted to recruit him, Yang Kai's attitude still made them very angry. This time, the Su family had joined forces with them to find trouble with Yang Kai, but Ian hadn't given them a clear answer. Even after arriving here, he didn't continue to move forward, simply standing here and waiting for the situation to develop. It seemed like he was just going to stand by and watch, but that wasn't necessarily the case. Hearing Ian's question, Ba Qing Yan's expression became gloomy as he said, although he is very strong, I don't think he can win against the Su family. For the 100 Mountains picture, almost all of the Su family's top masters have come. Even if he can kill one or two of them, 2 fists are no match for 4. He will undoubtedly die. That's good. Ian's eyes flashed with satisfaction. Patriarch, why don't we go up? Since that Yang Kai is going to die, and his attitude towards our family is extremely bad, there is no need to recruit him. If we go up, we can sell the Su family a favor. Perhaps we can even snatch the 100 Mountains picture when Yang Kai dies. The elder named Waluan asked in a low voice. Yes, Patriarch, the Su family lost the 100 Mountains picture this time. If we can snatch it back, even if we can't keep it, we can ask them for a lot of materials. For the 100 Mountains picture, I think the Su family will definitely be generous, foreign elder Huang Wan also said, obviously thinking this was a good deal. Patriarch wouldn't be thinking of waiting for them to fight until both sides are injured before reaping the benefits, right? Someone with a more flexible mind thought of a great possibility. Chapter 1133. The Haiku family and the Su family had always been equal in strength, but now that Su Jishan had died and the 100 Mountains picture which they feared the most had been lost, the current Su family should be slightly weaker than the Haiku family. If Yang Kai could kill a few more of the Su family's Saint Kings, perhaps the Haiku family would be able to wipe them out and completely annex the Su family's forces. Considering all this, many people's hearts began to burn, secretly thinking that the patriarch was truly the patriarch of the Haiku family. His vision really was far more farsighted. They only wanted to exchange the 100 Mountains picture for benefits from the Su family. How could they see such a great opportunity? Ian didn't care what they thought and simply said lightly, do you only see immediate benefits? Patriarch means. Everyone looked at Ian suspiciously. Ian sighed, Why is my Haiku family just a peripheral force of Shadow Moon Hall? It's because we aren't strong enough, because we don't have a powerful master. If we had an origin returning realm master, I believe Shadow Moon Hall would reconsider the status of my family. Many of the elders and foreign elders frowned, not knowing what En was thinking, but Changqi's expression changed as he began to ponder. What do you think? If we were to recruit this Yang Kai into the family, with his aptitude, would he be able to break through to the origin returning realm? Patriarch wants to recruit him? But that little brat is too arrogant. Waluan exclaimed while shaking his head, I don't think such a thorn will be easy to recruit. Yes, Patriarch, he's just a first-order Saint King right now, it will likely take him several dozen years to break through to the origin returning realm. Who knows what will happen in a few dozen years? Ba Qingyan also spoke up. He had been repeatedly humiliated by Yang Kai, and although he knew he wasn't Yang Kai's opponent, he couldn't swallow his resentment, so how could he still think about recruiting him? En shook his head and quickly said, according to Qingyan, this time Yang Kai will definitely die, but he will definitely be able to drag a few of the Su family's people down with him. We only need to act at a critical moment and save Yang Kai. If that little brat understands the situation, he will definitely serve me and pledge allegiance to my family. If he surrenders, wouldn't the 100 Mountains picture belong to my Haiku family? Everyone's eyes lit up. Changqi, who hadn't spoken so far, thought for a moment before he spoke, Patriarch, what if he refuses to surrender? En sneered. He will. Between life and death, I think he will make a wise choice. Patriarch's family's family, Ba Qingyan's father asked Luan family's family. The Su family? En's eyes flashed with disdain. So what if I offend the Su family? After today, there's families will know family's family. As soon as they heard this, all the elders and foreign elders instantly understood what En was thinking and couldn't help drawing a sharp breath. The Patriarch didn't just want to take advantage of Yang Kai's crisis to show him favor and recruit him, he also wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to destroy the Su family's elites. The Patriarch not only took a fancy to Yang Kai, but also the 100 Mountains picture and the Su family's people. For a time, many people were sweating profusely, but they were also extremely excited. As long as that little brat is willing to surrender, I can use all of the family's wealth to purchase pills for him. With his aptitude, as long as he has enough pills, I think it won't take him more than 10 years to break through to the origin returning realm. En said so, as if a beautiful picture had been unfurled in front of his eyes, making him seem dozens of years younger. Once he reaches the origin returning realm, the status of my Haiku family will rise and we will be able to enter the inner layer of Shadow Moon Hall. When that time comes, would we still need to worry about not receiving rewards? Everyone was stunned. They naturally knew that if one used pills to increase one's cultivation regardless of the consequences, it was indeed possible to promote a Saint King realm cultivator to the origin returning realm within 10 years, but at the same time, that person would become a cripple. Using pills to increase one's cultivation would result in impure results, and even a genius would become mediocre. But what did this have to do with them? Yang Kai was just an outsider who was picked up by Wu Yi from the star field. Even if he was a genius, he wasn't a member of the Haiku family. If he became a cripple, then so be it. As long as he could bring benefits to the family, any price was worth it. Patriarch's foresight is truly admirable. Ba Qingyan bowed respectfully. He really admired his patriarch's strategy. This was simply killing 3 birds with 1 stone. If successful, not only would the family's reputation be preserved, but they would also be able to annex the Su family and recruit Yang Kai. 10 years later, the family's future would be smooth and they would no longer need to struggle at the bottom. The elders and foreign elders also quickly expressed their admiration for the patriarch's wisdom. Only Changqi and Haoan, who Yang Kai had met before, glanced at each other and sighed. On the other side, the Su family masters led by Su Jikuan arrived a few dozen meters outside the cave, but as soon as they stepped into the area covered by the spirit array arranged by Yang Yan, all of them frowned. Inexplicably, a feeling of uneasiness rose from the bottom of their hearts, but when they looked around, they couldn't find anything out of place. Patriarch, that's the one who killed Third Elder. A Saint King came to Su Jikuan's side and pointed to Yang Kai from afar. Su Jikuan's eyes narrowed as clear murderous intent overflowed from his body. Sweeping the area with his divine sense, he frowned and asked, "Didn't you say he was only a third-order saint? Why is he a first-order Saint King?" The man who spoke just now exclaimed, "But that day, waste. You can't even tell what his cultivation is, what use are you?" Although Su Jikuan was reprimanding them, he actually felt a lot more at ease in his heart. He had received a report from the masters of his family that a third-order saint had killed Su Jishan and snatched the 100 Mountains picture, but he couldn't believe it. But now, he discovered that this little brat was clearly a first-order Saint King, allowing him to calm down. Because they wanted to take advantage of the conflict between Yang Kai and the Su family, the Haiku family hadn't said a word about Yang Kai's breakthrough or even how he had injured Ba Qing Yan, all in order to make the Su family suffer. Naturally, Su Jikuan thought the information he received was wrong. Although it was possible that this young man had broken through in the past few days, that possibility was simply too low. A third-order saint killing a third-order Saint King was something Su Jikuan couldn't accept, but if Yang Kai was a first-order Saint King, it would make sense. After all, there was always a bottom line for fighting above one's realm. Instinctively, Su Jikuan felt that the cultivator who had fled back to his family must have been too frightened to notice that Yang Kai was hiding his cultivation. "You're the bastard Yang Kai who injured my nephew Tianze and killed my third brother Jishan?" Su Jikuan shouted sharply, "Who gave you the courage to kill my Su family elders?" Su Jikuan's roar caused the several dozen cultivator behind Wu Yi's back to pale, all of them taking out their artifacts and vigilantly preparing for the arrival of a great enemy. Even Wu Yi and Yu Feng pushed their Saint Qi, preparing to act at a moment's notice. Yang Kai took a step forward and sneered, "Are you the Su family's patriarch?" "It is this old master. I didn't go looking for you, but you delivered yourself to my doorstep. Good, since you've come, there's no need for you to leave." The cultivator who had just spoken to Su Jikuan trembled and immediately took a few steps back. He clearly remembered that the last time Su Jishan had come here, this young man had said the same thing, but the result was that Su Jishan had died. This sentence was like a death sentence, causing this cultivator to instinctively feel fear. If the patriarch, elders, and foreign elders weren't here, this cultivator would have immediately fled. Perceiving this cultivator's abnormality, Su Jikuan stared at him coldly, grit his teeth, and shouted, "Junior, don't be so arrogant. Hand over my Su family's 100 Mountains picture and cripple your own Dantian, and this old master can spare your life. Otherwise, don't blame this old master for bullying you." Su Jikuan couldn't wait to tear Yang Kai into 10,000 pieces, so how could he let Yang Kai die so easily? He was prepared to torture this young man to appease his waste son's soul in heaven. "Enough nonsense, if you want to fight then fight, I don't have time to waste with you." Yang Kai coldly snorted. Good, good, good." Su Jikuan saw Yang Kai acting so domineering and angrily laughed, shouting, "Then as you wish." As soon as his voice fell, Su Jikuan spread his wings and rushed towards Yang Kai. The dozen or so third-order Saint King Su family elders and foreign elders followed closely behind Su Jikuan, obviously preparing to kill Yang Kai as quickly as possible. No matter what cultivation Yang Kai had, since he could kill Su Jishan, it meant that his combat strength was extraordinary, so how could Su Jikuan underestimate him? He had long since made up his mind to not give Yang Kai any chance to resist. The Haiku family cultivators who were watching from a distance saw the Su family swarm over and were so shocked their eyes almost fell out of their sockets. "Aren't they too shameless?" Waluan shouted. Just a moment ago, Su Zhikuan had said that he didn't want to bully the weak, but in the blink of an eye, not only were they bullying the weak, they were even bullying him with numbers. The Su family's face was really thick. How could that little brat survive like this? Patriarch, what should we do? Huang Wan frowned, obviously not optimistic about Yang Kai's chances. Ian's expression changed. To be honest, he hadn't expected the Su family's anger to be so fierce, all of them rushing over as soon as they arrived. Even if he brought his people over now, it would be too late. Letting out a sigh, Ian seemed to be comforting himself. If that Yang Kai really can't escape, then it's not worth recruiting him, but, let's go take a look, perhaps he won't die anytime soon. Just as these words were spoken, all the Haiku family cultivators were stunned, all of them showing looks of disbelief. Because they found that when the dozen or so third-order Saint Kings from the Su family rushed over, Yang Kai actually didn't move and instead just sneered. The next moment, in front of the cave, a 1,000-meter area suddenly filled with fog, making it impossible to see anything. The dozen or so Su family cultivators and Yang Kai's figures all disappeared. The Haiku family cultivators sent out a dozen divine senses to investigate almost at the same time, but none of them were able to penetrate the fog and see what was happening inside. A spirit array? En exclaimed in horror, his body trembling, while the other elders and foreign elders also felt their scalps go numb as their eyes went blank. Spirit arrays weren't terrifying, what was terrifying was that even their divine senses couldn't see through them. The person who arranged this spirit array must have had extremely high attainments in the Tao of spirit arrays. There is actually an array grandmaster here? Chapter 1134. As soon as Yang Inflammation's spirit array was activated, Yang Kai knew that the Su family was finished. The dense fog enveloped an area with a radius of 1,000 meters. Although his line of sight was somewhat obstructed, and even his divine sense was blocked as if it had fallen into a swamp, at least he could still see the figures of the Su family. However, the dozen or so Su family third-order Saint Kings all had panicked looks on their faces. Yang Kai was clearly standing not far away from them, but they didn't seem to notice him, instead looking around vigilantly and fearfully, a few of them even running around like headless flies, quickly arriving at Yang Kai's side. Yang Kai, the current spirit array doesn't have the ability to kill enemies. If you want to kill them, you'll have to do it yourself. Yang Inflammation's voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Yang Kai grinned, understood. As soon as his voice fell, a dark cloud of fire suddenly roared out, like a roaring fire dragon, and flew towards the nearest Su family elder. The Su family elder was still in a state of dizziness, and although he was extremely vigilant, it wasn't until the fire cloud arrived in front of him that he realized something was wrong. Pushing his strength, he fiercely attacked the fire cloud. However, when he poured his Saint Chi into the fire cloud, he couldn't weaken it in the slightest. On the contrary, the fire cloud seemed to be adding fuel to the fire, causing it to burn even more fiercely, like an ancient dragon that was about to swallow him whole. Black flames. The Su family elder roared in horror before he died. He learned from the cultivator who had fled back to the Su family that Su Zhishan had been burned to death by these black flames, and that even the 100 Mountains picture couldn't resist the power of these flames. His strength wasn't as good as Su Zhishan's, nor did he have a powerful artifact like the 100 Mountains picture, so how could he resist these flames? In the next moment, the Su family elder was burned to a crisp, the Saint King grade mid-rank artifact armor he was wearing unable to provide any protection at all. Fifth elder, what happened? Just 10 meters away from the elder, a middle-aged man shouted. He had clearly heard the fifth elder's voice, but when he asked, the fifth elder didn't respond. A strong uneasiness rose in his heart, and when he turned around, he suddenly saw a young man standing behind him, sneering at him, his smile full of ridicule and disdain. It's you. He recognized Yang Kai at a glance and without even thinking about it, immediately summoned his long whip artifact and sent out countless whip shadows towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai slowly took a step back. What shocked the man was that with this small step, Yang Kai suddenly disappeared in front of his eyes. The countless whip shadows swept through the air, as if Yang Kai had never appeared there. The middle-aged man suddenly felt the blood and qi in his chest roiling, and a sweet, fishy smell spread out. He knew it was not good, he had been counterattacked by his own attack. Before he could stabilize his mind, he suddenly felt his neck being gripped by a large hand, and a scorching power surged out of that hand. A horrifying thought appeared in his mind, and his body quickly burned. He only had time to let out a scream before he died. Yang Kai threw away the corpse in his hand, turned his head, and stared at another Su family expert not far from him, and walked over leisurely. A few breaths later, the blood-curdling screams rang out again. Simple, too simple. Although Yang Kai knew that with his current strength, even if he were to fight a third-order Saint King head-on, he would still be able to win quickly, it certainly wouldn't be so simple. The people trapped in the spirit array seemed to be unable to see him, so all he needed to do was walk over and reap their lives. Is this the power of a spirit array? The spirit array of 9 Heavens' holy land was nothing compared to this. What was the origin of Yang Inflammation? She was so young, so how could she be both an origin-grade artifact refiner and an array grandmaster? It had always been others who marveled at Yang Kai's abilities, but this time, Yang Kai was really shocked by Yang Inflammation. Moreover, according to Yang Inflammation, this was just a defensive spirit array that had not yet been fully arranged. If it had been fully arranged, wouldn't Yang Kai not even need to take action and the Su family would have died? This little girl is incredible. Apart from being a bit timid and not knowing how to fight, her other abilities are simply heaven-defying. Yang Inflammation was definitely a person with a story, but Yang Kai wasn't going to get to the bottom of it. When the day came when she wanted to tell him, she would naturally tell him. Inside the spirit array that covered a radius of 10,000 meters, the screams of the Su family's masters rang out endlessly, each scream representing the death of one of them. Yang Kai walked slowly through the misty spirit array. Wherever he passed, the fog that blocked his vision and divine sense would automatically part, guiding him in the direction he needed to kill his enemies. Yang Kai knew that this was Yang Inflammation assisting him. At this moment, the Su family patriarch, Su Zhikun, no longer had his previous arrogance and condescension. His face was extremely pale as he waved the long stick in his hand and fiercely bombarded his surroundings. The 5 Su family masters were tightly gathered around him, not daring to leave his side. But no matter how they attacked, the fog continued to linger and wrap around them. Although this fog didn't cause any harm, the Su family masters were still like frightened rabbits. Every scream they heard caused their scalps to go numb and their hearts to tremble. At the beginning, they could still hear many of their own masters shouting and attacking their surroundings. But with the passage of time, those sounds and movements gradually became fewer and fewer, and then disappeared completely. An elder who was following Su Zhikun kept calling out the names of the Su family masters one after another, but he received no response. "They're all dead, they're all dead." The man's face was pale as he kept muttering to himself. The remaining 6 people could no longer suppress the fear in their hearts as they shivered from head to toe. Death wasn't terrifying, what was terrifying was the feeling of waiting for death. The dozen or so third-order Saint Kings who had come here were the elites of the Su family, the strongest group of people from the Su family, but at this moment, more than half of them had died. Those who were still alive hadn't even figured out the methods of their enemy. "I don't want to stay here, I want to leave." The Su family master who had been speaking could no longer bear this terrifying torture and waved the machete in his hand, sending out a wave of saber chi as he rushed out. "Foreign Elder Lu, you can't leave." Su Zhikun roared as he stretched out his hand to grab Foreign Elder Lu's back, but unexpectedly, he only managed to grab air. With just a single step, Foreign Elder Lu's figure disappeared from his sight. Su Zhikun's face became gloomy as he knew that Foreign Elder Lu was definitely dead. Before he could finish his thoughts though, Foreign Elder Lu's scream rang out not far away. This scream was short and hurried, obviously he had been killed in a single blow. Su Jikuan's eyes filled with unparalleled resentment and a strong sense of powerlessness. In this kind of spirit array, he couldn't display his strength at all. If he had been killed in a fight like his third brother, he wouldn't have had anything to say. What could he do if his skills were inferior? But dying like this was not something he wanted to see. Originally, there was another Su family master who wanted to rush out with Foreign Elder Lu. Although he had only been in here for half a cup of tea's time, each day felt like a year to him. He had had enough of this strange place. But when he heard Foreign Elder Lu's scream, he immediately rejoiced in his heart that he had hesitated just now, otherwise, he would likely have followed in Foreign Elder Lu's footsteps. Everyone, don't leave my side. Su Jikuan, as the patriarch of the Su family, was a meticulous thinker. After experiencing the initial panic, he immediately understood something. This spirit array is probably only used to trap us, it doesn't have any lethality, so we must not fall behind. Once we do, we will be attacked. Everyone, follow me, and we will definitely find a way out. I don't believe this spirit array can trap us for the rest of our lives. Everyone's expression suddenly became spirited as they nodded and followed behind Su Jikuan, no longer willing to leave his side. The remaining 5 Su family masters charged left and right inside the spirit array while the dozen or so people from the Haiku family who were watching from a distance were all sweating profusely, their faces ashen. Just a moment ago, they had been waiting for Yang Kai to be defeated so they could go up and show him some kindness, but how could they have known that in just half a cup of tea's time, the situation would suddenly change? Although they couldn't see the situation inside the fog, they were able to infer some things from the screams they heard. The Su family was finished. Of the dozen or so third-order Saint Kings who were the mainstays of the Su family, only 4 or 5 of them were still alive at this moment, and it was unknown if any of them would be able to escape. The strength of the Haiku family and the Su family had always been about the same, so if this strange spirit array could deal with the Su family, didn't that mean that if the Haiku family's cultivator fell into this spirit array, there would be no way out? Ba Qing Yen took out a handkerchief from somewhere and kept wiping the sweat on his forehead. The handkerchief was completely soaked, but he didn't realize it. While wiping the sweat on the handkerchief, he kept wiping the sweat on his forehead. The expressions of Hua Luan, Huang Wan, and the other elders and foreign elders were also not much better, each of them trembling uncontrollably. They had never believed that their family's Dragon Cave Mountain, a trivial 1,000-meter area, had become the Su family's burial ground. Su Jishan had been killed here, and now the dozen or so third-order Saint King cultivator from the Su family had died one after another. The Su family was truly finished. Patriarch Ian's face also became extremely pale. He secretly rejoiced that he had made the right decision not to agree to the Su family's proposal to join forces with him. If he had brought the masters of the Haiku family over just now and tried to bully the Su family with numbers, the consequences would have been disastrous. It was laughable that he had been thinking about how to take advantage of this conflict. The other party didn't even need his help to wipe out the Su family, so how could the Haiku family reap such benefits? However, this spirit array really made Ian jealous. No matter who arranged this spirit array, if he could arrange it for the Haiku family, wouldn't the family's defenses be impregnable? Patriarch. Waluan's voice trembled a little. What should we do now? Let's wait and see. En replied with a trembling voice. In any case, his Haiku family had not made things difficult for others, and Wu Yi, Yu Feng, and several dozen other disciples were also there. En was sure the other party wouldn't take the initiative to find trouble with him, so there was nothing wrong with staying here and watching. En wanted to know if anyone from the Su family managed to escape this time, or if they were really wiped out. Yang Kai sneered and calmly withdrew from the spirit array, arriving outside. The sound of vomiting suddenly rang out. Yang Kai looked towards the source of the sound and was speechless. Yang Yen couldn't stand the scene of slaughter. Although others couldn't see the situation inside the fog, as the one presiding over the spirit array, how could Yang Yen not see clearly? Yang Yen didn't know how long she had been vomiting, but her little face was pale. Wu Yi was standing next to her, gently patting her back. Seeing Yang Kai come out, Wu Yi glared at him. If you want to kill someone, just kill them. Why do you have to make it so disgusting? You call this disgusting? Yang Kai didn't know what to say. All he did was burn these people to death. How could he evaluate the scene of broken limbs flying about and internal organs splattering everywhere? If Yang Yen saw such a scene, she would probably lose her soul. You're really insidious, actually causing them to fight amongst themselves. Wu Yi suddenly pursed her lips into a charming smile, causing the eyes of the group of men who had followed her to pop out of their sockets. She didn't have a good impression of the Su family, so even if they all died, she didn't care. Those who provoke me never have a good end, Yang Kai coldly snorted, glancing at Yang Yan's face before taking out a pill and stuffing it into her mouth. I don't care. Yang Yen swallowed the pill and looked at Yang Kai weakly. Hurry up and collect a lot of materials for me. I need to arrange a killing array. I don't need to operate it to help you kill enemies anymore. Got it, Wu Yi, help her inside to rest, there's no need for her here. Wu Yi nodded and helped Yang Yen into the cave. Brother Yang, how many of them are left? Yu Feng rushed over and asked excitedly. The dozens of cultivators who originally belonged to the Hai Ku family also looked at him expectantly. This time, the Su family had sent out all of its elites, more than a dozen of them all at once. They all thought they would experience a fierce battle and that everyone here would die. How could they have imagined that they wouldn't even need to fight before the Su family's people were almost all dead? All of them were extremely excited, secretly feeling that staying here was more promising than staying in the Hai Ku family. All of them had made the decision to leave their families and follow Wu Yi. How could their families compare to this place? In the family, one had to pay a certain amount of saint crystals to enter their cultivation sites, and if one didn't have enough saint crystals, they had to pay family contribution points, which could only be obtained by completing certain tasks for the family. But here, each of the hundreds of stone rooms had a small spirit gathering array with a large number of saint crystals placed next to it, allowing them to cultivate without any worries. Whether it was efficiency or speed, this place was much better than the family's cultivation sites. The stone rooms were also arranged with powerful spirit arrays, so as long as the stone doors were closed, there would be no noise and no one's divine sense could enter. Their future was bright. What's more, there was a large spirit gathering array throughout Dragon Cave Mountain, so as long as they had enough time, the world energy aura here would become richer and richer. The dozens of people here felt incredibly happy. A few days ago, some of them had been feeling depressed, thinking that leaving the family would be a bad idea, but in the blink of an eye, the treatment here was much better than what it had been in the family. Now, even if they were driven away, they wouldn't, making up their minds to stay here and follow Wu Yi for the rest of their lives. Moreover, they also knew that Wu Yi had taken refuge with Yang Kai, so following Wu Yi was tantamount to following Yang Kai. Among them, Yu Feng was naturally the most proud because he was the one who had personally picked up Yang Kai from the star field. If it weren't for him accidentally discovering that blood-red crystal, how could they possibly be where they were today? Hearing Yu Feng's question, Yang Kai replied, 5 more. As soon as these words were spoken, a scream rang out from inside the room. Only 4 left, Yang Kai added. The Su family's patriarch, Su Jikun, and the last remaining Su family elder were facing off against 3 foreign elders, neither of them holding back. In just a few moments, one of the foreign elders was killed, the cultivator surnamed Hua who had been clamoring to abandon the dark and join the light. Yang Kai hated this kind of opportunist the most, so even if he died, it wasn't a big deal. However, this Su Jikuan's strength was indeed quite good, much higher than Su Jishen's. No wonder Wu Yi said he was on the verge of breaking through to the origin returning realm. From the looks of it, he really could have done so in a year or so. Unfortunately, he no longer had the chance. A moment later, another scream rang out, this time from the last remaining Su family elder. Although Su Zhikuan's strength was extraordinary, he had not yet reached the origin returning realm. Previously, he had killed foreign elder Hua at the cost of his injuries, but now, the last remaining elder had been killed by the two foreign elders. Su Zhikuan flew into a rage and spat out a mouthful of blood. His strength suddenly increased by a lot and his aura soared. The long staff in his hand danced, bringing out a large amount of light, forcing the two consecrators to retreat. Without Yang Yun presiding over the battle, even Yang Kai couldn't see what was happening inside and could only make out the sounds of fighting. Although his demon eye of annihilation could see through this spirit array, he didn't use it because it was no longer necessary. Moreover, after Yang Yun entered the cave to rest, the fog that had shrouded the surrounding area gradually dissipated. A moment later, when the fog completely disappeared, Yang Kai, Yu Feng, and the others saw the scene of Su Zhikuan killing the last foreign elder with a single blow of his staff. The Su family had sent more than a dozen Saint Kings, but in the end, only Su Zhikuan was left standing proudly in place, covered in blood and missing an arm, looking extremely miserable. It wasn't until this moment that he seemed to realize that the spirit array that had been plaguing him had failed. Looking at the corpses around him, Su Zhikuan's eyes went bloodshot as he glared towards Yang Kai, his figure leaping forward as he roared hysterically, "Scoundrel, hand over your life." A ferocious momentum erupted and Yu Feng, who was standing beside Yang Kai, let out a strange cry as he retreated. Yang Kai didn't move and instead released his own momentum towards Su Zhikuan. The two auras collided and it was as if two invisible storms had collided, causing a series of cracking sounds to ring out mid-air. Su Zhikuan's rushing figure suddenly stagnated as he coughed up another mouthful of blood essence and shot towards Yang Kai at an even faster speed. Humph! Yang Kai's expression became cold as he released his spiritual energy, instantly tearing through Su Zhikuan's knowledge sea defenses and pouring into his mind. At the same time, Yang Kai took a step forward and threw out a punch. An unparalleled burst of energy erupted as an invisible fist smashed into Su Zhikuan's body. The Su family patriarch's figure immediately came to a halt mid-air, as if he had been blocked by an invisible wall, unable to advance any further. An abnormal flush suddenly appeared on his pale face as he glared at Yang Kai and roared, "Shadow Moon Hall won't let you off." As soon as his voice fell, his body suddenly burst apart, blood and limbs raining down from the sky. Chapter 1136. Outside the cave, there was a great commotion. Yu Feng and the several dozen cultivators from the Hai Ku family stared at this scene in a daze, completely silent. Although they had watched Yang Kai kill Su Zhishan last time and knew that Yang Kai's combat strength was incredible, they now discovered that Yang Kai was even stronger than before. Even if Su Zhikuan was injured, he was still a cultivator close to the origin returning realm, and even after overdrawing his vitality and burning his blood essence, he still failed to block Yang Kai's punch. Is this guy a monster? Yu Feng stared at Yang Kai's back, his eyes trembling violently. Or were all the cultivators in the outside world so powerful? If all the cultivators in the outside world were like Yang Kai, then what were the cultivators on Shadowed Star cultivating? While everyone was still in shock, Yang Kai walked out and picked up the artifacts and a dozen or so space rings scattered on the ground. After sweeping them with his divine sense, he grinned disdainfully and tossed them to Yu Feng. "Give the saint crystals and materials inside to Wu Yi, divide the rest among yourselves." Yu Feng was shocked. "You don't want them?" "I don't need them." Yang Kai really didn't care about the things the Su family had unless they had an artifact like the 100 Mountains picture, but the 100 Mountains picture was a rare treasure. Yang Kai believed that even the Su family only had one such artifact. "Many thanks, Brother Yang." Although Yufeng was shocked, he didn't act polite and quickly nodded in thanks before happily running off to the side and inspecting the contents of the dozen or so space rings. The others also gathered around, and from time to time, gasps of surprise could be heard. No matter how weak the Su family was, it was still a small family. Among the dozen or so space rings, Patriarch Su Zhikuan's ring had the most things. There were artifacts, pills, Su family secret arts and martial records, more than 20,000 high-rank saint crystals, more than 40,000 mid-rank saint crystals, and more than 100,000 low-rank saint crystals. Yufeng's eyes went red as he stared. Although he had long known that killing others for their treasures was the most convenient and fastest way to make a fortune, his Haiku family was at the bottom of the food chain. Who could they kill or provoke? Now that he had seen her today, he knew that the rumors were not true. Over 100 of their brothers had risked their lives in the star field, diligently collecting ores, but when they returned to their families, the total reward they received was no more than 10,000 high-rank saint crystals. These saint crystals had been paid by Wu Yi out of her own pocket. But today, Yang Kai had only killed a dozen people, and what he had gained was something that they would never be able to obtain in their lifetime. This huge difference made them feel both excited and bitter. These artifacts and pills weren't of high grade, most of them saint grade with a few saint king grade, perfectly suited for the several dozen people who followed Wu Yi. Most of them were saints, only 4 or 5 of them were saint kings, and most of them were only first-order saint kings. Saint-grade artifacts and pills were perfect for them. King transformation pills, there are actually 10 of them. Yufeng suddenly shouted, the hand holding the jade bottle trembling. Upon hearing this, many people revealed excited expressions. Although Yang Kai had never refined a king transformation pill before, he understood the role of this pill. A Saint King pill was used by a cultivator who had just broken through to the Saint King realm to stabilize their cultivation, while a king transformation pill could increase the chances of a third-order Saint cultivator breaking through to the Saint King realm. It was a Saint King grade low-rank pill. Many cultivator would be stuck at the peak of a great realm, unable to break through to the next. The third-order Saint King realm was a huge bottleneck, and it could be said that 9.5 out of 10 cultivator would encounter such a bottleneck. Those like Yang Kai who did not encounter such a bottleneck were few and far between. Yang Kai was only able to achieve this with the help of the demon Eye of Annihilation. If not for it, he would have had to refine pills to assist him in breaking through to the next great realm, just like any other cultivator. A single pill could increase the chances of breaking through to the Saint King realm by at least 30%. It could be said that as long as a cultivator's aptitude wasn't too bad, they would have a 90% chance of breaking through to the Saint King realm. Among the several dozen people who followed Wu Yi, nearly 20 of them were third-order saints, so the role of these king transformation pills was self-evident. The Haiku family also had king transformation pills, but those pills were for the family's disciples with good aptitude. The several dozen people who followed Wu Yi weren't qualified to obtain one. The nearly 20 cultivators who were on the verge of breaking through were stuck at a bottleneck, but as long as they had a king transformation pill, they could become Saint King realm cultivators. Seeing the fiery eyes of his brothers, Yufeng's expression immediately became serious, and he solemnly put away the jade bottle into his sleeve before quickly saying, "This is for young lady. Young lady will come up with a reasonable distribution plan." Everyone nodded, no one objecting. Yang Kai's brow rose as he suddenly felt that he should refine some pills for them. He hadn't been able to use pills to assist his cultivation, but that didn't mean others couldn't. In any case, king transformation pills weren't difficult to refine. Making up his mind, Yang Kai's eyes turned coldly towards the distance. He naturally knew that the people from the Haiku family had been standing there without moving. The masters from the Haiku family had come with the Su family, but they hadn't attacked together, so Yang Kai had no reason to act against them. Perceiving Yang Kai's gaze, Ba Qingyan suddenly trembled and said, "Patriarch, I forgot one thing. Last time, Yang Kai said that without his permission, anyone who came within 50 kilometers of the cave was his enemy. When Yang Kai had said this last time, Ba Qing Yen hadn't taken it seriously. After all, Dragon Cave Mountain belonged to the Haiku family, so Yang Kai was simply occupying their land. But now, with the Su family masters who had provoked him dead, Ba Qing Yen no longer dared to despise Yang Kai. If Yang Kai used this as an excuse to attack, Ba Qing Yen didn't know if his people could stop him. What? En was shocked. 50 kilometers? They were not even 5 miles away from where they stood, let alone 50 miles. Retreat. En didn't dare to stay any longer and immediately retreated with the other elders and foreign elders hurrying to follow. After retreating 50 kilometers, everyone found that Yang Kai didn't intend to pursue them, so they all stopped and glanced around at each other, feeling a little ashamed. Facing a young man, all of them had actually fled like stray dogs. It was truly shameful. But now wasn't the time to consider such things. Seeing the dozen or so Saint King realm masters of the Su family being wiped out with their own eyes, everyone realized how great Yang Kai's value was. En glared fiercely at Ba Qing Yen. Ba Qing Yen obviously knew why En was blaming him, so he quickly stepped forward and cupped his fists. Patriarch, this time I failed to discern right from wrong. I didn't expect that Yang Kai actually had such great potential. On top of that, that woman's attainments in the spirit array Dao are so high. If I had known earlier, I would have stopped Su Zhishan when he came to find trouble with him. Otherwise, Wu Yi wouldn't have been forced to leave the family and, enough, it's useless to say such things now. En waved his hand impatiently. Patriarch, should we try our best to make friends with him now? Huang Wan asked worriedly. His potential is so terrifying and that woman's spirit array methods are so profound. If we can make friends with them, it will only be beneficial to us. Foreign Elder Huang is right, these two talents should indeed be made friends with. Waluan also nodded in agreement. We can't make friends with them now. To everyone's surprise, En actually shook his head. Why? Huang Wan didn't understand. If they hadn't seen the strength of this young man and woman, they wouldn't have tried to make friends with them, but now that they had, how could they let go of such a great opportunity? Had the patriarch become confused? Have you forgotten what Su Zhikuan shouted before he died? En coldly snorted. Everyone thought about it carefully and after a while, their expressions changed. Patriarch, you mean Shadow Moon Hall? Huang Wan asked uncertainly. En sneered, although my Haiku family and his Su family are the lowest level forces and are insignificant in the eyes of Shadow Moon Hall, in the end, they still carry the name of Shadow Moon Hall. Now that so many people from the Su family have died, including the patriarch, Shadow Moon Hall has been slapped in the face. If they don't do anything about this, how can families like ours rely on them in the future? Shadow Moon Hall will definitely take action, and we must report everything we see today, otherwise, when they ask about it, it will be troublesome. But Patriarch, if we do this, won't we offend that young man and not try to recruit him? Waluan asked puzzledly. Recruit? En sneered, even if we recruit him, who can subdue him? Since he can't be subdued, what use is he? With his potential and aptitude, coupled with that young woman's spirit array attainments, once they have time to breathe and develop, how can my Haiku family have any right to speak here? At that time, this place will belong to the Yang family. Before, En was very interested in Yang Kai and wanted to subdue him because he hadn't seen Yang Kai's abilities with his own eyes and felt that with his many years of experience and the power of the Haiku family, he could control him. But at the last moment of today's battle, Yang Kai had blasted Su Zhikuan to pieces with a single punch, making En realize that such a person couldn't be controlled. If he couldn't control this young man, what was the point of trying to recruit him? If he ended up recruiting an ungrateful wolf, he might end up being eaten alive. Although En's attitude towards Yang Kai had changed very quickly, and could even be said to be the complete opposite, no one present felt anything wrong with it and instead admired En's decisiveness even more. Chapter 1137. Although Huang Wan was no longer young, she was skilled in maintaining her appearance. Right now, she looked like she was only in her 30s. Her figure was also very good. Her twin peaks were full and towering, her buttocks were round and perky, her beautiful legs were straight and slender, her waist was slender and graceful, and her skin was white with a hint of rosy. Such a beautiful woman naturally attracted the attention of the guards. Big brothers, I am a member of the Hai Ku family. I have something important to report to City Lord Fei Ji too. Huang Wan squeezed out a smile while cursing Ian in her heart. Ian had sent her alone to deliver this letter obviously because she was a woman and felt it would be easier for a woman to communicate with the City Lord. But before she could even enter the City Lord's mansion, she was surrounded by several Saint Realm guards, causing her to feel both angry and helpless. If it were any other place, Huang Wan, with her third-order Saint King cultivation, could kill these people without any effort, but this was the City Lord's mansion, Shadow Moon Hall's territory. Unless she didn't want to live, she wouldn't act. Hai Ku family. One of the guards, whose face was as ugly as a horse's, repeated in a strange tone before shaking his head, I've never heard of it, have you? Immediately, another guard explained, it's a small family subordinate to the sect. A peripheral family. The horse-faced cultivator nodded lightly, no wonder I've never heard of it. Why would someone from a peripheral family come here? Seeing him act so arrogantly, as if he didn't care about the Hai Ku family at all, Huang Wan could only grit her teeth secretly, but she could only smile and say, several elder brothers, I really do have an urgent matter to discuss with City Master Fei Ji Tuesday. I hope you can pass on my message. The horse-faced guard coldly snorted, City Lord Master has many important matters to attend to every day, how could he have the time to meet with people like you? Go back to where you came from. There were countless peripheral families in Shadow Moon Hall, and all of them were extremely weak. Although these guards were only saints, they considered themselves disciples of Shadow Moon Hall all year round, so even if Huang Wan's cultivation was higher than theirs, they didn't put her in their eyes. Hearing the horse-faced guard say this, Huang Wan grit her teeth and suddenly flashed a charming smile, beckoning to him, Big brother, can you come over and speak with me? She was a woman who had worked hard outside and was well versed in the ways of the world, so how could she not understand that the King of Hell was easy to deal with? Oh. The horse-faced guard with a vulgar smile, little sister, is there something you can't say in public? He laughed and shook his head as he walked towards Huang Wan. When he came to her side, Huang Wan took out some saint crystals from her space ring and quietly stuffed them into his hand, softly saying, Big brother guard, please do me a favor. The horse-faced guard didn't even look at her and simply put the saint crystals into his space ring before suddenly grabbing Huang Wan's white tender hand and rubbing it vigorously, as if he had never seen a woman before, a look of disdain flashing across his face as he whispered, Little sister, it's not that I can't help, it's just that City Lord Master really doesn't have the time, being touched by him like this. Huang Wan's tender body suddenly shivered as goosebumps appeared all over her body. She couldn't wait to tear this bastard into 10,000 pieces, but she could only suppress the anger in her heart and take out a lot of saint crystals and hand them to him, continuing to plead, please go in and report to the City Lord Master, whether or not he wants to see me, I won't complain. After receiving a lot of saint crystals, the horse-faced guard showed a satisfied look and stroked Huang Wan's little hand again before smiling, good, seeing that it wasn't easy for you to come here, I'll pass on your message, but don't expect anything, the City Lord Master is really busy. I know, many thanks big brother, Huang Wan secretly sighed, she was really afraid that this bastard would continue to take advantage of her. Seeing the horse-faced guard walk into the City Lord's mansion, Huang Wan stood outside and waited anxiously. A moment later, the horse-faced guard came out again, and as soon as she saw the gloomy expression on his face, Huang Wan's heart sank as she knew that the situation wasn't good. Quickly approaching him, she asked, what did the City Lord Master say? Having received benefits from the other party, the guard didn't get angry and simply said, he refused, and not only did he refuse, he even reprimanded me. Ha! Huang Wan sighed deeply as a strong sense of powerlessness filled her heart. She had no relatives in this world and had always relied on herself to cultivate until she reached the third-order Saint King realm. It wasn't until more than 10 years ago that she was accepted into the Haiku family as a foreign elder. Originally, she wanted to use the Haiku family as a springboard to work towards Shadow Moon Hall, hoping one day she would be able to join Shadow Moon Hall, but now she knew that the Haiku family was nothing in the eyes of Shadow Moon Hall. As a foreign elder, she couldn't even see the city lord once. In the depths of her heart, she cursed En 1,000 times for instructing her to come to the city lord's mansion. When she was in the Haiku family, there were several elders who had ideas about her, but after coming here, she was still taken advantage of. With low strength and no one to rely on, it was really difficult for her to survive in this world. Suddenly, she felt a little discouraged and wondered if she should leave the Haiku family. This family had no future at all, and if she continued to stay, she would just be wasting away the flowing time. Great Emperor. Sister, would you like to wait outside for a few days while I find an opportunity to send you a message? The horse-faced guard seemed to have not taken enough advantage of her and asked with a grin. No need. Huang Wan's face became cold as she turned around and left. Unappreciative. The horse-faced guard coldly snorted. After returning to the Haiku family and learning that Huang Wan had failed to complete such a simple task, En flew into a rage and scolded her fiercely before preparing a gift and personally rushing to Heavenly Fate City. Huang Wan felt wronged and was even more disappointed with the Haiku family. When Yang Kai walked out of his stone room, he immediately heard a loud noise. What's more, the noise seemed to be quite fierce. Puzzled, he walked towards the direction of the noise and soon arrived at a huge stone room. This stone room should have been opened by the stone mongoose after Yang Yan's arrival and was used as a place for many people to gather and discuss things. At this moment, there were nearly 20 people gathered in the stone room. Some of them had red eyes, some were filled with righteous indignation, and some were shouting loudly. Yufeng was the most outrageous, standing on a stone table and looking around disdainfully, pointing at one cultivator after another and cursing them harshly. Regardless of whether they were men or women, they were all covered in his spittle. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he suddenly felt a little unhappy. He thought that these people who had followed Wu Yi here were arguing because of the uneven distribution of supplies. If that was the case, Yang Kai didn't want them to remain in his cave. Even if they had followed Wu Yi here, he would have driven them out. Those who didn't understand how to share with their own people and only cared about small benefits would only become unstable factors. However, after listening for a while, Yang Kai discovered that this wasn't the case. Although it was a matter of material distribution, it had nothing to do with saint crystals or artifacts, but rather pills. The 10 King transformation pills that could help a cultivator break through to the Saint King realm. These people weren't arguing because they couldn't obtain the King transformation pills, but rather because they couldn't obtain the King transformation pills. After 3 days, they still hadn't come up with a reasonable distribution plan. Wu Yi also stood in the stone room, her pretty face filled with helplessness but also relief. That's right, Lu Ping, I remember you broke through to the Third Order Saint realm 9 years ago. Now that you've reached the peak of this realm, why don't you accept the King transformation pills? Are you not giving young lady face? Not giving young lady face is not giving this Yufeng face. Don't blame father for beating you. The cultivator named Lu Ping grinned and said honestly, Yufeng, Lu Ping, I'm almost 60 years old this year. My aptitude isn't very good, so what if I take the King transformation pills? There's a great chance I'll waste this pill and won't be able to break through to the Saint King realm. Instead of wasting it on me, you might as well give it to Ge Wusheng. His aptitude is much better than mine, also a third order saint. If you give it to him, he'll definitely be able to break through. Ge Wusheng was a middle-aged man in blue robes and immediately shook his head. I don't want it. Give me 2 more years and I'll be able to break through on my own. There's no need to waste a King transformation pill. Yufeng, give it to Xiaoya. A young woman with delicate features quickly waved her hand. I don't want it either, I can also break through on my own. The veins on Yufeng's forehead bulged as he wanted to curse again, but when the words reached his mouth, he swallowed them back down and instead turned to Wu Yi for help, crying out, young lady, I can't do this job. These bastards don't want it, how am I supposed to deal with them? Wu Yi sighed and was about to speak when she saw Yang Kai standing at the door with a smile on his face and quickly walked over. These people aren't bad, Yang Kai praised sincerely. Yang Kai praised from the bottom of his heart. He had been fighting alone for so many years and was used to seeing people deceive and deceive each other. He was used to seeing people die for wealth and birds die for food. He was used to seeing people put on a dignified front while secretly stabbing others in the back. This King Transformation Pill could help one break through to the Saint King realm and save at least 1 or 2 years of hard work, but none of these qualified cultivators actually wanted it, all of them wanting to let someone else use it. Yang Kai hadn't seen such an atmosphere of modesty and harmony in a long time, but it warmed his heart. We've let Big Brother Yang see a joke, Wu Yi blushed. A group of people who haven't seen the world. Just 10 King Transformation Pills and they've been arguing for 3 days and still haven't come to a decision. Did they disturb Big Brother Yang? After witnessing Yang Kai's abilities, Wu Yi's way of addressing him had also changed, and after leaving her family, she had matured a lot. They didn't disturb me. Yang Yan arranged a good spirit array. I only heard some noise when I came out. Yang Kai smiled and asked curiously, are King Transformation Pills difficult to obtain? Wu Yi nodded. King Transformation Pills are Saint-grade low-rank pills and are not cheap. A single one costs at least 2,000 high-rank Saint crystals, not something an average person can afford. The price is only secondary, the key is that they are simply impossible to buy. Many people need this kind of pill, but there aren't many who can refine it. Our Shadowed Star's artifact refining and alchemy skills should be far behind the outside world. It seems that the most powerful artifact refiners and alchemists are only origin-grade low rank. When the starship returned to Shadowed Star, he was the one who brought people to greet them. Now it seemed that the relationship between these two foreign elders and Wu Yi was quite good, otherwise, they wouldn't have sent someone to deliver a letter. Foreign elder Huang Wan also sent a letter saying the same thing. Wu Yi frowned. Wu Yi frowned, obviously not understanding why Huang Wan wanted to help her this time. From the meaning of her words, Huang Wan seemed to want to leave the Haiku family and was advising her to leave Dragon Cave Mountain as soon as possible. Yang Kai didn't know Huang Wan, but he didn't care, simply asking, your patriarch went to Heavenly Fate City to look for Shadow Moon Hall, right? Big Brother Yang, what should we do now? Once Shadow Moon Hall learns that you killed so many of the Su family's people, they will definitely not sit idly by. At that time, an Origin Returning Realm Master will definitely come. Origin Returning Realm. Yang Kai frowned. To be honest, he didn't know how his current strength compared to an Origin Returning Realm Master, but every time a cultivator crossed a great realm, their strength would undergo earth-shaking changes. Yang Kai could easily kill Third-Order Saint Kings, but he might not be an opponent of an Origin Returning Realm Master. However, Yang Kai soon became suspicious. Strange, why did your family run over to deliver this message? This kind of thing should have been done by the Su family. Wu Yi thought about it for a moment before biting her lower lip and saying, maybe the patriarch feels that he can't control you or drive you away, so he wants to rely on the power of Shadow Moon Hall. It had to be said that Wu Yi's thoughts were quite astute, and she also had a good understanding of Ian's personality, so the information she inferred was basically the truth. Yang Kai nodded, don't worry, go do what you need to do. If an Origin Returning Realm Master really comes, I can stop them. Wu Yi nodded lightly. Although she didn't have much confidence, since Yang Kai said so, she couldn't say anything more. After Wu Yi left, Yang Yan said lightly, "Don't expect my spirit array to be able to kill an origin returning realm master. Without high-grade materials, the power of my spirit array won't be very high." "I'm not counting on your spirit array," Yang Kai grinned. However, Wu Yi's spirit array only needed to be able to trap an origin returning realm master for a while. As long as it wasn't a third-order origin returning realm master, Yang Kai felt that he should be able to deal with them. This matter was related to the space spirit crystal load, so forget about an origin returning realm master. Even if an origin king realm master came, Yang Kai would have to give it a try. He absolutely couldn't hand over this precious land. Instead of helping Yang Yan arrange the spirit array, Yang Kai immediately returned to the cave and entered retreat, holding a piece of space spirit crystal in his hand and absorbing its energy to enhance his understanding of the Tao of space. The Tao of space was very obscure, but it was also very powerful. Yang Kai felt that if he had to face an origin returning realm master, using his Tao of space would be the best choice. When Yang Kai used space force before, he had mixed it with his Saint Chi, allowing his Saint Chi attacks to break through space and catch his opponents off guard. This method could enhance the power of his Saint Chi attacks, but it didn't fully display the mysteries of the Tao of space. If he could purely use space force to attack, Yang Kai believed that his combat effectiveness would be much stronger and more unpredictable. He didn't know when the people from Shadow Moon Hall would arrive, but even if he couldn't sharpen his spear quickly, he still wouldn't be satisfied. Yang Kai was focused on studying the Tao of space and wanted to use its mysteries to form his own unique killing technique. After consuming so many space spirit crystals, Yang Kai's understanding of this obscure Tao had reached a new height, no longer being a half-baked amateur. Yang Kai believed that with his current understanding of the Tao of space, if he were to go to the floating continent again, he would definitely be able to leave with ease. Tearing space was a method of escape and could not be used to kill enemies, but Yang Kai had glimpsed a new way of attacking from his countless experiences tearing space. Constantly experimenting with this method in his knowledge sea, Yang Kai rejected and modified it again and again until he came up with a perfect idea. Only then did he open his eyes. Gently waving his right hand forward, Yang Kai created a finger-long, half-inch wide void crack. This void crack overflowed with a strange aura, one that belonged to the turbulent streams of the void. Inside this void crack was a chaotic void. After the void crack appeared, it didn't stay in place like before and instead slowly moved forward. Wherever the void crack passed, everything in its path, including the aura and air, was swallowed up. After moving forward 2 meters, the void crack suddenly closed and disappeared. Chapter 1139. Inside the stone room, Yang Kai was overjoyed. He didn't think that his sudden idea would actually come true. The small spatial crack that he tore could be used as a means of attack. Although the crack was only a finger long and half an inch wide, and it had only moved forward less than 2 feet before disappearing. It was not fast, but as long as he practiced diligently and strengthened his comprehension of the Tao of space, he would definitely be able to use this method against his enemies in the future. Once the speed of this crack increased, who would be able to stop it? This crack was capable of swallowing everything in its path, it was not something a human could resist. Feeling excited, Yang Kai immediately began experimenting, tearing open a finger-long void crack and shooting it out in all directions. The speed at which the void crack moved also gradually increased, and the distance it could travel was constantly increasing. Yang Kai completely forgot about the passage of time as his mind was completely immersed in the research of this new offensive method. It wasn't until one of the void cracks reached a corner that a small piece of the rock wall suddenly disappeared without any warning or trace, as if someone had cut off a piece of the rock wall and taken it away. Yang Kai knew that it wasn't that this piece of rock had disappeared, but rather that it had been swallowed up by the void crack. Looking at the mark on the rock wall, Yang Kai nodded secretly. This kind of void crack was still a shortcoming in terms of speed, making it easy to avoid, and its power wasn't strong enough. It should be because the void crack was unstable. If it was stable enough, Yang Kai believed that the void crack just now could have opened up the entire rock wall and even pierced through the cave. Currently, the void crack couldn't be used against enemies. A Saint King Realm cultivator could completely stimulate their Saint Chi to interfere with the stability of the void crack and force it to close. Once it closed, it would be useless, but this didn't hinder Yang Kai's enthusiasm for research at all. It was shaped like a wind blade, so Yang Kai thought about it for a moment and decided to name this new offensive method Space Blade. Yang Kai could almost foresee that once his Space Blade reached the grand accomplishment stage, it would be much easier for him to kill enemies above his realm in the future. This kind of unorthodox power was the most difficult to defend against. Yang Kai studied the Space Edge for 3 days in a row in his stone room, greatly increasing the power of his Space Edge. Just as he was full of interest, his brow suddenly wrinkled and his face became cold. Yang Kai noticed that many masters were approaching, and the auras of these people were quite familiar to him. It was none other than the masters from the Haiku family. Sweeping out with his powerful divine sense, Yang Kai's expression became a little dignified. He found that not only were there masters from the Haiku family, but there were also 2 masters from the First Order Origin returning realm. Recalling what Wu Yi had said before, Yang Kai immediately understood that these 2 Origin returning realm masters were the helpers Ian had invited from Shadow Moon Hall. This old man really wanted to kill them all. There was no grievance between Yang Kai and the Haiku family. At most, the Haiku family had taken in Wu Yi and the others who had left their family. Yang Kai hadn't killed any of them, but now the Haiku family wasn't anxious at all. At this moment, Yang Kai was certain that Wu Yi's guess was correct. Yang Kai's performance had been too strong and he was occupying Dragon Cave Mountain, causing the Haiku family to be unable to eat or sleep in peace. Chapter 1141. In front of the cave, Yang Kai waved his arms and found that there seemed to be invisible threads wrapped around his body, restricting his movements. Not only were his movements sluggish, his Saint Chi flow was also extremely obstructed. It was this strange feeling that prevented him from exerting his full strength, so when Hongzhen threw his first punch, he had to summon his purple shield to defend himself. Although the purple shield had not been fully refined and could not display its full power, it was still made from the shell and monster core of a 9th-order monster beast and various origin grade ores, making it extremely sturdy, so it was normal for it to be able to block Hongzhen's attack. What kind of power is this? Yang Kai couldn't tell what the power that was binding him was, so he could only ask Hongzhen. Hongzhen laughed, "Ignorant boy, you don't even know what Shi is yet you dare act so arrogant?" "Sure." Yang Kai frowned. "Momentum? I have the same kind of momentum." Saying so, Yang Kai's aura erupted, but to his disappointment, his own was fundamentally different from Hongzhen's. It wasn't that his aura was weaker, on the contrary, in the eyes of those who didn't know the truth, Yang Kai's aura at this moment was simply earth-shattering, while Hongzhen's aura was far inferior. However, only Yang Kai himself knew that the Shi Hongzhen spoke of was completely different from the momentum he understood. Yang Kai's own aura couldn't interfere with this young man's at all, on the contrary, this young man's Shi greatly suppressed his own strength. This is an origin returning realm master? Amazing! Yang Kai's eyes burned with passion, but instead of feeling the slightest panic, his fighting spirit soared. Shaking his head to dispel his excitement, Yang Kai raised his purple shield and called out to Hongzhen, "Come, let me see what your Shi is." Yang Kai put away his demonic flame sword and assumed a defensive posture. Although they had only fought once, Yang Kai already knew that it was impossible for him to kill an origin-returning realm master with his current combat power, even if he used his golden blood. This kind of power called Shi was very mysterious, but it was impossible for this Hongzhen to kill him. With his purple shield, he could tear space, so even a third-order origin-returning realm master couldn't kill him. Seeing Yang Kai's posture, Hongzhen knew what he wanted to do and flew into a rage. An origin-returning realm cultivator had the absolute ability to suppress a Saint King realm cultivator, but this first-order Saint King actually wanted to use him to study Shi. This made Yang Kai feel like he had been insulted, causing murderous intent to overflow from his heart. Without any hesitation, Yang Kai sent out a series of wind blades. These wind blades blotted out the sky like a swarm of locusts, cutting through space with a sharp whistle. Good, 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 of course, Xie Hong of course, Hongzhen's to the point. Xie Hongwen clapped his hands and laughed heartily, completely forgetting that he had just been clamoring to step on Kai Yang and piss on his face. To Yang to Yang to Yang to Yang to Yang, to Yang Yang Kai, Yang of Yang, to Kai, to Yang Yang to Yang to be. Many of the cultivators who had followed Wu Yi couldn't bear to watch any longer and turned their heads away sadly. They all felt that Yang Kai was dead for sure, that there was no way he could survive this round of attacks. Yang Yen curled his lips and muttered softly, if the artifacts I refine can even break through the first-order origin-returning realm's attacks, I won't need to refine them in the future. Her voice was so low that no one heard her, not even Wu Yi who was standing next to her. Hong Hong Hong. A violent explosion rang out and the place where Yang Kai stood was filled with flying sand and stones, blocking his vision. His figure was forced back again and again until he hit a large boulder, shattering it in an instant. Yang Kai felt a sweet taste in his throat as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The power of the wind blade failed to hurt Yang Kai, but the huge impact still caused his 5 viscera to shift. Hongzhen's eyes narrowed, seemingly not having expected the defensive ability of his shield to be so good. Without waiting for Yang Kai to recover, Hongzhen took a step forward. A moment ago, his body was still standing in place, but in the next moment, he appeared in front of Yang Kai and punched out towards Yang Kai's forehead. Hongzhen's Shi, which was suppressing Yang Kai's strength, suddenly became stronger. Yang Kai felt that he had no way to defend himself before Hongzhen's attack arrived. In a moment of desperation, Yang Kai threw out his unfinished space blade. 2 void cracks quickly shot towards Hongzhen's waist and abdomen. Although Hongzhen didn't know what kind of attack this was, he instinctively felt a sense of danger. Pushing his Saint Chi to form a protective barrier around himself, Hongzhen's fist still smashed down like a bolt of lightning. However, this brief delay allowed Yang Kai to raise his purple shield. With a loud bang, Kai Yang was like a kite with a broken string, flying far away. Hongzhen's brow furrowed as he stared at the spot where he had just been attacked, but was surprised to find that there was nothing there, nor was there any trace of injury. Shaking his head, Hongzhen couldn't understand why he had such a terrifying feeling just now. Looking at Yang Kai again, Hongzhen was speechless. Although this first-order Saint King youth looked extremely distressed, he hadn't suffered any serious injuries at all. All of Yang Kai's attacks had been blocked by his purple shield artifact, so the only injuries he had suffered were some minor injuries caused by the shockwaves of his attacks. What's more, at this moment, not only did this youth not show any signs of panic, he didn't show any intention of running away. Instead, he seemed to be in high spirits, a happy smile on his face as he beckoned to Hongzhen. Courting death. Hongzhen was furious. He, an origin-returning realm master, had to deal with a Saint King realm youth, but not only had he failed to kill him in a short time, he had even been provoked time and time again. This kind of behavior was intolerable. Hongzhen's Shi erupted and once again enveloped Yang Kai, but in the next moment, Hongzhen showed a look of disbelief. Because around this youth, there was an aura similar to Shi flowing. Although it was very faint, Hongzhen was certain that this was the embryonic form of Shi. As long as this youth was given enough time, he would be able to form his own shi. How is this possible? A few dozen breaths ago, this youth was clearly asking him what shi was, so how was he able to do this now? How did he figure it out just from the fight just now? Considering all this, Hongzhen couldn't help shivering as he broke out in a cold sweat. If this was really the case, then this boy was simply too heaven-defying. Even Hongzhen, who had broken through to the origin returning realm 10 years ago, had only been able to slowly grasp shi under the guidance of the elders of the sect. Even now, he had only just begun to grasp the basics of shi, not even reaching the minor accomplishment stage. Moreover, only those in the origin returning realm could touch the threshold of shi. Without reaching the origin returning realm, it was simply impossible to grasp shi. How had this youth done it? He had actually vaguely understood what shi was. Come on. Yang Kai saw Hongzhen's expression change and couldn't help urging, what are you waiting for? Do you want to fight or not? Not only was he urging, but Xie Hongwen was also urging him, constantly clamoring for Hongzhen to do something to Yang Kai. How could Yang Kai be in the mood to deal with him now? He couldn't wait to have a good fight with Hongzhen, or rather, to be beaten by him. If he could figure out shi in this way, what harm was there in being beaten? Hongzhen took a deep breath and didn't rush to attack Yang Kai, instead suddenly turning his head and saying, "Brother, let's attack together. His artifact is too powerful, I can't break his defenses." He didn't feel embarrassed at all. If it were anyone else, he wouldn't have asked his brother for help, but Yang Kai was too terrifying. If such a person wasn't killed today, once he grew up, he would become an invincible existence. So, he didn't hesitate to ask his brother for help. The other origin returning realm master who had been guarding Xie Hongwen heard this and looked at Hongzhen with some surprise, but he didn't ask any questions, simply nodding gently, okay. As he said this, he walked out as expected. Everyone was dumbfounded. A First-Order origin returning realm was dealing with a First-Order Saint King and had actually invited a First-Order origin returning realm helper, and this helper was also a First-Order origin returning realm cultivator. Ian's whole body trembled. Although he didn't understand the situation, he knew that Yang Kai was really not to be trifled with. He suddenly had a bad feeling and didn't know if offending Yang Kai this time was a blessing or a curse. Seeing two origin returning realm masters coming over, Yang Kai frowned, a trace of disappointment appearing on his face as he quickly retreated to the entrance of the cave. He couldn't even handle one origin returning realm master, let alone two at the same time. Once he fought with them, unless he tore space and escaped, he would definitely be killed. Open the array. Yang Kai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, put away his purple shield, and called out to Yang Yen. Okay. Yang Yen nodded and formed a few strange seals towards the spirit array outside the cave. In an instant, the space outside the cave rippled but soon returned to normal. Hongzhen and his brother wore dignified expressions as they swept the area with their divine senses, but they were surprised to find that before the spirit array was opened, they could still feel some danger, but after it was opened, they couldn't sense anything at all. Sweeping the area with their divine senses, the situation was clear at a glance and there was nothing wrong with it, but everyone knew that once they fell into the spirit array, they would definitely suffer. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and break that spirit array and grab those two women for me. Xie Hongwen shouted. The two origin returning realm masters wore helpless looks as they summoned their artifacts and fiercely attacked the open space in front of the cave. The artifacts used by these two weren't low-grade, both origin-grade low-rank artifacts. Hongzhen's 12 flying daggers were each a Saint King grade high-rank artifact, and when combined together, their grade was even higher, forming a straight line that constantly bombarded the position of the spirit array. The artifact used by Hongzhen's brother was even more powerful, an octagonal hammer that caused the ground to shake every time it struck the position of the spirit array. The spirit array arranged by Yang Yen couldn't be seen normally, but once it was attacked, it would reveal some traces. If the person trying to break it wasn't proficient in spirit arrays, they could only use brute force. It could be said that almost 90% of cultivators who encountered spirit arrays used brute force to break them. This method of breaking spirit arrays was laborious and unrewarding. Sometimes, even if one managed to break a spirit array, they would suffer a backlash. Only a few people who understood spirit arrays would try to find the location of the spirit array's entrance and break it in an elegant manner. The middle-aged man, Su Zhibing, was the cousin of the Su family's patriarch, Su Zhikuan, and was only a second-order saint king. Luo Qing was the origin returning realm master who had been invited here. Su Zhibing was very self-aware and knew that with his own ability, he wouldn't be able to convince City Lord Fei Zhi Tu to support him. Facts had proven this point. Even if Patriarch En of the Hai Ku family personally brought a gift, Fei Zhi Tu didn't take his words seriously. How could he be in the mood to care about the grudges between small clans? If En happened to meet Xie Hongwen, he would still be waiting for news from the City Lord's mansion. Su Zhibing didn't go to the City Lord's mansion and instead went directly to Luo Qing because Su Zhikuan had once helped Luo Qing with a small favor. For this reason alone, Luo Qing would not stand idly by. Sure enough, Su Zhibing invited Luo Qing over and rushed over to Dragon Cave Mountain, but before he even reached the cave, he heard the sounds of fighting. The group sped up and soon arrived in front of the cave. Looking forward, Luo Qing suddenly let out a light sigh and quickly walked over to Xie Hongwen and bowed, "Greetings, young Lord Xie." Xie Hongwen was urging Hongzhen and his senior brothers to hurry up and break the array when he heard Luo Qing's voice. He shot a glance at Luo Qing and asked in surprise, "Aren't you the guard of Endless Treasures Pavilion? What are you doing here instead of guarding Endless Treasures Pavilion?" Luo Qing quickly replied, replying to young Lord Xie, "I had some friendship with the Su family patriarch who died here. This time, I was asked by someone to come here and demand an explanation from the murderer." Xie Hongwen nodded, "Oh, so you're here to stand up for someone? Good, 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 you've come at just the right time. You go and help Hongzhen and the others break this broken spirit array. Those two wastes are really useless. They took so long to break this broken spirit array." Although Luo Qing was a guard in Treasure Trove Pavilion, he was still a member of Shadow Moon Hall, so he naturally didn't dare to disobey Xie Hongwen's orders. Nodding, he said, "Young Lord Xie, I dare not disobey." Saying so, Luo Qing also summoned his own artifact and quickly walked forward, preparing to join forces with Hongzhen and his brother to break the spirit array. On the other side, En saw that Su Zhibing had also brought an origin-returning realm master and stepped forward to greet him with a smile. Su Zhibing exchanged a few words with En, but in his heart, he was quite puzzled. He didn't know why the Hai Ku family had found a master to deal with Yang Kai before him. Although he couldn't figure it out, En didn't ask. The Su family wasn't what it used to be. Although under the suppression of Shadow Moon Hall, the Hai Ku family wouldn't blatantly annex the Su family, occupying their territory and demanding some benefits was still possible. Chapter 1143. However, no one listened to his words at all as Xie Hongwen even kicked him rudely, scram. Xie Hongwen's strength wasn't high, but facing this kick, Luo Qing didn't dare dodge and was forced back several steps. Steadying himself, Luo Qing hurriedly said, "Young Lord Xie, Elder Qian will be here soon. Please wait a moment, otherwise, if Elder Qian blames you, this disciple won't be able to afford it." Impudence. Xie Hongwen was completely irritated by Luo Qing and glared at him angrily. "This young lord doesn't need you to tell him what to do. If you dare speak again, I'll kill you." Luo Qing's face went cold and he didn't dare to say anything. Although he was an origin-returning realm master of Shadow Moon Hall, he didn't have a powerful backer, so there was no way he could fight with Xie Hongwen. He could only turn around and shout to Yang Kai, "Friend, please hold on a little longer, you'll be fine, just hold on for a little longer." Yang Kai frowned at him, really unable to understand, shouting, "Do we know each other?" Luo Qing shook his head, "No." Yang Kai sneered, "If you don't know each other, why are you helping me?" Luo Qing looked embarrassed, knowing that his actions had made Yang Kai suspicious. After thinking about it for a moment, he explained, "Friend, you haven't seen me before, but I've seen you before. Elder Qian Tong sent your image to all the shops belonging to Shadow Moon Hall throughout Heavenly Fate City and told us to treat you well if we meet you. I, Luo Qing, am a guard of Endless Treasures Pavilion, so I have seen your image." Qian Tong? Yang Kai froze for a moment before quickly understanding what was going on. It must have been the 2 previous transactions he made with Qian Tong that made this old man notice him. The first 2 transactions with Qian Tong were both large transactions, and Yang Kai had sold him a lot of Saint King grade artifacts, so this old man must have thought he was a good customer. After all, the strongest artifact refiner on Shadowed Star was only an origin grade low-rank artifact refiner. The Saint King grade high-rank artifacts Yang Kai sold were of great value, so he didn't need to worry about selling them. With these artifacts, he would be able to greatly increase the strength of several cultivator. But that's not right. Even if that's the case, Qian Tong doesn't have to be so cautious. Yang Kai even felt a hint of flattery. Yes, flattery. He had also deliberately spread his image throughout Sky Fortune City to all the businesses that belonged to Shadow Moon Hall, instructing them to treat him well. If this wasn't flattery, then what was? Yang Kai was a loner who had only been a third-order saint when they first met, so why was he trying to curry favor with him? Yang Kai wasn't an idiot. Although he wasn't very meticulous, he was at least agile and quick-witted. But after thinking about it, he immediately understood that Qian Tong wasn't trying to please him, but the people who refined those artifacts. In other words, he was actually trying to please Yang Inflammation. However, Qian Tong shouldn't know about the existence of Yang Inflammation. Perhaps he thought there was a powerful artifact refining Grandmaster behind Yang Kai. Considering all this, Yang Kai nodded gently and cupped his fists to Luo Qing. "I appreciate this friend's kindness, but there is no need to trouble Elder Qian Tong with this matter, we can handle it ourselves." He didn't like owing favors to others, even if Qian Tong didn't have any malicious intentions. Once he owed someone a favor, it would be difficult to refuse their request in the future, especially since Qian Tong had some ulterior motives towards him. The conversation between the two reached the ears of others and Su Zhibing fell to the ground. The Su family members also turned pale and trembled. Now that 2 origin-returning realm masters had fallen into the spirit array, as long as he killed them, he could absorb their insights into the heavenly way and martial Tao. Perhaps he would be able to comprehend what sure was. Once he comprehended this, Yang Kai would be like a tiger that had grown wings. How could he let go of such a rare opportunity? As for Qian Tong, Yang Kai didn't care. As long as he still wanted to befriend the artifact-refining Grandmaster behind him, he wouldn't fall out with him. What's more, this time Yang Kai had been forced to fight back, not to kill for no reason. As such, Yang Kai didn't hesitate to use a drop of golden blood, transforming it into 10,000 streaks of golden light that shot towards Hongzhen's position. The speed of these golden streaks of light was extremely fast at first, but in the next moment, it was as if they had fallen into a swamp, their speed plummeting. Yang Kai knew that this was due to the influence of the two's sure. Under everyone's gaze, Xie Hongwen was sent flying. He spun a few times on the spot before he fell to the ground. Elder Qian. Xia Hongwen's liver and gallbladder were torn apart. Several of his teeth had fallen out and his cheeks were swollen, but he didn't dare to complain. He could only cry out pitifully. If you didn't have a deacon father, you would have died today. Qian Tong looked at him coldly. Xia Hongwen heard this and a trace of hatred flashed through his eyes, but he still kowtowed like he was pounding garlic. Thank you, Elder Qian, for not killing me. Thank you, Elder Qian, for not killing me. Since Qian Tong said so, it meant that he wouldn't kill him. Xia Hongwen came back to his senses and found that his clothes were soaked. Don't be so quick to thank me, I didn't kill you, but that doesn't mean others won't. Your life or death is still up to Nephew Yang to decide. Qian Tong coldly snorted. Xia Hongwen was dumbstruck. He never thought that the little brat he had looked down on before would now be able to control his life and death. Thinking of his previous attitude towards him, Xia Hongwen wanted to cry but had no tears. Falling into that little brat's hands, what good could he do? But what was his origin? Why was Elder Qian Tong so protective of him? Not only did Xia Hongwen not understand, the Su family and Haiku family were also confused. Wu Yi and Yu Feng were also confused. Although they couldn't figure it out, they knew that this crisis had passed and all of them wore excited smiles. Su family. Qian Tong turned his eyes to Su Zhibing, who was lying paralyzed on the ground, and said lightly, "From now on, there is no Su family." Su Zhibing had completely fainted, and the other Su family cultivators' faces were also pale. They were just a small family attached to Shadow Moon Hall. Let alone a master like Qian Tong, even if Xia Hongwen wanted to destroy their Su family, they wouldn't be able to resist. The Su family cultivators all felt regret in their hearts. If they hadn't wanted revenge, they could have at least left the Su family with some bloodline and property so that they could make a comeback in the future. But today, Qian Tong's words had turned the Su family into a cloud of the past. Yes, disciple will handle it. Luo Qing nodded and said to the Su family cultivator, "All of you, follow me." The Su family cultivator knew that their future was bleak, but he didn't dare to disobey. Two of them carried the unconscious Su Zhibing and followed behind Luo Qing. Haiku family. Qian Tong turned his head to look at En. En trembled all over and quickly stepped forward. En greets Elder Qian, "Please show mercy." En was confused, "Please show mercy." Qian Tong smiled coldly, "Your lives will be kept for the time being. How to deal with them will be decided by Nephew Yang. Revenge was only meaningful if he took it himself. He had already killed the Su family with a single sentence, so if he killed the Haiku family as well, where would Yang Kai vent his anger? If Yang Kai didn't vent his anger, how could he talk to him about anything else? Hearing Qian Tong's words, En's face turned gloomy. He felt that if he fell into Yang Kai's hands, he wouldn't have a good end. At this moment, Yang Kai stood up. Although his face was still a little pale, the Saint Chi fluctuations on his body had subsided. "Close the spirit array," Yang Kai ordered Yang Yen. Yang Yen nodded, and in the next moment, the thick fog disappeared, revealing an open space in front of the cave. After seeing the tragic state of Hongzhen and his brother, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Just now, when Yang Kai was sent flying, he seemed to be seriously injured, so everyone thought that Hongzhen and his brother were fine, but now, they realized that Hongzhen and his brother's injuries were much more serious than Yang Kai's. Their bodies were covered in blood, and it could be said that their entire bodies were riddled with holes. Hongzhen had lost an arm, and Hongzhen's senior brother had lost a leg. The two of them sat together, looking dispirited as they looked around in fear. Yang Kai sighed. He knew that he had still underestimated these origin-returning realm masters. He thought that by using his golden blood and Yang Yan's spirit array, killing these two would be a piece of cake, but the moment he attacked, he realized that he had been wrong. The power of Shi was simply too amazing. When these two Shi superimposed on each other, not only did it interfere with his movements, but it also slowed down his attack speed and allowed him to sense the direction of his attack in advance. If he hadn't used his golden blood, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to hurt them. Honored Sir's arrival, my Haiku family not only failed to entertain you but also offended you. Please punish me. Yang Kai coldly snorted, thinking that this En was simply too clever. If he had honestly begged for mercy now, out of respect for Wu Yi and the others, Yang Kai might not have pursued this matter, but this En actually claimed that he had failed to entertain him properly. Obviously, he thought Yang Kai was a guest who had come to his Dragon Cave Mountain. In this world, how could a guest embarrass their host? This was completely unreasonable. Qian Tong also understood the meaning behind this old man's words and couldn't help sneering, simply closing his eyes, too lazy to watch this ugly scene. Although your Haiku family has not directly attacked me, I have never shown mercy to those who dare provoke me. Yang Kai stared at En coldly. En's body went soft and he almost fell to his knees. However, Yang Kai suddenly changed the subject. I don't care if you live or die, if you want to live, go ask Wu Yi for help. En froze for a moment before his shock turned to joy and he knelt to the ground. Many thanks, honored sir, for not killing us. He knew that the Haiku family would not perish. No one knew Wu Yi's character better than him. As long as he asked Wu Yi for help, she would definitely not kill his family. After all, she was also a member of the family. Scram! Yang Kai shouted. Yes, yes, yes. En quickly got up and walked over to Wu Yi's side, already thinking about how to ask Wu Yi for help. Nephew Yang's kindness, this old master admires it. If it were this old master, he would have just killed them. Qian Tong laughed. Yang Kai just smiled lightly but didn't say anything. It was impossible for him to kill En in front of Wu Yi. If he killed them in the middle of a fight, it would be fine, but now that they weren't even resisting, there was no point in killing them. No matter how shrewd En's calculations were, with his strength, Yang Kai wasn't afraid of him. Nephew Yang, this little beast, you decide how to deal with him, this old master will support you unconditionally. Qian Tong stretched out his hand and grabbed Xie Hongwen, whose cheeks were swollen and half a tooth missing, before tossing him in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes as he stared at Xie Hongwen indifferently. However, Qian Tong keenly noticed that a thick murderous intent flashed across the depths of Yang Kai's eyes, causing him to be greatly startled. Yang Kai hadn't revealed any murderous intent towards En just now, but now that he was facing Xie Hongwen, it was clear he really wanted to kill him. Xie Hongwen's death wasn't a big deal, but he still had a father who was a deacon of Shadow Moon Hall. Once Xie Hongwen was killed, there would definitely be some trouble. Qian Tong's subtle expression didn't escape Yang Kai's notice. If Qian Tong remained indifferent, he really would have killed him. Just as he was vexed that he had missed a great opportunity to understand Shi, Qian Tong had helped him. But soon, Yang Kai understood why Qian Tong had acted so decisively. Hongzhen and his brother were already crippled, so even if they did not die, they would not have much of a future. In this world, there were no pills that could regenerate severed limbs. Using the lives of two origin returning realm masters with no future to appease Yang Kai's anger and buy Xie Hongwen a chance to survive, Qian Tong's plan was flawless. Sure enough, after Hongzhen and his brother died, Yang Kai's gloomy expression finally eased. Qian Tong secretly breathed a sigh of relief. What he did not know was that Yang Kai's expression eased not because of what he thought, but because he had purified the souls of those two origin returning realm masters, allowing him to finally understand what Shi was. At the critical moment, Wu Yi walked over with Yang Yan and bowed, breaking the awkward atmosphere. Good, 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 Qian Tong smiled and nodded. Are you a disciple of the Haiku family? Yes, but Wu Yi has left the family and is now following big brother Yang, Wu Yi replied softly. Good, following nephew Yang will definitely have a brighter future than remaining in the Haiku family. Little girl's vision is quite good, work hard, it would be best if you could bind nephew Yang's body and mind. Old dog, you're being a bit disrespectful. Yang Kai cursed in his heart. Wu Yi's small face also blushed, but she soon smiled and said, Wu Yi's beauty is unworthy of big brother Yang. Wu Yi wasn't belittling herself. After seeing Yang Kai's abilities, she really felt that there were very few people who could match up to Yang Kai. In any case, she definitely wasn't one of them. Moreover, she didn't have much interest in the matters between men and women right now, so when Qian Tong casually asked, she just casually answered. And this is... Qian Tong turned his eyes to Yang Yan. Being able to follow Wu Yi here, her status in Yang Kai's circle was definitely not low, so Qian Tong didn't dare neglect her. This is my junior sister. Yang Kai didn't wait for Yang Yan to speak and took the initiative to introduce her. Wu Yi and Yang Yan both stared at him in amazement. Oh, so she is nephew Yang's junior sister, not bad, not bad. She's also a saint-grade artifact refiner, Yang Kai added deliberately. Qian Tong's eyes lit up, seemingly very happy as he let out a hearty laugh. At such a young age, she's already a saint-grade artifact refiner. It seems nephew Yang's junior sister won't be any worse than you in the future. Of course, junior sister is very fierce, Yang Kai nodded quickly. This old master thought that the disciples of the sect were already very good, but after seeing you brother and sister today, I realize how unsightly the sect's disciples are. What a pity. It would be great if nephew and sister could join my Shadow Moon Hall. In the future, if we want to join any force, we will definitely choose Shadow Moon Hall. Qian Tong laughed and nodded with satisfaction. Good, this old master will wait for nephew Yang's good news. Seeing that Yang Kai didn't have any intention of keeping him as a guest, Qian Tong didn't continue to be long-winded, saying goodbye to Yang Kai and leaving. But after walking a short distance, he suddenly turned back. What other instructions does Elder Qian have? Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously. Qian Tong said, does nephew Yang want to participate in Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction? Auction? Yang Kai frowned. He had never participated in an auction before and had no interest in it. What he wanted to do most right now was enter retreat and study sure, but just as he was about to refuse, he saw the expectant look on Wu Yi and Yang Yan's faces and quickly changed his mind. When is the auction? It wasn't until 10 days later that Yang Kai had to give up his current plan to study sure. He felt that his strength was still too low. If he had reached the second order or third order Saint King realm, things would have been much simpler. After all, this kind of mysterious power belonged to the origin returning realm. Being able to touch upon it now was already a great stroke of luck. Yang Kai wasn't someone who liked to waste time on insignificant problems, so after considering all this, he immediately exited his retreat and prepared to wait until his cultivation improved and absorbed more spiritual energy from origin returning realm masters before studying sure. At that time, he would definitely be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Just as he opened the stone door, Yang Kai saw Wu Yi running over and calling out happily, "Big brother Yang, you came out just in time. Why are you so happy?" Yang Kai looked at her suspiciously. "I'm going to participate in Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction," Wu Yi replied quickly. "Today?" Yang Kai was stunned, thinking this was too much of a coincidence. Wu Yi nodded as she leaned closer to Yang Kai and whispered in his ear, Yang Yan has refined an origin grade mid-rank and an origin grade low-rank artifact and is preparing to sell them at the auction. Is she crazy? Yang Kai was shocked and shouted angrily, where is she? I'm here, Yang Yan's figure flashed from behind. What were you thinking? Yang Kai looked at her seriously, didn't I tell you not to be too ostentatious? Are you afraid others won't pay attention to you? It's only been a few days, but you've already forgotten. Yang Yan spat disdainfully, as long as the three of us don't say anything, who will know I refined these artifacts? That's too eye-catching. Yang Kai shook his head, the most powerful artifact refiners on Shadowed Star are only origin grade low rank. How do you explain suddenly taking out an origin grade mid-rank artifact? No, big brother Yang, Wu Yi smiled faintly. Wu Yi smiled lightly, although the level of artifact refiners on Shadowed Star is not high, there are still some origin grade mid-rank and even origin grade high-rank artifacts, so an origin grade mid-rank artifact won't cause too much of a stir. Yang Kai frowned but immediately understood. The current level of artifact refiners and alchemists on Shadowed Star was generally low, but that didn't mean it was the same in the past. Good artifacts could be stored for thousands of years without being damaged, so there must be some left behind on Shadowed Star. Perhaps there were even Origin King grade artifacts here, but even if there were, they should be hallowed treasures of great forces and wouldn't be easily used. Considering all this, Yang Kai's expression relaxed slightly and he nodded. That being said, there's no need to sell artifacts of this grade, isn't it better to keep them for yourself? If we don't sell artifacts, how will we have enough saint crystals to buy materials to arrange a spirit array? Yang Yan snorted, we're all poor now, this auction is a rare opportunity. Yang Kai thought about it for a moment and nodded. Yang Yan's arrangement of spirit arrays really burned money, and it was thanks to her spirit array that they were able to stop Hongzhen and his brother Yang Kai last time. This kind of thing couldn't be sloppy and should be fully supported. What artifacts did you refine? Let me see. Seeing Yang Kai no longer object, Wu Yi excitedly took out two offensive artifacts, one was a soft whip and the other was a pair of daggers. At a glance, Yang Kai could tell that these two artifacts were refined from the tail and pincers of the ninth order monster beast, scarlet-tailed purple-armored crab. These two artifacts exuded a heart-palpitating energy fluctuation, and they were both beautifully refined. Chapter 1148. Yang Kai's question came out of nowhere, so Wu Yi didn't think too much about it and immediately began explaining. The Scorching Cloud pill that can repair one's meridians, the Soul Restoration pill that can repair one's soul, and the Wild Rose pill that Elder Qian Tong took out last time is quite valuable, but the most valuable ones should be the Origin Condensing pill and the Origin Nirvana pill. The latter can be said to be a priceless treasure because it can help a third-order Origin Returning Realm Master break through to the Origin King realm. Our Shadowed Star doesn't have a cultivator of this level, but there are many third-order Origin Returning Realm Masters. If we can obtain an Origin Nirvana pill, it won't be difficult to exchange it for a few prosperous cities from one of the great forces, Wu Yi explained, her breathing becoming rapid. Don't even think about that, Yang Kai shook his head decisively. The Origin Nirvana pill was an Origin King low-rank pill, not to mention that Yang Kai didn't have enough materials right now, even if he did, he wouldn't be able to refine it. However, the Origin Condensing pill could be refined because it was only an Origin grade low-rank pill, a far cry from the Origin Nirvana pill. Big brother Yang, why are you asking about this? Wu Yi looked at Yang Kai curiously. It's nothing, just wait a moment, I'll come out right away, Yang Kai said before turning around and entering the stone room again. Although Yang Inflammation and Wu Yi were confused, they still waited outside obediently. After about half an hour or so, Yang Kai came out again and said, let's go. The three of them headed toward Sky Fortune City in high spirits. After experiencing Qian Tong's display of power last time, Yang Kai believed that no one would come to Dragon Cave Mountain to find trouble with him now, so he could leave with peace of mind. On the other hand, Yang Kai didn't feel comfortable letting a woman like Wu Yi take 2 origin-grade artifacts to the auction, so naturally, he wanted to escort her. He wanted to know what kind of price these 2 artifacts would fetch. Saint King grade high-rank artifacts were worth 30 to 50,000 high-rank Saint crystals, so origin grade low-rank artifacts should be 2 or 300,000, right? Yang Kai had a vague plan in his mind. Once he sold these 2 artifacts, he would be able to purchase a large amount of materials to arrange the spirit array. Along the way, listening to Wu Yi and Yang Inflammation chatter non-stop, Yang Kai learned that Treasure Trove Pavilion was not a property of Shadow Moon Hall. Treasure Trove Pavilion was an even more powerful faction than Shadow Moon Hall. This great force was somewhat similar to Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce in that it did business all over Shadowed Star, but there were some differences. It collected treasures from all over the world and would hold a grand auction every once in a while. The location of the auction was not fixed and was instead rotated between branches all over Shadowed Star. This time, it happened to be the Treasure Trove Pavilion branch in Heavenly Fate City. Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction could be said to be a grand event for all of Shadowed Star, because before each auction, Treasure Trove Pavilion would advertise and make exquisite brochures of precious items and send them to the great forces to attract them to participate in the auction. It could be said that Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction was a gathering of all the great forces of Shadowed Star, a competition of wealth, material resources, and heritage. Every time, it would be a lively event, and many heaven-defying treasures would appear. Once, an Origin King grade defensive artifact would appear. It was rumored that this artifact was sold for a sky-high price of 500 million high-rank Saint crystals plus 15 bustling cities. Even though Yang Kai had a good heart, he was still shocked by this number. Shadowed Star was still too backward, and there were far too few origin-grade low-rank artifacts or above, resulting in such an outrageous price. Yang Kai believed that on other cultivation stars, even if Origin King grade artifacts were expensive, it was impossible for them to be sold for such a high price. That Origin Nirvana pill also appeared once. It seems to have been bought by a master from Thunder Typhoon sect. Unfortunately, after that master took that Origin Nirvana pill, he failed to successfully break through to the Origin King realm and instead experienced a decline in his cultivation. I don't know if this is true or not, Wu Yi sighed softly. Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent. Although he did not interrupt, he was basically certain that Wu Yi was telling the truth. After all, pills were only auxiliary means. Although pills that could help increase a cultivator's chances of breaking through to the next realm were expensive and not easy to refine, they weren't omnipotent. It wasn't a guarantee that one would be able to advance after using a pill. If a person's understanding of the martial Dao Heavenly Way hadn't reached that level, then no matter how many pills they took, it would be useless. On the contrary, if a cultivator's understanding of the martial Dao and Heavenly Way exceeded that bottleneck, even if they did not take pills, they would still break through. Yang Kai himself was such a case. His understanding of the Heavenly Way and martial Dao was always far beyond his current realm, so he had never used pills he refined to break through, saving him a lot of money. The Master of Thunder Typhoon sect definitely had not reached the grand accomplishment stage in his understanding of Shi. If he had, he would not have wasted an Origin Nirvana pill. This kind of precious pill was rare in the entire star territory, so it should have been obtained through some other means. After a cultivator failed to break through a bottleneck, they would also suffer varying degrees of backlash. Minor injuries would range from serious injuries to severe, like the Master of Thunder Typhoon sect, where their strength would decline, or even death. Therefore, if a cultivator did not have enough confidence in themselves, even if they reached a bottleneck, they would not dare to try to break through to the next realm at will. This kind of thing was not obvious when a cultivator's strength was low, so there were basically no such cases in Tong Xian realm. Even if there were, they were extremely rare. Although the backlash was not strong, once one's strength increased, it was easy for this kind of situation to occur. It wasn't until Yang Kai arrived in the star field that he slowly began to understand this information. The group of three, chatting and laughing, soon arrived at Heavenly Fate City's treasure trove pavilion. Standing in front of the towering palace, Yang Kai finally understood what it meant to be a big deal. This endless treasures pavilion occupied the most bustling area of Sky Fortune City, almost covering half of the street. In front of the pavilion, there was an endless stream of people coming and going. On the signboard, there were 3 large gilded words that shined with a dazzling golden light, dazzling the eyes. A tyrannical aura overflowed from Treasure Trove Pavilion, causing Yang Kai to shiver inwardly. There were at least 100 Origin returning realm masters in this building. Fortunately, these people were all here to participate in the auction and were not deliberately targeting anyone, so Yang Kai did not feel too uncomfortable. In front of Treasure Trove Pavilion, 2 masters from the First Order Origin returning realm stood with their hands down, their eyes as sharp as a hawk's as they scanned the crowd. Yang Kai's group of 3 had just arrived when one of the masters in light blue robes stepped forward and raised his hand. "Guests, please stop. Treasure Trove Pavilion is currently holding an auction and is not open to the public for the time being. If you want to buy something, please come back tomorrow. We're here to participate in the auction," Yang Kai said lightly before turning to look at Wu Yi. He knew that in order to participate in an auction of this level, one would need an invitation, and the one Xian Tong had given him last time should be a pass to enter Treasure Trove Pavilion and was currently in Wu Yi's hands. Wu Yi seemed to be immersed in the grandeur of Treasure Trove Pavilion, and thinking that she actually had the opportunity to participate in this level of auction, she became very excited, her face flushing red. It wasn't until Yang Kai turned to look at her that she suddenly remembered the invitation and hurriedly began rummaging through her space ring. How come any Tom, Dick, or Harry can participate in Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction?" A burst of laughter came from the side, filled with disdain. Yang Kai frowned and looked in the direction of the source of the voice, wanting to see who it was. Being ridiculed as a Tom, Dick, or Harry for no reason, Yang Kai was naturally not happy. A young man dressed in a white robe walked over. He had a pair of phoenix eyes that hid a divine light. Although he had a smile on his face, anyone could see the disdain in his eyes. This young man was not old. He was tall and handsome. Coupled with his phoenix eyes, he was a character that could charm thousands of women. Yang Kai's heart went cold because he found that this young man was actually a third-order Saint King and gave off a faint oppressive aura that was not inferior to Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's Shuiyu's. Behind the young man, there were 2 experts with long and restrained auras. Their cultivation bases seemed to be higher than Hong Zhen and his fellow apprentice brothers. The 2 of them were dressed in black, and embroidered on their chests was a large, flamboyant character. "Battle! Heaven Battling Union!" Wu Yi exclaimed and hurriedly stepped aside to make way. So they were from Heaven Battling Union, no wonder they were so strong despite their young age. Yang Kai had been on Shadowed Star for some time now and naturally knew that Heaven Battling Union was one of the few great forces here. Moreover, among the younger generation of Heaven Battling Union, there was a disciple with heaven-defying aptitude, Chu Changfeng. It was rumored that he had a pair of phoenix eyes. If Yang Kai was not mistaken, this young man in front of him should be Chu Changfeng, who was famous throughout Shadowed Star. Sure enough, after the guard who had just blocked Yang Kai's way saw this young man, he immediately cupped his fists respectfully. "Young Master Chu, please come in." Chu Changfeng nodded lightly, his eyes sweeping over Wu Yi and Yang Yen before coming to a stop and smiling. "Do you 2 girls want to enter Treasure Trove Pavilion?" Wu Yi and Yang Yen did not answer. Chu Changfeng continued, "You can't go in now, there is an auction going on inside. Without an invitation, these 2 guards won't let you in, but if you really want to go in, you can come with me. What do you 2 girls think?" Chu Changfeng smiled and invited them in, putting on a harmless look, but Yang Yan and Wu Yi were not the kind of women who would become infatuated with men, so they naturally understood what he meant. Chu Changfeng, after not seeing you for a few years, you still like to show off your superiority in front of the weak. Being able to participate in this auction is already amazing, or is it your heaven-battling union? A low voice sounded. Chu Changfeng, who was inviting Wu Yi and Yang Yan, heard this voice and frowned as if he had swallowed a fly, the warm smile on his face disappearing in the blink of an eye as he turned his head to look behind him. Behind him, a young man in simple grey robes strode forward. His clothes were not as ostentatious as Chu Changfeng's and were instead quite simple, looking as ridiculous as a farmer, but Chu Changfeng did not have the slightest intention of underestimating him, his phoenix eyes flashing a strong sense of dread and dignity. Chapter 1149. Yang Kai turned his head to look, wondering who it was that dared act so arrogantly in front of Chu Changfeng. At first glance, Yang Kai was also slightly surprised. This newcomer's clothes were quite simple and crude, but the aura he gave off was even stronger than Chu Changfeng's. Yang Kai even vaguely felt a burst of lightning energy coming from this person. This person cultivated a thunder attribute secret art and had reached a very high level of attainment in it. He wasn't tall, but he was definitely a master because his cultivation was the same as Chu Changfeng's, a third-order Saint King. Behind him were two Origin returning realm masters, both of whom wore blue robes and had a lightning bolt symbol on their chests that seemed to have descended from the 9 heavens. I was wondering who it was. It turns out to be Brother Fong of Thunder Typhoon sect. Long time no see, you're still so shabby, aren't you afraid of losing face for your Thunder Typhoon sect? Chu Changfeng greeted with a smile. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he immediately understood who this plainly dressed man was. Thunder Typhoon sect's Fong Tianzhong. Like Chu Changfeng, he was a famous young talent on Shadowed Star, the #1 genius of Thunder Typhoon sect. Geniuses always had a high opinion of themselves and didn't like to stand on equal footing with others. These two were both geniuses of their respective sects and there seemed to be some tension between them, so when they met, it was only natural for them to be openly mocking each other. The two guards of Treasure Trove Pavilion stood aside helplessly. If it were anyone else acting so presumptuously in front of Treasure Trove Pavilion, they would have already taken action to teach them a lesson, but with Chu Changfeng and Fong Tianzhong's identities, they didn't dare say anything. Even Yang Kai's group of 3, who were standing nearby, became foils. I cultivate the martial Tao, and I comprehend the heavenly Tao. I'm not like Brother Chu, who dresses up and struts around the streets all day long, Fong Tianzhong said indifferently. Chu Changfeng coldly snorted as he pushed his aura towards Fong Tianzhong. Naturally, Fong Tianzhong was not to be outdone and also released his own. It was as if two storms had suddenly collided with each other. The world energy aura in front of Treasure Trove Pavilion fluctuated wildly and many of the masters inside sensed the situation here and sent out their divine senses to investigate, but after learning that the conflict was between Chu Changfeng and Fong Tianzhong, they quickly withdrew their divine senses and no longer meddled. Watching these two geniuses fight as if there was no one else present, Yang Kai's face became cold. Originally, he had some good impressions of Fong Tianzhong, feeling that this guy was much better than Chu Changfeng, but now, that good impression had completely disappeared. If it had been an ordinary first-order Saint King cultivator standing here, he would have definitely been drawn in by the aura of these two, and even if he wasn't injured, he would have made a fool of himself. They obviously didn't care about Yang Kai, Wu Yi, and Yang Yan and only wanted to show off their strength. As the aftermath of their auras hit him, Yang Kai coldly snorted and waved his hand casually. It was as if something had been split open, but Yang Kai stood in place as steady as a mountain, not even his clothes or hair ruffling. Yang Yan and Wu Yi, who were hiding behind him, didn't feel anything either. Chu Changfeng and Fong Tianzhong converged their auras at the same time and turned to look at Yang Kai, both of them looking a little surprised. Although the auras of the two of them had not been directed at Yang Kai just now, it was still not something a First-Order Saint King could resist casually. Now, seeing Yang Kai easily break through the aftermath of their auras, they were naturally surprised. However, they were only surprised. Yang Kai's cultivation wasn't enough for them to put him in their eyes. Two brothers' relationship is really good, sticking together like glue as soon as you meet, it's really enviable. A clear and melodious laughter that was like a silver bell rang out, and a woman in luxurious clothes leisurely walked over. Her skin was like cream, her hands were soft, and she was born with a temperament that was too weak to stand up to a gust of wind. It was as if she would be blown away by a gust of wind, causing anyone who saw her to involuntarily have the thought of wanting to protect her. The woman's figure was very perfect, and a light purple dress perfectly outlined the curves of her figure and set off her graceful and luxurious appearance. As she approached, a fragrant scent wafted out, making one's blood flow faster and refreshed. Although her words were teasing, neither Fang Tianzhong nor Chu Changfeng showed any signs of anger, the latter even showing a happy expression as he stared towards the woman with a scorching gaze. Su Dai greets two brother, the woman bowed respectfully. The girl bowed gracefully. Her little face was fair and rosy, as if water could be squeezed out with a pinch. Her beautiful eyes were captivating, causing one's imagination to run wild. So it is junior sister Yin, long time no see, I've missed you so much. Chu Changfeng was too lazy to continue entangling with Fang Tianzhong and said with a laugh. Fang Tianzhong also nodded lightly to this woman in greeting. Both of them were geniuses of Shadowed Star, so naturally they knew each other. I didn't expect junior sister Yin to also participate in this auction. It seems I made the right choice coming here this time. Would you like to join me so we can have a good chat? Senior brother isn't talented, but recently, he has been studying Shi and has gained some insights. Chu Changfeng enthusiastically invited, his words filled with pride. Yang Kai secretly grinned but didn't care. He knew how difficult it was to comprehend Shi. Even he, who had absorbed the spiritual energy of two origin returning realm masters, was unable to comprehend it. Even if Chu Changfeng's cultivation was higher than his, it was impossible for him to comprehend it before reaching the origin returning realm. Only a cultivator who broke through to the origin returning realm could come into contact with this kind of power. Chu Changfeng saying this was obviously an excuse to get closer to Yin Su Dai. Yin Su Dai understood this better than Yang Kai, so she simply smiled and said, although junior sister would like to chat more with brother Chu, junior sister came here this time on the orders of my master. Junior sister must first thank brother Chu for his kindness. It's fine, there's still plenty of time in the future. Chu Changfeng smiled casually. Chu Changfeng smiled freely, not feeling embarrassed by Yin Su Dai's rejection. Nearly 80% of the seats were already filled with people, and the higher levels were also filled with people moving about. In the center of the hall's bottom floor, there was a high platform about a meter above the ground, which should be the location of the auction. Such an arc-shaped design allowed everyone who participated in the auction to clearly see the items being auctioned. It could be said that this was a brilliant design. When Yang Kai arrived here, he looked around, trying to find where Qian Tong was, but he soon discovered that it was too difficult to find someone in such a place. If he was a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, he wouldn't have to worry about others and could simply use his divine sense to search, but in this place where so many masters gathered, he didn't dare use his divine sense at will, lest he be misunderstood and cause trouble. At the same time, in a secret room of treasure trove pavilion, a dark-faced old man with a goatee called out to Qian Tong with dissatisfaction, "Old Qian, the auction is about to begin, where are the items you want to put up for auction?" Qian Tong glanced outside and said with uncertainty, "They should be here soon, just wait a little longer." Wait a little longer? Treasure Trove Pavilion has its own rules. If you and I weren't friends, do you think I would casually break the rules and put up items for auction before the auction starts? Is that appropriate? It's not appropriate, it's not appropriate. Qian Tong smiled flatteringly while muttering in his heart. A few days ago, Wu Yi had specifically come to find him, saying that she had something she wanted to put up for auction. As for what it was, Qian Tong didn't ask, only knowing that it was an artifact. Out of respect for Yang Kai, Qian Tong had promised to take care of everything as long as the item was delivered before the auction started. How could he have known that even now, it still hadn't been delivered? In the end, he could only say, "Brother Yen Pei, just wait a little longer, it will definitely be delivered." Yen Pei's black face became even darker, like the bottom of a pot, hesitating for a moment before saying, "Don't say this brother didn't take care of you. If it's not delivered in half a stick of incense, then even if it's more valuable, I won't participate in the auction." I know, I'll have to trouble brother Yen Pei." Qian Tong smiled helplessly. Treasure Trove Pavilion had many rules, so there was nothing he could do. Just as he was speaking, his communication artifact suddenly sent him a divine sense fluctuation. It was Luo Qing sending him a message. Qian Tong smiled happily, "It's here." Saying so, Qian Tong immediately walked out. A moment later, Qian Tong returned with a jade bottle and 2 jade boxes. Yen Pei said exasperatedly, "That's it? It should be." Qian Tong didn't open the boxes to see what was inside. Time was of the essence, so after receiving the items from Luo Qing, he immediately brought them in. "Open them, evaluate the price, and see when it's best to auction them," Yen Pei said coldly. Yen Pei said with a cold expression. Saying so, he waved his hand to the side and immediately several origin returning realm masters came forward, placed the jade box and jade bottle on the table, and began to evaluate the value of the items to be auctioned. Seeing Qian Tong's somewhat irritated expression, Yen Pei sneered, "Brother Qian, you wouldn't just casually bring out something worthless to auction, would you? If that's the case, you'd best take it back quickly." "How could that be?" Qian Tong smiled awkwardly. "Can't a Saint King grade high-rank artifact be auctioned?" Because it was Wu Yi who had greeted him, Qian Tong wasn't so worried. If Yang Kai had greeted him personally, Qian Tong wouldn't have been so anxious. Yang Kai had an artifact refining grandmaster backing him, so the reason why Qian Tong had said it was a Saint King grade high-rank artifact was because he had confidence in Yang Kai's master. It was impossible for such an artifact refining grandmaster to take out something too shabby. A Saint King grade high-rank artifact. Yen Pei's expression relaxed slightly as he said earnestly, "Naturally, but brother Qian, please don't do this again next time. This brother has a responsibility to bear. If someone were to find out, it would be difficult to explain to my superiors." Although Saint King grade high-rank artifacts weren't very high in grade, they could be said to be the most mainstream artifacts on Shadowed Star. There weren't many Origin grade artifact refiners, and most of the Saint King realm and Origin returning realm cultivators used artifacts of this grade, so there was no need to worry about demand. "I don't need you to remember my kindness," Yen Pei grinned and waved his hand. "Can you not be so venomous? This old master is strong and can live for at least a few hundred years." Qian Tong rolled his eyes. Yen Pei snorted, "If I were you, I would quickly order people to gather saint crystals. You actually still have time to waste with this old master admires you. Only you and I know about the appearance of these things, so you still have the advantage." Hearing this, Qian Tong's eyes lit up and he cupped his fists to Yen Pei before turning around and leaving. He knew better than anyone that no matter what he said, it was impossible to get these things back. Old Xian, who brought these things to auction? Yan Pei shouted from behind, but received no response. Yan Pei naturally knew that his old friend was sulking, but he didn't care and just chuckled. This person's luck is surprisingly good. Not only did he find 2 origin-grade artifacts, but he also found 2 origin condensing pills. It seems his luck is not shallow. Qian Tong left the underground chamber and Luo Qing hurriedly greeted him, but before he could speak, he was slapped twice on the head by Qian Tong. Although Qian Tong didn't use his Saint Qi, these 2 slaps were not light, causing Luo Qing to grimace in pain. Qian Tong's expression became gloomy, like a storm was about to arrive. Luo Qing stammered, "Elder, what mistake did this disciple make? You bastard, why did you act so quickly? Couldn't you have delivered these things a stick of incense later? You really pissed this old master off," Qian Tong reprimanded. Ah! Luo Qing was dumbfounded. It was clearly Elder Qian Tong's orders that once he obtained the auction items from Yang Kai, they were to be delivered immediately without delay, so why was Elder Qian Tong saying this now? Elder Qian Tong was a kind and gentle person, never giving such contradictory orders, nor beating a disciple for no reason, so in Shadow Moon Hall, Elder Qian was still very prestigious and was admired by many disciples. Although he had doubts in his heart, Luo Qing didn't dare to ask. Even a blind person could see that Elder Qian Tong was in a bad mood. At this time, it was best not to provoke him. The more he did, the more mistakes he would make. "I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself," Qian Tong looked at him coldly. "Elder's orders," Luo Qing hurriedly said, looking like he was ready to die. "I'll give you an hour to contact all the shops in Heavenly Fate City and collect 20 million, no, 50 million Saint Crystals." 50 million? Luo Qing was shocked. "Yes. Yes." Luo Qing quickly responded before disappearing like a bolt of lightning. Collecting 50 million Saint Crystals in an hour was a long and arduous task. Seeing Luo Qing's figure disappear, Qian Tong secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this auction was being held in Heavenly Fate City. Heavenly Fate City was mostly owned by Shadow Moon Hall, so collecting Saint Crystals wasn't a problem. If this auction had been held in another Great Forces territory, Qian Tong would have had no choice but to sigh. At the same time, in Treasure Trove Pavilion's underground secret room, Yan Pei sat in a chair and pondered for a moment before suddenly smiling and waving to the Origin returning realm masters who had just participated in the appraisal of the auction items, whispering a few words in their ears. These people nodded and quickly left. A moment later, people began to enter and exit the A-block private rooms, all of them wearing dignified expressions. These people quickly left Treasure Trove Pavilion and headed straight to the main hall where Heavenly Fate City's space array was located. After a while, some people also left the B-block private rooms. The reason why Treasure Trove Pavilion chose to hold this auction in Heavenly Fate City was because there was a space array here that was connected to the other cities on Shadowed Star, making it convenient for the great forces to come and participate in the auction. Space arrays were extremely precious and were not open to ordinary people, but these people all came from great forces, so the disciples in charge of guarding the space array in Shadow Moon Hall didn't dare stop them and simply allowed them to use it after paying a certain amount of Saint Crystals. Chapter 1152. For a time, the space force fluctuations in Heavenly Fate City rose one after another. The space array had never been used so frequently before. When the first space force fluctuation appeared, Qian Tong didn't pay much attention to it. He had originally planned to go to Yang Kai and have a few words with him, telling him not to auction off any good things in the future as he was fully capable of purchasing them. But after 3 or 5 consecutive space force fluctuations, Qian Tong's expression slowly froze. Standing in place, He thought for a moment before his expression changed drastically and he quickly disappeared, rushing towards the palace where the space array was located. Inside the main hall, the disciples of Shadow Moon Hall who were responsible for guarding the space array were at a loss. They didn't understand why so many people had come to use the space array. Wasn't the auction about to begin? Why weren't these people participating in the auction and rushing back to their sects? These newcomers were all masters from great forces, such as Thunder Typhoon Sect, Heaven Battling Union, Colored Glass Sect, Twin Heart Valley, Grand Flame Temple. Each of these forces was no smaller than Shadow Moon Hall, some even stronger. Moreover, these people seemed to dislike each other and were all extremely vigilant, causing the atmosphere in the main hall to become tense. The several disciples of Shadow Moon Hall were afraid that these people would start fighting in the main hall, so they didn't dare to ask too much and just quickly collected the Saint Crystals and let them pass. Even so, there were still people who kept urging them to move faster. Several dozen people represented several dozen great forces, so even if they moved quickly, it would still take some time. The operation of the space array, the relocation of the Saint Crystals, and the positioning of the destination were all not things that could be completed in 3 or 5 breaths. Just as the several disciples of Shadow Moon Hall were busy, a surging aura suddenly rushed in from outside. The several dozen masters in the main hall frowned and looked outside. After seeing who it was, they hurriedly cupped their fists and greeted, Elder Qian. Qian Tong's face sank as he quickly walked in. Originally, he had a trace of suspicion and had rushed here to investigate, but now that he saw so many people waiting to use the space array, how could he not understand what was going on? Qian Tong clenched his teeth and roared, "Old man Yen, I'll remember you. I'll sever all ties with you." Just now, Yen Pei had said that he had the advantage. But in the blink of an eye, this advantage was gone. If it wasn't for Yen Pei's information, why would these people be gathered here? When everyone heard Qian Tong's words, they all secretly felt that it was funny, but they didn't dare to show it. Elder Qian was clearly unhappy now, and no one dared to make trouble for him. Elder. The disciples of Shadow Moon Hall, who had been so busy that they were disoriented, heaved a sigh of relief when they saw their elders arrive. They really couldn't handle such a big battle. How many families have left? Qian Tong took a deep breath to calm the anger in his heart and tried to ask in a calm tone. 6 of them have already left, a Shadow Moon Hall disciple hurriedly replied. Qian Tong nodded. 6 families? He wasn't too late. After he finished speaking, he looked at the 60 to 70 people in the hall and snorted, "Did you all go back to your respective sects to raise Saint Crystals? Did you all get the news from Old Man Yen?" The 60 to 70 people looked embarrassed. Some scratched their ears and cheeks, some looked up at the ceiling of the hall, and some pulled up familiar faces and whispered, but no one answered Qian Tong's question. "All right, if you want to go back to raise Saint Crystals, I won't stop you." But this time, Sky Fortune City's space array has been continuously used, and it's a great danger to the array here. It might even be scrapped. I'll have to raise the cost of your usage. The 60 to 70 masters suddenly went into an uproar as they stared at Qian Tong in shock. Everyone knew that he was just spouting nonsense. The space array was a relic from ancient times and had been in use for so many years without any problems. Even if it was frequently used, it wouldn't be scrapped. This was just an excuse for Qian Tong to raise the price. Everyone understood, but no one dared to question Qian Tong. After all, this was Sky Fortune City, Shadow Moon Hall's city. The space array was also Shadow Moon Hall's property. Unless they didn't want to use it anymore, they wouldn't dare offend him. They were all shouldering important missions and all they wanted to do was leave as soon as possible. Qian Tong grinned meaningfully and quoted, "The increase isn't much, just 500,000 high-rank Saint Crystals per person." "Elder Qian, this isn't appropriate." Someone immediately shouted, "Normally, a single use only costs 10,000 high-rank Saint Crystals, but you've increased it by 50 times, isn't that a bit too much? That's right, isn't 500,000 high-rank saint crystals too much? Elder Qian, you can't accept this kind of black-hearted money. A large group of people began to clamor. 500,000 high-rank saint crystals per use of the space array, who could afford to use it? Several Shadow Moon Hall disciples saw that the situation was getting out of hand and couldn't help feeling panic. This was something that would incur public anger, so how could Elder Qian say such a thing? They felt that the elder was a little confused. You don't have to use it, this old master isn't forcing you to use it. Qian Tong said calmly, unmoved, but this old master has to remind you that the auction is about to begin. If you can't collect enough saint crystals before those things appear, I'll use it, here are 500,000 saint crystals. Before Qian Tong could finish speaking, a burly man walked over and tossed a space ring to the Shadow Moon Hall disciple guarding the space array. The disciple caught the space ring, swept it with his divine sense, and nodded to Qian Tong after confirming there were no problems. Open the array. Qian Tong waved his hand and in a flash of white light, the burly man's figure gradually disappeared. Even now, the several disciples of Shadow Moon Hall were still a little confused, unable to understand how 500,000 saint crystals could be obtained so easily. The maintenance and use of space arrays was only for the convenience of communication between the great forces on Shadowed Star. No one had ever used them as a tool to make money, but today, their own elder Qian Tong had set a precedent, and it seemed to be working quite well. The fragrance of flowers filled the air as the dozen or so young girls smiled sweetly, their figures graceful, as if they were goddesses who had descended from the heavens. The young girls' long sleeves danced gracefully, their figures graceful and their dance moves beautiful, their expressions either happy or angry. After the song was over, they bowed and withdrew. A beautiful woman with a voluptuous figure slowly walked up to the high platform. Her skin was as white as snow, so delicate that it could be broken by the wind. She was dressed very generously, and her tight dress couldn't hold back her proud charm. Her two jade arms were exposed, and the lapel at her chest was split open, revealing her deep white cleavage. Her mature charm was on the verge of bursting out. Her hair was tied up in a bun behind her head, revealing her slender white neck, giving her an elegant and graceful appearance. When this beautiful woman appeared, she was even more eye-catching than the dozen or so young girls. She exuded an enchanting aura and there seemed to be a faint halo of light flowing around her body, giving her an indescribably beautiful appearance. Chapter 1153. The beautiful woman stood on the high platform and gracefully bowed, a smile appearing on her face as her red lips gently touched and a pleasant voice rang out, "Many thanks to all of you for participating in my Endless Treasures Pavilion's auction this time. This mistress would like to thank all of you for coming from afar. She would also like to thank Shadow Moon Hall's Elder Qian Tong for his strong support. Elder Qian's contributions to this auction being able to proceed smoothly cannot go unnoticed." As soon as these words came out, the several dozen private rooms in A block and B block immediately began cursing. They had just received news from their disciples that they had been extorted by Qian Tong for 500,000 saint crystals just to use Heavenly Fate City's space array. Who would thank Qian Tong now? Not cursing out loud could already be considered giving Qian Tong some face due to his status, but thanking him? Thanking his grandmother. Yang Kai, who was in private room C13, looked at the beautiful woman with interest. Although he had never participated in an auction before, that didn't mean he was ignorant about it. In an auction, the auctioneer played a very important role. A good auctioneer was good at stirring up the atmosphere of the scene. Once the atmosphere was stirred up, the price of the auction items would rise sharply. This beautiful woman was so beautiful that even if she didn't say anything, she could still raise the atmosphere of the auction hall by several levels. The people from Endless Treasures Pavilion were truly sinister. The beautiful woman on the stage announced her name and modestly reviewed Treasure Trove Pavilion's lack of hospitality. Her words were very appropriate, and no one could find any fault with them. The smile on her face that was like a spring breeze made everyone feel the warmth of a guest's home. Her beautiful watery eyes looked around, making everyone mistakenly think that she was looking at them, waiting for them to show their rich and imposing side. After a while, the beautiful woman suddenly changed the topic and chuckled, "Let's not waste any more time. The auction will now begin. The first item we will be auctioning today is a Saint King grade high-rank artifact armor." As she spoke, a woman in palace robes slowly walked over from behind, holding a jade plate in her hand. Atop this jade plate was the Saint King grade high-rank artifact armor. This artifact armor was filled with 5-colored light and exuded a strong energy fluctuation. At first glance, it was obvious it was a good defensive artifact. The beautiful woman waited for everyone to finish admiring the armor. Only then did he continue, "This 5-colored jade armor is the recent work of our Treasure Trove Pavilion's master refiner, Gong Tai Hong. Master Gong's reputation is out there, so I don't think I need to elaborate on his craftsmanship. Not only does this armor have outstanding defensive capabilities, it can also change its size. This artifact armor can be used by both men and women. The starting bid is 30,000 Saint Crystals and each bid must not be less than 2,000 Saint Crystals. Please." Yang Kai frowned when he heard the woman's low price. He glanced at Yang Inflammation. He remembered that when Yang Yen had refined the first batch of artifacts for him, he had refined a Saint King grade high-rank auxiliary artifact using the wings of an illusionary cloud butterfly. According to Yang Yen, those wings could be sold for 30,000 Saint Crystals. Although they were both Saint King grade high rank, Yang Kai felt that the pair of wings refined by Yang Yen was much better than this so-called 5-colored jade armor. Not only were they rare and beautiful, and it was even applicable. The female disciple from Treasure Trove Pavilion who had been holding the artifact armor walked off the high platform and handed it to the young man before accepting the Saint Crystals. The young man gave the artifact armor to the beautiful woman who was snuggling up to him as soon as he received it, winning him a kiss on the cheek. The young man laughed heartily, as if he was the biggest winner in the world. The second auction item was a bottle of 10 King transformation pills with a base price of 10,000 Saint Crystals. In the end, it was sold for 27,000 Saint Crystals. Similarly, it was bought by a person in the hall. From the looks of it, this person should be from some small family who had bought these King transformation pills for their family's disciple to break through to the Saint King realm. The following items were all kinds of pills, artifacts, secret arts, martial skills, and so on. There were even some precious raw materials with varying base prices. The atmosphere in the auction house gradually heated up. Once these precious items were brought out, countless people scrambled to bid. The most expensive item even sold for 200,000 Saint Crystals, leaving Yang Kai speechless. He felt that he had still underestimated the capital of the great forces on Shadowed Star. Most of his understanding of Shadowed Star came from Wu Yi's descriptions. Wu Yi's background wasn't high, so she didn't know much about the great forces, so naturally she didn't understand what kind of wealth these people possessed. But now, it seemed that there were many rich people on Shadowed Star. Inside the auction house, Yang Kai was infected by the atmosphere. Sometimes, even knowing that the items being auctioned were of no use to him, he still felt the urge to bid. Fortunately, Yang Kai was almost penniless and had no ability to participate in this auction. Even if he had the ability, he had self-control. Secretly sighing, Yang Kai understood why this auction was so popular. If an item worth 10,000 Saint Crystals was taken to an auction, it could be sold for several times its original price. Auctions were definitely the best way to gather money. Yang Kai still had some sense of reason, but Yang Inflammation and Wu Yi were unable to restrain themselves. The two of them were completely immersed in the bidding and weren't qualified to bid, but that didn't prevent them from gesticulating and cheering for others in the private room. Whenever someone they thought highly of failed to win an item, they would sigh and sigh in frustration. What part of them were they acting like virtuous ladies? Yang Kai's face turned red as he watched them, grabbing 2 spirit fruits and stuffing them into each of their mouths, finally shutting their chattering mouths. The 2 female disciples from Shadow Moon Hall who were standing behind him couldn't help giggling, their shoulders trembling slightly as they tried to hold back their laughter. The auction was in full swing, and as time passed, the value of the items treasure trove pavilion brought out became higher and higher. In the first 2 hours, the items being auctioned were basically auctioned off by the cultivator sitting in the hall. The great forces who owned the private rooms didn't make a move, but after 2 hours passed, the sound of bidding continued to ring out from the private rooms. The beautiful woman had been standing on the stage for a long time with a smile on her beautiful face. She didn't feel tired at all, and her words were still crisp and pleasant to the ears. At the most opportune time, she provoked the enthusiasm of those who were bidding, causing every auction item to be sold at the ideal price. There was no item that went unsold. The next item to be auctioned is a very special item. The beautiful woman opened her lips again, her seductive voice seeming to grow claws as she pulled out saint crystals from everyone's pockets. The reason why this item is special is because its value can be high or low. While she was speaking, another woman wearing a palace dress walked up to the high platform with a jade plate in her hand. Almost everyone's eyes were fixed on the jade plate. They wanted to know what this thing was that the beautiful woman had described it so ambiguously. Arriving on the high platform, the woman in palace robes picked up the item on the jade plate, pinched it with both hands, and slowly turned it in a circle. Countless divine senses immediately swept it, and after everyone had seen it clearly, she returned the item to the jade plate. The beautiful auctioneer chuckled and said, "Everyone should have seen it clearly, this is a map fragment. The origin of this map fragment is very special. A disciple of my treasure trove pavilion was out collecting auction items when he accidentally saved a person. That person was grateful to my treasure trove pavilion's disciple for saving his life and had nothing else on him, so he decided to give this map fragment away. It is said that this is an ancestral artifact of his family. According to the research of many masters of my treasure trove pavilion, this map fragment is only a fraction of the entire map. As for how much it is, we don't know, but this map fragment has a long history, at least several thousand years old. The place this map fragment points to is not clear, and no one knows what is hidden in that place. Perhaps there is nothing there, but perhaps there is a shocking amount of wealth, a coveted inheritance, or a top-grade artifact or secret art. Chapter 1154. The beautiful woman's melodious voice rang out, her subtle description causing the atmosphere of the scene to become even more heated. Shocking wealth, top-grade secret arts, mysterious inheritances, all of these items greatly aroused the interest of the people in the private rooms. However, everyone knew that although this woman's words were beautiful, they were actually quite unreliable. It was just a fragment of a map. Who could possibly find the right place to investigate what was hidden there? If this map fragment really had great value, it wouldn't have been put up for auction. Treasure Trove Pavilion was a powerful force, so it would naturally organize people to search for this treasure. The beautiful woman observed everyone's expressions and knew that her purpose had been achieved, so she no longer said anything and simply smiled. The base price of this map fragment is 10,000 saint crystals, please bid. She didn't even mention how to increase the price each time, obviously allowing everyone to bid freely. 10,000. Although it was a fragment of a map, that did not hinder its collectible value. Just because no other map fragments could be found now did not mean they could not be found in the future. Spending 10,000 saint crystals to buy it may be a great opportunity, so as soon as the beautiful woman's voice fell, countless people began bidding. The beautiful woman smiled lightly and turned to someone in the hall. This friend in seat 87 is the first to bid. If anyone else wants it, please increase the price. 12,000. 15,000. Bids rang out in the hall one after another. Even those who owned private rooms began bidding one after another, but each time they didn't raise the price by much, at most 2 to 3,000 Saint crystals. The base price of 10,000 was soon raised to 50,000, then 70,000, 80,000. After 80,000, the atmosphere of the scene solidified and no one continued to bid. No one was willing to spend 80,000 Saint crystals to buy a map fragment they didn't know the purpose of. Its main value was simply to be a collection. Yang Kai shook his head and was about to say something to Wu Yi when he suddenly noticed that Yang Yan's expression was a little strange and couldn't help asking in a low voice, "What's wrong?" Yang Yan turned his head and glanced at him before replying in the same low voice, "I seem to have a similar map fragment." "What?" Yang Kai was shocked and asked in surprise, "Are you sure?" Yang Yan nodded firmly. 82,000. Yang Kai didn't even think about it and directly bid, but after bidding, he suddenly remembered that he didn't have so many Saint crystals and couldn't help feeling embarrassed. But since the price had already been bid, it was naturally impossible to take it back. If he really did so, he would definitely be thrown out by Treasure Trove Pavilion, which would be a disgrace. The atmosphere, which had cooled down for a long time, was once again stirred up by Kai Yang's bid. The auctioneer's smile was especially brilliant. Looking towards the private room, she said in a loud voice, "The friend in room C13 has bid 82,000. Are there any higher bids?" Yang, and yang. Saint. Yang Kai clearly felt that after this person bid, countless divine senses instantly gathered on him. There were only two possibilities for this person to be so determined to snatch this map fragment: either he didn't care about the 100,000 Saint crystals and wanted to buy an opportunity to take back, or he had another map fragment. The man who called out the 100,000 price seemed to feel that something was wrong and immediately lowered his head, but his appearance had already been memorized, so it was too late for him to hide it now. Yang Kai also remembered this man's appearance. He was a middle-aged man with low strength, only a first-order Saint King. He wore ordinary clothes and didn't seem to be a rich man. Does this person also have a map fragment? Yang Kai thought to himself. Yang Kai was sure that he wasn't the only one who thought so, many others were thinking the same thing. Once he walked out of Treasure Trove Pavilion, he would likely be targeted by countless people. Buying this map fragment would be a disaster for him. Thinking so, Yang Kai was secretly shocked. Fortunately, this person had solved his crisis, otherwise, it wouldn't have been him but himself who would be targeted. However, Yang Inflammation actually had a similar map fragment, which was beyond Yang Kai's expectations. If these two map fragments were pieced together, perhaps he could find some clues. Yang Kai secretly wondered if he should take the map fragment from this person. If he wanted to obtain it, what kind of method should he use? It would be best not to let others find out. If, as the beautiful auctioneer said, this map fragment hid some kind of shocking wealth, on the high platform, the beautiful auctioneer's voice sounded again, 100,000, is there anyone willing to bid higher? 100,000 going once, 100,000 going twice. After calling out 3 times in a row, no one bid, and in the end, the map fragment was bought by the middle-aged man for 100,000 Saint crystals. The woman in the palace robes brought the map fragment in front of him, took the 100,000 Saint crystals, and handed it to him, completing the transaction. After obtaining the map fragment, the middle-aged man felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. He definitely wanted to leave this place immediately, but he didn't dare to act rashly and could only sit in his chair. This kind of behavior made people more and more suspicious that he really had other map fragments. The auction was still going on when suddenly, one of the 2 female disciples from Shadow Moon Hall took out a communication artifact, scanned it, and said with a smile, "Young Master Yang, Elder Qian is outside the door." "Let him in." Yang Kai just happened to be looking for Qian Tong, so he hadn't expected him to come by himself. The female disciple nodded, walked over, and opened the door. Sure enough, Qian Tong was waiting outside with a smile on his face. Anyone who had plundered 30 million saint crystals without any effort would be like Qian Tong, grinning from ear to ear. As for Yan Pei's rumor that he had lost the initiative, Qian Tong didn't care. With this additional 30 million saint crystals, if the Shadow Moon Hall couldn't compete with anyone else, Qian Tong would have nothing to say. Nephew Yang, this Qian had a matter to attend to and was only able to leave now. Please forgive this Qian for neglecting nephew Yang. Qian Tong cupped his fists and said politely. Elder Qian is too polite. After all, Qian Tong had said that this was the property of Shadow Moon Hall, so him giving Yang Kai some saint crystals was already a great favor. At that moment, the beautiful woman on the auction stage said loudly, "The next item to be auctioned is something I believe everyone will be very interested in. Friends, please prepare yourselves to bid." As soon as this statement came out, Yang Kai clearly felt the atmosphere in the private rooms become dignified. Obviously, everyone had already received some gossip and knew what this item might be. On the other hand, the cultivator in the hall was confused, but that didn't stop them from looking forward to it. The woman in palace robes who was responsible for presenting the auction items once again stepped onto the high platform. A delicate jade bottle was placed on top of the jade plate. The beautiful woman picked up the jade bottle, uncorked it, and shouted in a seemingly excited voice, "This time, the auction item is an origin condensing pill." Sure enough, as soon as the beautiful woman's voice fell, the audience burst into an uproar. The beautiful woman watched with a smile, very satisfied with everyone's reaction. $900,000. The man competing with Qian Tong also became enraged and abandoned his previous method of increasing the price by 10,000, directly raising the price by 100,000. At the same time, he shouted angrily, "Old dog Qian Tong, if you want to fight, this old master will accompany you, there's no need to disgust me like this. A trivial few 100,000 saint crystals is nothing to my sea temple." Ha ha ha. Qian Tong's laughter rang out, "Jianghu, what do you mean by that? Is this your first time participating in Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction? Don't you understand the principle that the highest bidder wins? This old master likes this origin condensing pill, so naturally he can bid as much as he wants, but if you can't afford it, don't try to compete with this old master. This old master doesn't have much, but he does have a lot of saint crystals. This old master has just picked up a few tens of millions of saint crystals and has no place to spend them. If I don't buy something I like, what else can I do? Am I supposed to take them to my grave?" As soon as these words came out, disdainful voices immediately rang out from the private rooms. The Sea Temple master named Jianghu was so angry he almost coughed up blood. The saint crystals Qian Tong had picked up were something almost everyone in the private rooms had a share of, so naturally Sea Temple had a share as well. Taking someone else's saint crystals and competing with them for something was simply inhumane. Qian Tong's approach was simply too immoral. Chapter 1156. Although everyone despised Qian Tong in their hearts, most of them were envious. Who told Qian Tong to seize this great opportunity to make money? Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction was held every 2 or 3 years and had been held in the territories of all the great forces. Turning this kind of event into a money-making opportunity required both luck and foresight. No one spoke up for Jianghu. Without even mentioning the fact that Qian Tong's words were reasonable, at an auction, it was only natural that everyone would bid for the items. On top of that, there was some grievance between Shadow Moon Hall and Sea Temple, so Qian Tong was targeting Jianghu. This was already a matter between two great forces, so the other great forces naturally wouldn't intervene casually and wade into these muddy waters. I understand, Wu Yi suddenly said in a low voice. Understand what? Yang Kai looked at her and asked. I know why Jianghu is willing to pay such a high price to buy an origin condensing pill. Wu Yi pursed her lips and smiled. He is the third temple master of Sea Temple, and I heard that he has a very favored son named Jianghu. Unfortunately, Jianghu's aptitude is average. Over the years, Jianghu has used countless precious treasures to raise his cultivation to the Third Order Saint King realm. Unfortunately, Third Order Saint King is Jianghu's bottom line. Without an origin condensing pill, he will never be able to break through to the origin returning realm. I heard that Jianghu has been looking everywhere for origin condensing pills and has even collected several sets of materials to refine them, but none of them have been successful. So he's determined to obtain this origin condensing pill? Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he secretly thought to himself, no wonder Qian Tong is raising the price so unscrupulously. It turns out that he has grasped Jianghu's weakness and isn't afraid he won't buy it. That should be the case. Sea Temple's third temple master is willing to pay such a high price because he wants to buy it for Jianghu. But one should know when to stop. Jianghu isn't a fool. I estimate that if Elder Qian raises the price again, he might just throw this origin condensing pill into his own hands. Yang Kai was slightly worried. Qian Tong had treated him well, so Yang Kai naturally didn't want Qian Tong to suffer a loss at his hands. Wu Yi smiled. What are you afraid of? Didn't you hear Elder Qian say he picked up several tens of millions of saint crystals? Although it's not true, Elder Qian is really rich. Oh right, how much did he give you just now? I don't. Only then did Yang Kai remember that he was still holding a space ring in his hand. Just now, Qian Tong had hurriedly left after delivering the space ring, so the auction for the origin condensing pills had begun immediately. Yang Kai's attention had been attracted by the sounds of bidding below and he hadn't had time to check his space ring. Sweeping the contents of his space ring with his divine sense, Yang Kai's expression instantly froze. Wu Yi saw Yang Kai's expression change and asked nervously. She didn't know why, but her heart was pounding. Even Yang Yen was craning his neck, waiting for Yang Kai's answer. Yang Kai took a deep breath and handed the space ring to them. Take a look for yourself. Wu Yi took it suspiciously, but after using her divine sense to check the number of saint crystals inside the space ring, she couldn't help exclaiming and covering her mouth, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. Seeing this, Yang Yen snatched the space ring and checked its contents, his expression not much better than Wu Yi's. These 150,000 saint crystals had not been spent in vain. If the profound insect stone could really allow the soul-devouring insects to evolve further, allowing them to deal with saint kings and origin-returning realm cultivators, their usefulness would be enormous. What kind of exotic insects do you have? Yang Inflammation asked curiously. I'll tell you when we get back, Yang Kai smiled mysteriously. Yang Inflammation looked at him strangely but didn't say anything more. Look, that twin dagger is being auctioned. Wu Yi suddenly called out excitedly. She knew she couldn't reveal that it was Yang Inflammation who refined it, so she didn't dare mention Yang Inflammation's name. Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation both looked towards the auction stage and saw the twin daggers appear on the stage. Moreover, there was more than one origin-grade artifact being auctioned. A row of 12 women in palatial robes appeared, each holding a jade plate. Each jade plate held an artifact of the same grade, all of them origin-grade low rank. The aura surrounding them was extremely dense, attracting everyone's attention at once. The beautiful female auctioneer smiled again and said, "Everyone should be clear about the items being auctioned this time. And, these are 12 origin-grade low-rank artifacts. Everyone present should also know that it won't be long before one of Shadowed Star's 3 great forbidden areas, the Lu Yen Sand Field, opens. This is a great opportunity that only appears once every several hundred years. If you want to enter the Lu Yen Sand Field, you must have enough strength, and not only that, you must also have excellent equipment." These 12 origin-grade low-rank artifacts were specifically collected by my treasure trove pavilion for the upcoming opening of the Lu Yen Sand Field. They are all things that can be used to protect your life. There are not many origin-grade artifacts on Shadowed Star, and my treasure trove pavilion has spent a great deal of effort to collect these 12 artifacts, resulting in many casualties among our disciples. The beautiful female auctioneer continued to speak from the high platform, causing Yang Kai to frown as he turned to Wu Yi and asked curiously, "What are the 3 great forbidden areas?" Wu Yi pursed her lips and smiled, "You haven't been on Shadowed Star for long, so naturally you haven't heard of them. The 3 great forbidden areas are infamous existences on Shadowed Star, and everyone who talks about them pales. The first one is the Lu Yen Sand Field she just mentioned. That place covers an unknown area and is shrouded in intense heat all year round. Even the outermost layer of this heat is not something a person can resist. The young man took it and threw it into his space ring before turning to Guxiong and saying, "Let me see your space ring." Guxiong was stunned for a moment, as if this was the first time he had been robbed. Although he was unwilling, he didn't dare to resist and obediently took off his space ring and handed it to the young man. The young man swept the space ring with his divine sense and his face suddenly became gloomy as he shouted angrily, "You don't have any other map fragments?" "I didn't say I had any." Guxiong defended himself weakly. "Bastard!" The young man was furious and kicked Guxiong in the stomach, causing him to fall to the ground, gritting his teeth as he said, "If you don't have any other map fragments, why did you bid? Didn't that beautiful woman say that this map fragment contained a shocking amount of wealth, top-grade secret arts, and artifacts?" Guxiong felt wronged. It was precisely because he believed the words of that beautiful auctioneer that he had bid 100,000 Saint King Realm Cultivator. "You believed her just because she said so?" The young man's expression darkened as he shouted, "Do you think you can find any clues with this map fragment?" Guxiong nodded lightly, as if this was a matter of course. No one had expected that Yen Pei, who had not presided over an auction for many years, would actually appear in person this time. Everyone knew that since he had appeared, the auction hall would be filled with a bloody storm. For a time, all the Master Realm Masters in the private rooms wore bitter looks as they touched their space rings and sighed, secretly worrying about the Saint Crystals in their space rings. That thing actually became the finale item. Inside room C-13, Wu Yi and Yang Yen looked at each other and almost jumped up in excitement. Not to mention the grade of this artifact, just the fact that it was the finale of the auction had already raised its price by a huge margin. The two women could almost imagine that after this auction, they would definitely become rich women. Yang Yen was already calculating how many precious materials she should buy. Private Room A5 was a private room belonging to Shadow Moon Hall. At this moment, in addition to Qian Tong, there were 5 or 6 young people inside, all of whom were rising stars of Shadow Moon Hall. However, only a man and a woman were qualified to sit next to Qian Tong. The man was handsome and his eyes shone with a reserved light, indicating he was a third-order Saint King cultivator. The woman was slender, had a picturesque face, and was also a third-order Saint King. However, her aura wasn't as reserved as the man's and was instead more flamboyant, obviously because she had just broken through not long ago. Yan Pei's blunt words made all the experts in the private room suck in a breath of cold air. This old black face harbored evil intentions. Listening to his tone, it seemed that he would only give up after all of them went bankrupt. It was truly too vicious. There were even many people who had the thought of immediately leaving this place. If they stayed, they might really go bankrupt. Yan Pei, however, did not give them a chance and continued, "Without further ado, I will now introduce this auction's finale item." With a wave of his hand, a woman in palace robes immediately walked up with a jade plate. The jade plate was covered with a red cloth, making it impossible for anyone to see what was inside, causing everyone to grit their teeth in anger. The woman in palace robes stood in front of Yan Pei and Yan Pei loudly declared, "Everyone, open your eyes wide and look carefully." Saying so, she lifted the red cloth and revealed a long red whip on the jade plate. This long whip's shape was smooth, with sections like a scorpion's tail that were tightly connected without any gaps. The tip of the whip was like a sharp spike that flickered with a dark green light. At a glance, it was clear that this spike was extremely poisonous. "Dragon-beating whip!" Yan Pei shouted. In room C13, Yang Kai had just taken a sip of tea when he heard the name Yan Pei gave to this long red whip and almost spat it out. The treasure trove pavilion had given the previous twin prongs the exquisite twin prongs. It wasn't a bad name, but it was a mediocre name. This long red whip was called Dragon-beating whip by Yan Pei, a truly domineering name. Old Black Face's face was really thick, daring to give it such a name. Burning gazes came from all directions as countless divine senses swept over this item, causing the sounds of discussion to ring out in the private rooms of the hall. Yan Pei quickly shouted, "This is a genuine origin grade mid-rank artifact. According to the appraisal of my treasure trove pavilion's grandmasters, the main material of this whip is the tail of the 9th order monster beast, the scarlet-tailed purple-armored scorpion, supplemented by a variety of origin grade ores. This old master will not explain what an origin grade mid-rank artifact represents, as everyone here should be clear in their hearts. This is a work of art that far surpasses the standard of artifact refining on Shadowed Star. This whip is over 20 meters long and can be changed in length by pouring Saint Chi into it. What's more, the Grandmaster who refined this dragon-beating whip perfectly preserved the toxicity of the scarlet-tailed purple-armored scorpion's tail. Although it is somewhat sinister, it greatly increases the power of this dragon-beating whip." Yan Pei said as he picked up the dragon-beating whip from the jade plate and swung it around the high platform, letting everyone feel the power of an origin-grade mid-rank artifact. Sure enough, upon seeing the power of this dragon-beating whip, countless people's breathing became rapid. After a while, Yan Pei put the dragon-beating whip back. At that moment, a voice rang out from one of the private rooms in a block, "Manager Yan, is this the thing you said would make us go bankrupt? Although origin-grade mid-rank artifacts are rare, they aren't enough to break our bones. I thought Treasure Trove Pavilion had collected an origin king-grade artifact this time. We were all looking forward to it, but it turned out to be just an origin grade mid-rank artifact. Yan Pei stood there, as if he hadn't heard anything, only a faint sneer on his face. The people in the private rooms had all received the news in advance and had ordered people to collect saint crystals, but no one knew what kind of precious item treasure trove Pavilion had taken out this time. After all, this was a secret, so Yan Pei wouldn't spread it around. He also believed that with Qian Tong's shrewdness, it was impossible for them to leak any information to others. Each of them had collected a lot of saint crystals, but now they only had a single origin grade mid-rank artifact, which was naturally disappointing and made them feel like they were making a big fuss over a minor issue. However, this artifact still had to be snatched. With an origin grade mid-rank artifact in front of them, even if they couldn't win it, they had to raise the price as much as possible to make others suffer. For a time, everyone secretly waited with the mentality of harming others without benefiting themselves. Yan Pei then said something that made everyone cough up blood: "This artifact is most suitable for women. Even if you can't use it yourself, you can buy it and give it to a woman you like. This old master can guarantee that any man who buys it will be able to win the heart of a beautiful woman." Disrespectful old bastard. Inside the private room of Colored Glass sect, Yin Su Dai ground her teeth and cursed. The reason she hadn't snatched the exquisite twin daggers just now was because she wanted to wait and see if there was anything better coming up. Sure enough, now that the Dragon Striker Whip had appeared, she had secretly made up her mind to snatch this Dragon Striker Whip. She also believed that with her popularity, once she made a bid, many people would give up trying to compete with her, but she hadn't expected Yan Pei to say such words. Wasn't this just creating a lot of competition for her? A middle-aged woman next to Yin Su Dai gently patted her hand and comforted her. "Rest assured, we'll definitely win it." "Thank you, second madam." Yin Su Dai smiled sweetly. Dragon Striker Whip, starting price 1 million, each increase must be no less than 100,000. Everyone, make your bids. Yan Pei had said everything he needed to say and had roused the mood of the crowd, so now it was time to watch people fight to the death. This was his favorite part of the auction. Every time someone fought to the death, he would feel happy and feel many years younger. As soon as his voice fell, the sound of bidding immediately rang out from the various private rooms. 1,100,000. 1,300,000. 1,500,000. 2 million. The masters who had been constantly belittling this Dragon Striker Whip seemed to have forgotten what they had just said and began bidding with red eyes. Not only were there masters and masters from various great forces participating in this bidding war, but there were also some rising stars among them. "I bid 2,100,000. Chu Changfeng of Heaven Battling Union was always so confident in his bid, as if he was born to be superior to others, as if others should give in to him. Humph. 2,300,000. The one who opposed Chu Changfeng was always Fang Tianzhong of Thunder Typhoon sect. The two of them came from one of the top great forces on Shadowed Star, so their reputation and strength were on par, so neither of them feared the other. "Brother Fang, why do you want to buy this Dragon Striker Whip? It's not suitable for you, isn't it just a waste of money?" Chu Changfeng grinned meaningfully and continued to bid, 2,500,000. "I can't use it, but you can." 2,800,000. Fang Tianzhong did not back down. "I'm naturally buying it as a gift. I heard that junior sister Yin of Colored Glass sect is currently in need of an artifact, so this junior brother wants to use this opportunity to offer Buddha 3 million. This was a blatant display of love, and it was done in front of all the masters from Shadowed Star's great forces, causing many of them to hiss in disbelief. Inside Colored Glass sect's private room, the middle-aged woman's face went cold while Yin Su Dai's expression was also very unpleasant. She didn't want to be involved in any scandals because of today's events, so she softly said, "Brother Chu's good intentions, Su Dai appreciates, but if I want this Dragon Striker Whip, naturally I will bid for it." 3,200,000. He had clearly said just now that his junior sister Ian liked this dragon striker whip and had politely asked them to be lenient, but now there were so many people who didn't have eyes looking for trouble. Just as Chu Changfeng was about to say a few words to show off, Yin Su Dai's slightly angry voice rang out from Colored Glass Sect's private room, 5 million. Looking at this situation, Yin Su Dai was determined to win this dragon striker whip. She hadn't bid for the origin grade low-rank artifact that had appeared before, so it was impossible for her to miss this opportunity. As soon as the price of 5 million was announced, the B-block private room went silent, either because there were no more saint crystals to bid or because they were wary of Chu Changfeng's cold snort. Of course, the latter was more likely. Inside the auction hall, there was another awkward silence. After the price of 5 million was called, no one continued to bid. Inside private room C13, Yang Kai frowned thoughtfully, his expression flickering a few times before he suddenly called out a shocking price, 6 million. Chapter 1164. Inside the private room of Shadow Moon Hall, Qian Tong remained motionless for a long time, a faint look of annoyance appearing on his face. If he had known that even after receiving 30 million spirit stones, he still wouldn't have been able to obtain the origin condensing pill, Qian Tong would have definitely bought the dragon striker whip for his disciple. Now that he had obtained nothing, he naturally felt some regret. After waiting for a stick of incense worth of time, Qian Tong turned to the Shadow Moon Hall disciple standing nearby and said, "You can go back first, the Lu Yen sand field will open soon. After you go back, make sure to cultivate well." The disciples nodded and left, leaving only Wei Guchang behind. Qian Tong got up and said, "You too, come with me, I'll take you to see someone." Yes, Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer obediently followed behind him. Inside private room C13, Wu Yi took out some saint crystals and gave them to the two female Shadow Moon Hall disciples who had been waiting nearby, sending them away under their joyful thanks. The three of them waited for a long time, but Qian Tong didn't arrive. Just as they were feeling bored, they suddenly heard a knock on the door. Yang Kai signaled to Wu Yi and she immediately ran over to open the door. Qian Tong walked in with a smile on his face, a young man and a young woman behind him. "Nephew Yang, I've kept you waiting," Qian Tong cupped his fists and politely greeted. "Senior is too polite, Junior has nothing to do anyway," Yang Kai got up and greeted him. Hearing Yang Kai's change in address, Qian Tong's eyes lit up and his smile became wider. Before, Yang Kai had always called him Elder Qian, but now he had become senior, obviously with a trace of respect. How could Qian Tong not understand that it was because of his help this time that Yang Kai was somewhat grateful to him? He didn't point it out and sat down at Yang Kai's invitation. Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer, who had been following behind Qian Tong, wore strange expressions on their faces. Originally, when Qian Tong said he was taking them to see someone, they thought they were going to meet an elder of some family, but when they arrived, they discovered that the person they were going to meet was actually a young man who was younger than them and whose strength wasn't too high, only a first-order Saint King. What did such a person have to be treated so seriously by the elders? The two of them had followed Qian Tong for a long time. From Qian Tong's words and demeanor, they could even sense a hint of caution. He was definitely not someone from the three top forces. Where did this guy come from? These two are. Yang Kai looked at Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer suspiciously. Although he had already guessed their identities, it was better to pretend that he didn't know. Why did Qian Tong bring them here? However, Yang Kai only pondered for a moment before he immediately understood Qian Tong's intentions. Qian Tong also seemed to have just remembered and chuckled. I forgot to introduce them to nephew. Pointing to the handsome man, he said, "This is my Shadow Moon Hall's most talented disciple in several hundred years, Wei Guchang." Then, he pointed to the woman and said, "This is this old master's inferior disciple, Dong Xianer. You too, quickly greet brother Yang Kai." When Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer heard Qian Tong's introduction, they were secretly shocked. It had always been the juniors who bowed to their seniors. Among those of the same generation, the order of greeting was based on their cultivation and status. This guy named Yang Kai was a nobody and his cultivation was much lower than the two of them. Why did the elder want them to greet him first? Thinking so, the two of them were stunned for a moment. For the first time, they didn't act according to Qian Tong's instructions. At the very least, Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer didn't have the shortcomings of these people. Their temperaments were also relatively straightforward, otherwise, Qian Tong wouldn't have been so embarrassed. Of course, Yang Kai was just comforting Qian Tong. It was impossible for him to take the initiative to make friends with these two. These two had their own pride, but so did Yang Kai. No one was perfect. Sure enough, Yang Kai's words completely relieved Qian Tong and he began chatting with Yang Kai with a smile on his face. After chatting for a while, Yang Kai said, "Senior, before the auction began, Senior said he had something to discuss with me." "What is it?" Hearing this, Qian Tong's expression became solemn as he asked, "Has nephew Yang heard of Lu Yen Sand Field?" Yang Kai glanced at him in surprise, wondering if the matter he wanted to discuss with him was the same one he wanted to discuss with him. Nodding gently, Yang Kai replied, "I've heard of it and know about its strangeness." "Good." Qian Tong took a sip of tea before continuing to ask, "I wonder if nephew Yang would like to go to the Lu Yen Sand Field?" "What does senior mean?" Although Yang Kai wanted to go there, he didn't want to immediately express his intentions. He didn't know why Qian Tong had specifically come to him to discuss this. "Nephew Yang, please don't misunderstand." Qian Tong smiled. "Originally, this old master wouldn't recommend you to go to a place like the Lu Yen Sand Field. After all, it is too dangerous. Every time someone enters it, they suffer heavy losses. 60% of those who come out alive are already very good, but I heard that nephew Yang once killed a third-order Saint King cultivator. Is that true?" "Indeed." Although Qian Tong had heard about this from Luo Qing, hearing Yang Kai admit it himself still surprised him. He immediately understood that Yang Kai's combat strength was also very good, otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to kill a cultivator above his own realm. If that's the case, nephew Yang is qualified to go there. "I just don't know if you want to go, but if you do, this old master can arrange for you to enter." Yang Kai frowned. Are there any restrictions on entering that place? He thought that once the Lu Yen Sand Field opened, all he needed to do was find a place to enter, so he wanted to ask Qian Tong about its location and opening time. "Naturally there are restrictions." Qian Tong looked at him in surprise. "You don't think that place is open to everyone, do you?" I only know that it can only be entered at special times. Qian Tong laughed. It seems that nephew Yang doesn't know much about the Lu Yen sand field. Please enlighten me, senior, Yang Kai immediately asked for guidance. The Lu Yen sand field can only be entered at special times, but not everyone can go there. First, origin returning realm cultivators cannot enter. If they enter, they will die without a doubt. Qian Tong said seriously. Why? Yang Kai was shocked. Because of Shi. Shi is a power unique to an origin returning realm cultivator, but the Lu Yen sand field doesn't seem to allow Shi to exist. Once an origin returning realm cultivator enters, whether they use their Shi or not, they will immediately be burned to death. Yang Kai's face paled as he secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, he hadn't been able to use Shi during his retreat some time ago, otherwise, he would have missed this opportunity. It seemed that there were gains and losses in everything. To the side, Wu Yi and Yang Yen were dumbfounded. Obviously, they didn't know about this either. This was discovered by the seniors on Shadowed Star at the cost of many lives. Qian Tong sighed slightly. Moreover, the Lu Yen sand field is useless to those with low strength. When it is open, the power of the heat is indeed reduced greatly, but it is still not something a Saint Realm cultivator can resist. Chapter 1165. Quota. Yang Kai frowned, turning to Qian Tong and asking, is there a limit to the number of people who can enter the Lu Yen sand field? That's what this old master wanted to tell you. Qian Tong nodded. In fact, when the Lu Yen sand field first opened, there was no limit to the number of people who could enter, but as you know, Shadowed Star is short on cultivation resources. The higher the quality of the things, the fewer there are. The Lu Yen sand field is one of the 3 great restricted zones, so naturally, there are many good things inside. All the great forces are coveting that place, so a problem arises. A long time ago, when the Lu Yen sand field opened, all the Saint King realm cultivators who were qualified to enter entered at once. With so many people entering, everyone's harvest became smaller and smaller, so the next time the Lu Yen sand field opened, no one would be able to obtain anything. Excessive mining can indeed cause such a problem. Yang Kai nodded. What nephew Yang says is correct, so the great forces on Shadowed Star joined forces to set some restrictions on the Lu Yen sand field. That is, each force cannot send too many people into the sand field. For example, Star Emperor Sect, Heaven Battling Union, and Thunder Typhoon Sect are allowed to send 60 people into the sand field, while lesser forces such as my Shadow Moon Hall are allowed to send 50 people in. Even smaller forces can only send 2 or 3 people into the sand field. On the one hand, this is to reduce the loss of Saint King realm cultivators on Shadowed Star, and on the other hand, to maintain the number of precious treasures in the Lu Yen sand field. After thousands of years of the flowing time Great Emperor, all the great forces have been very conscientious. Every time the Lu Yen sand field opens, they will select people according to this quota, so there is a limit to the number of people who can enter. Yang Kai nodded lightly, indicating he understood. Qian Tong continued, even so, every time the Lu Yen sand field opens, no less than 10,000 people enter. However, the Lu Yen desert is very big. No one knows how big it is, so even if 10,000 people enter it, it won't matter. At this point, Yang Kai immediately understood what Qian Tong meant. If he wanted to enter, he would have to use one of the slots in the Shadow Moon Hall. However, the Shadow Moon Hall could accommodate 50 people, so one slot was not a problem. Moreover, if you want to enter the Lu Yen sand field, you can't go anywhere. You have to go through some special places. The forbidden area of the Lu Yen sand field is very strange. We once suspected that it was a huge formation set up by a powerful person in antiquity times, but we couldn't find a way to break it. When the power of its heat weakens, there will be some weak links similar to the formation door in different places. Those who enter must go through these weak links to enter the Lu Yen sand field. Otherwise, they can't enter. Yang Kai heard what Qian Tong said and immediately understood that he had underestimated the problem. Entering the Lu Yen sand field required a slot, and it had to be done at a special time and through a special place. It was not like what he thought before, that once the Lu Yen sand field opened, he could enter at will. Thinking of this, Yang Kai hurriedly said, "Senior, I want to enter the Lu Yen sand field. I will have to trouble you." Qian Tong laughed, "Nephew Yang is too polite. If I had treated you as an outsider, this old master would not have said so much to you today, but since you intend to enter this place, leave the rest to this old master. I will make sure you are satisfied." He was afraid that Yang Kai would not ask him for help. Although Qian Tong felt that he had confided in Yang Kai and sincerely wanted to make friends with him, he was afraid that Yang Kai would not appreciate it. As for pills, Yang Kai was preparing to refine 1 or 2 bottles of snow and ice pills. The snow and ice pills that appeared at the auction were origin grade low rank, and were the only pills Yang Kai could refine at this stage, so he wasn't lacking in materials. As for other things like healing pills, Yang Kai already had a lot of them, so there was no need for him to refine them. On top of that, he had great confidence in his body's restorative abilities. If he really couldn't handle it, he could just explode a drop of golden blood. With the enormous vitality contained in his golden blood, as long as his foundation wasn't damaged, he should be able to recover. What remained was the most important thing. Yang Kai wanted to improve the power of his space blade as soon as possible. The several dozen cultivators who followed Wu Yi were all busy while Wu Yi and Yang Yan were both concentrating on something, both of them looking very excited. Seeing Yang Kai come out of seclusion, the 2 women were stunned for a moment, but soon understood and put down what they were doing and walked over. "Are you going to leave?" Wu Yi asked. Yang Kai nodded gently and said, "After I leave, don't let anyone enter my stone room, and don't touch the profound insect stone inside, there are some very dangerous things inside." "I know," Wu Yi responded quickly. "The 2 origin-grade artifacts Elder Qian requested have been delivered, right?" Yang Kai turned to Yang Yan again. "I gave them to them long ago. About 10 days after you entered seclusion, Elder Qian personally delivered a large number of materials. At that time, I gave the 2 artifacts to him." "That's good. You can go, but Xiao Xiao has to stay. Without his help, refining things is too laborious," Yang Yan added. Xiao Xiao was the stone mongoose, a name Yang Yan had given him without permission. Yang Kai didn't care, in any case, on this trip to the Lu Yen sand field, he wouldn't need the stone mongoose, so he nodded and agreed. After exhorting them a few more things, he hurriedly rushed towards Heavenly Fate City. Halfway there, Yang Kai saw a blue light fly over from the distance, and upon arriving, he discovered that it was Luo Qing. "Young Master Yang." Luo Qing stopped his star shuttle and cupped his fists to Yang Kai. Elder Qian said to take you to the space array as soon as possible. Everyone is ready, you're the only one left. Many thanks, Yang Kai returned the courtesy and rushed towards Heavenly Fate City with him. On the way, Yang Kai asked Luo Qing about the Lu Yen sand field. Luo Qing didn't know much, only that the restricted area was about to open. Now, all the great forces on Shadowed Star were rushing to different entrances, waiting for the restricted area to open before immediately swarming in. Flying over Heavenly Fate City, the pair arrived directly in front of a palace. After entering the palace, Yang Kai was surprised to find that there were almost 200 people gathered here, 90% of whom were Saint King Realm Cultivator. Most of them were second or third order Saint Kings, with a few first order Saint Kings present. Lu Yen sand field was very dangerous, so even a first order Saint King wouldn't be of much use inside. Yang Kai frowned. Didn't Qian Tong say that there were only 50 spots in the Shadow Moon Hall? Why are there so many people here? And looking at their posture, it seemed that they were all going to the Lu Yen sand field through the space array. As soon as Yang Kai arrived, he attracted countless gazes. Qian Tong even came out laughing and greeted him enthusiastically. Nephew Yang, you've come at the right time. We have just finished gathering here and will soon open the space array. Come with this old master. Last time, Yang Kai promised to help him refine 2 origin-grade artifacts, and it only took him 10 days to obtain them. Although they were only origin-grade low-rank artifacts, they were infinitely close to origin-grade mid-rank. Now, these 2 defensive artifacts had been taken away by Wei Guchang and Dong Xiener. If these 2 artifacts were to be put up for auction, they would be worth at least 4 million Saint Crystals, not to mention they were ice attribute artifacts, which were the best way to restrain the heat of Lu Yen sand field, so their price would likely be even higher. Qian Tong's previous efforts to show goodwill to Yang Kai had all been taken back. Now, Qian Tong was naturally extremely polite to Yang Kai. Even this time, when everyone was gathered, Qian Tong had first gathered everyone before sending a message to Yang Kai, afraid that Yang Kai would wait too long. Divine sense attacks were also ineffective, so only Saint Chi attacks could destroy them. It was best to use an ice attribute offensive artifact. As long as one had the ability and conditions, almost everyone who entered the Lu Yen desert would prepare an ice attribute offensive artifact. Fire spirit beasts also had fire crystal stones inside their bodies. Fire crystal stones had a great effect when used to refine some special pills and artifacts, improving the quality of these pills and artifacts. On Shadowed Star, the standard of alchemy and artifact refining was only origin-grade low-rank, so if one wanted to refine origin-grade mid-rank pills and artifacts, fire crystal stones were essential. Chapter 1169. Because of the preciousness of the fire crystal stones, many of the cultivators from the major forces who entered the Lu Yen sand field had come specifically to hunt fire spirit beasts. Some cultivators from small families and forces also had the same idea. After obtaining the fire crystal stones, they would be able to make a huge profit by selling them. This kind of thing could not be found outside, and could only be found in the Lu Yen sand field. It was the favorite of alchemists and weapon refiners. Brother Yang, if you encounter a fire spirit beast with a physical body, do not fight with it. A fire spirit beast with a physical body is almost equivalent to a ninth-order monster beast. It is the most difficult to deal with, Wei Guchang warned with a serious look. A ninth-order monster beast was equivalent to a master of the origin returning realm. Naturally, a Saint King realm cultivator would not be able to gain any advantage over it. One careless mistake and they would be killed. After saying this, he sneered and said, "But this kind of thing is very rare. It is basically impossible to encounter it." Yang Kai gently nodded and asked, "I understand the situation of the fire spirit beast. What is Lu Yen flying fire?" Wei Guchang's expression immediately became serious and he said in a deep voice, "Lu Yen flying fire is more harmful to the cultivator who enters the sand field than the fire spirit beasts. Fortunately, it is not as abundant as the fire spirit beasts. Lu Yen flying fire is very rare. Some people may never encounter it. Even if they do, they will only encounter one or two at most. But Brother Yang, do not underestimate Lu Yen flying fire. This kind of thing is extremely fast, even faster than the spread of divine sense. It is extremely difficult to detect. You may not even notice it when it flies past you." Yang Kai could not help but be shocked. Being able to spread faster than the spread of divine sense, one could imagine how strange this thing was. Not only is it dangerous, but it is also very lethal. If one's guard is not up to par or if their strength is insufficient, once they are hit by one, their soul will be incinerated and they will be reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. Elder Qian told me that every time the flowing flame sand field opened, some unlucky fellows would be killed by the flowing flame flying fire. Isn't this an undeserved disaster? Yang Kai was surprised. Wei Guchang smiled and said, "Brother Yang is right. This is an undeserved disaster. But since one dared to enter the Lu Yen sand field, one must be prepared to bear a certain degree of risk. Lu Yan's flying fire, to be. Brother. Yang Kai looked at her in amazement, thinking to himself that this Lu Yen flying fire was also a good thing. Wei Guchang laughed and said, "That's exactly what I was going to say. Lu Yen flying fire is indeed very terrifying, but it is also an extremely precious treasure. Brother Yang should know that some people have different divine senses, right? Variant divine senses?" Yang Kai's expression changed. Yes, variant divine senses. Some people's divine senses contain some strange attributes, such as conflagrated knowledge C, divine sense poison, and divine sense ice. Although these variant divine senses are different from ordinary people's divine senses, without exception, they all have extraordinary powers. Needless to say, conflagrated knowledge C is the variant divine sense that alchemists and artifact refiners desire the most, while conflagrated knowledge C and divine sense poison are unpredictable. These variant divine senses are extremely rare. Some are born with them, while others are obtained through cultivation of certain secret arts and martial skills. Wei Guchang looked into the distance and said, "Brother Yang, wait here, I'll take junior sister to find my martial uncle and martial sister and greet them, lest they complain about our lack of etiquette." "Brother Wei, you don't need to worry about me," Yang Kai nodded lightly. Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer summoned their star shuttles and flew off in a certain direction, disappearing a moment later. Yang Kai didn't pay any attention to them and instead looked around. The cultivator groups that had come here were all in groups, with the smallest group consisting of 20 or so people while the largest group was as large as the Shadow Moon Hall, with a total of 50 people gathered together. They all looked at Yang Kai curiously, many of them with contempt and disdain in their eyes. Yang Kai's cultivation was too low, and he had come with Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer, so it was easy for people to mistakenly think that the three of them were from some small family. Only small families would have 2 or 3 spots to enter Shadow Moon Hall. Not long after Yang Kai sat down, a group of 2 people walked over and stood in front of him, looking down at him condescendingly. Yang Kai could clearly see that these 2 were from a group of about 30 people. Being able to obtain 30 spots to enter Lu Yen Sand Field, although this group couldn't compare to the Shadow Moon Hall, it shouldn't be small. And it wasn't just them, many people from the large and small groups had already stood up and wanted to approach him, but these 2 were the fastest, so they could only temporarily give up and stand in place to observe. Why are they looking for me? Yang Kai was puzzled. These 2 weren't very old, about 30 to 40 years old. One was a third-order Saint King cultivator while the other was a first-order Saint King. They didn't look like evil people, but the leading third-order Saint King had a palm-sized scarlet scar on his forehead that gave him a somewhat fierce look. "Friend." The man with the scar on his face called out, "Are you also going to enter Lu Yen Sand Field?" Although there was nothing wrong with what he asked, Yang Kai could clearly hear the doubt and disdain in his tone. On the other hand, the man behind him was staring at Yang Kai with a burning gaze, as if Yang Kai had something he wanted. Yang Kai didn't want to pay attention to these 2, but this time, he had come here with the Shadow Moon Hall. If there was any conflict, it would make things difficult for Qian Tong, so after thinking about it, he patiently nodded, yes. The man grinned, "Your strength isn't high, it will be very dangerous for you to enter." "That's my business." Yang Kai vaguely guessed what they wanted to do. Before, Qian Tong had said that the spots to enter Lu Yen Sand Field could be transferred, so these 2 were probably after his spot. The other people who stood up and wanted to come over probably did so for the same reason, but the scarred man beat them to it. Sure enough, the scarred man shook his head and said, "I'm saying this for your own good. Look, there are only 3 of you, and that man and woman seem to be in love with each other." After Wei Guchang and Yang Kai finished talking, Yin Jian struggled for a moment before cupping his fists and pretending to be cordial. "So it's Brother Guchang of Shadow Moon Hall. Is Brother Guchang something you can call?" Wei Guchang did not wait for him to finish speaking and directly interrupted him. This kind of arrogant strength made Yin Jian's face flush red, and his eyes were about to split open, but he did not dare to have any complaints. Although everyone here was a third-order Saint King, Yin Jian understood that if he really fought with Wei Guchang, he would be defeated within a few moves. These famous young talents were all monstrous existences. Yin Jianzhong still had some self-awareness.